what you said, it's the critical piece. You've got to have not saying Maynard doesn't have a brain, but you've got to be crafty. Like if it's at 200 metres away, you're 50 metres ahead, but the closer it gets, the more you close that gap down. So
could they go?
It'd be fascinating, that matchup.
I mean, Quain is not big, but he does get some bigger players, as in taller players to play on. But see, I don't know. It's can't be Darcy Moore.
Can it be Frampton?
Oh, goodness.
Oh, come on, Ken. Stop throwing grenades, mate.
No, it could be Billy. Could be Billy, but then I'm on a back Hawks.
Kenny and Simo are together. Stephen Quartermain rounds out our call team tonight. So we're in the best imaginable hands. We're in the Collingwood fan zone. We're going to head inside the G shortly. Lockie Schultz is going to join us in his warm-up for the Collingwood perspective. And Brett Ratton will give us the rundown from the Hawks before we are into it. This is a Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation. Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
And Mitchell Parker smash on Marion Road near Dawes Road. Gilbert Plains a smash there, North East Road, Tartan Road. A breakdown, Southern Expressway, Seacombe Road, Darlington. Still got that barrier damage on the freeway as well at Cravers after the recent truck smash there. Step up and sign up for Starlight Super Steps. Walk or run 10,000 steps a day this May to help make hospital a happier place for sick kids. It's free to sign up at supersteps.org.au. That's the latest traffic on SENSA, made in SA for SA.
It's the place we can all play respectfully at nighttime. The Palace, Adelaide's premier gentlemen's club. Whether you're out for a couple of drinks or you're booking the Bucks party he'll never forget, the Palace is Adelaide's best. Undressed. Good times, great vibes. The Palace is Adelaide's premier gentlemen's club for a reason. Come along. Upstairs, 111 Hindley Street. Open from 8 p.m, 7 nights. So much fun. thepalace.com.au.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in-store dedicated to you and your trade. Whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs, or arranging delivery direct to site. And our builders team with dedicated account managers has got you covered at every building stage, from the front fence to the back gate. Plus, you can call our Trade Assist team on 134872 for quick quotes on a wide range of supplies, saving you time and hassle. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
With an end of financial year, no deposit 4.99% mates rate from Ram Trucks Finance, now's the time to upgrade to a Ram full-size pickup truck. Get behind the wheel of a Ram 1500 Rebel, boasting an impressive 420 horsepower under the hood, with a finance mates rate of 4.99% this tax time. Ends 30 June. Visit ramtrucks.com.au. T&Cs apply. 48-month term. Approved ABN applicants only.
The Choices Flooring Smart Style Smart Spend sale is on now. Discover offers on design-led flooring and window furnishings that look beautiful, are functional, and work with real-life budgets to deliver impact without compromise. Whatever the project or budget, we're here to help you make the right choice. Plus, buy any Breeze carpet with Dunlop underlay, and you could win one of 28 Dyson Purifier Cool Gen 1 prizes. Download the catalogue at choicesflooring.com. or visit your local showroom.
Better sleep, better recovery, better performance. After a hard session or a long game, the real recovery happens overnight. While you sleep, your body repairs, restores and recharges for the day ahead. So talk to OMF, your overnight recovery experts. OMF have mattresses that are designed for deep rejuvenating rest, plus comfortable pillows and bedding crafted for your comfort and temperature balance. Shop online at omf.com.au or at over 50 locations nationwide.
2026 is the year to upgrade to your ultimate fishing weapon. And Bar Crusher, Australia's leading fishing boat builder, has the perfect weapon for you. Come see for yourself and check out the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats on the market, with industry-leading design excellence and quality. Find Bar Crusher boats at Pacific Marine and RV, 8 Tapleys Hill Road, Royal Park. Or build your dream boat online at barcrusher.com.au.
Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. 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 Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie.
The wait is over. 4-20 season is back.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
A Thursday night footy is Collingwood at Hawthorn. The Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Warehouse. We are live in the Collingwood fan zone outside gates 2 and 3. Inside the MCG down on the boundary, Lockie Schultz is joining us here. John Donohue is with them. Donners.
Thanks, Gerard. Yeah, here with small forward Lockie Schultz. Lockie, team has a little bit of a change to it tonight. Good to welcome back the captain, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, he's left a little bit of a hole in our back line over the past few weeks being out, but super stoked to have him back. Obviously, having Howie go out tonight, Darcy will sort of come in and fill that role. So super excited for Darcy to be back and keen to see how he goes.
Lockie, Ken Hinkley, mate, how are you?
Hey, Ken. Yeah, good. Thanks, mate.
Couple of questions from one first off. Your impact at Collingwood in the first year was not probably at the level you were looking for. You've got a past player of mine there in Dan Houston who was a bit similar last year. What's the challenges of fitting into a big club like Collingwood when you've come from Freo and Dan's come from Port Adelaide?
Yeah, you're spot on. I think obviously every club throws their own challenges, and Collingwood, especially being such a big club with such a big following, I think. There's probably a lot more attention on you purely through the media and purely through the fans, and they seem to ride the highs and lows a little bit more than what you would experience elsewhere. And I think we both probably found that in our first years and probably let it affect us a little bit more than what we would have liked. But it's the same as you're going anywhere. I think it takes sort of 12 months to gel with your new teammates, 12 months to sort of learn the new roles and figure out where you belong in the team and the new structures and whatnot. And obviously last year for me, myself, it was nice to get the ball rolling a little bit and hopefully this year just keep building on that.
Yeah, good. Bobby Hill, how's he progressing? Have you seen enough of him on the training track and you have a bit of a timeline yourself on when you'd like him back in the side? Clearly in best form, you'd have him in the side tonight, but how much further away do you think Bobby is?
Yeah, it's awesome having Bobby back at playing footy again and loving his time at the club. And we just love having him around. He's such a bright, bubbly character and just lifts the morale of everyone around him when he's in that mindset. And obviously there's probably no timeline on him just yet, but we're excited to see him back playing footy and just enjoying himself again. So hopefully sooner rather than later, but who knows? That's out of my hands, and I guess time will tell when we see him, but everything's tracking really well.
And on a personal note tonight, you're against the Hawks. You come up against what I consider probably nearly the best 6 or 7 defensive group in the competition. The player that you're most likely to find yourself beside, you reckon?
Yeah, look, I don't think they're such they'll send certain matchups out there. I think they play in more of a system, and I think that's what makes them so good. I think the aerial power back there is unreal, and we know how good Tommy Barassi is in the air, and guys like Battle and Sicily rolling off and intercepting as well. So I think as a forward group, if we can sort of nullify that and bring the ball to ground level, we sort of back ourselves once the ball comes to ground, being a bit more of a smaller forward line and relying a little bit more on speed in our ground level game. And so if we can nullify that air ball game, I think that'll take us a long way to scoring heavily and winning the game.
Like it's Adam Simpson here. Good luck tonight. Thank God you're not wearing that purple. You look so much better in the Collingwood jumper, mate. Tell us about your journey to get to where you are and to get into the AFL system. It was a little bit different than the standard draft process, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a lot different. Obviously, sort of played all my juniors and that up in the country in Miami, up on the border of New South Wales and Victoria, and had to do it the tough way. Went through the VFL, played for Williamstown for 3 years, and loved my time there. And then was lucky enough to get picked up by Freo after that. But obviously from there, I just sort of played 5 years at Freo, and the opportunity came to come home, and I had to take it, and loving my time now at Collingwood. But Also gained a lot of life experience living away from home for 5 years and sort of doing it the hard way as well. I was able to finish my plumbing apprenticeship because I was mature age draftee. So sort of like looking back at things like that, I'm more grateful than anything, just knowing that I've lived in the real world. I know what it's like, and it makes me appreciate being an AFL player a lot more.
Yeah, life experience. It's funny that you're drafting 17-year-olds as opposed to a bit more mature players. And now you're part of the leadership group. Tell us about the early season form of the Pies. It top 3 in defence as usual, but your attacking method just a bit clunky. Did you get to work in the last few weeks? And that obviously we saw an uplift with that against the Bombers on the weekend.
Yeah, you're spot on. We always pride ourselves for our defensive side of the game, and last year we were ranked number 1, and this year I think we started very similar. So that's something we always hang our hat on. But yeah, as you mentioned, I think the attacking side of it this year, especially early, obviously a lot different personnel in our forward line now, and probably just starting to gel a little bit now. But yeah, we struggled to put scores on the board early, and as frustrating as it was, we just kept going back to the drawing board and learning every week and trying to sort of smooth some things out. And last week I thought we really capitalised on what we've been working on, and going forward hopefully it's something we can build on. I think everyone's taken a lot of confidence out of last week, and even the way we finished off against Carlton the week before sort of got the ball rolling a little bit. So hopefully we can continue that tonight and the weeks coming ahead.
So what was it, connection with the last kick inside 50, or was it more the build-up?
Probably both, to be honest. I think obviously that last kick inside 50 let us down a lot. We probably lost a bit of that connection, which sort of comes with the personnel changes and being on the same page as each other. But it was the way we're moving the ball. It was really unpredictable to everyone on the field. We at times would try and go too fast, and at times would slow the ball right down and allow other opposition numbers to get back and fill the leading lane. So last week we found the balance between the two really well, and it was really hard for Essendon to defend against us. But obviously it's a work in progress. It's never a finished product. So yeah, looking to build on that again tonight.
And the final one for me, the Hawks being one of the best defences in the competition. Do you need to change the way you enter the 50 tonight with the intercept marking players? I've seen it in the last few weeks where teams have changed, Port Adelaide in particular, the way they entered the 50. It's something you guys are aware of?
Yeah, absolutely. We know that Hawks like to sort of get numbers back hard, and I guess the terminology we use is they retreat a bit, and it's due to their work rate. They work extremely hard to get back, but it presents opportunity to sort of hit up at the ball. We saw that with Port Adelaide and their ability to lower the eyes going inside 50 and hit up at it. And it's something that we looked into, and hopefully we can apply some of that sort of game plan tonight.
How do you go off a 5-day break, Lockie?
I'm really good now. My body's in great nick this year. Last year I would have I've probably done a hammy or something, but this year I'm my body's feeling really good. I was sort of managed minutes last week towards the end of the game to get me through, but I'm feeling as fresh as ever. I think we had a 9-day break going into last week, so it's just another game for us. We don't read into any of that.
It's great to have you with us, Lockie. Really appreciate it in the countdown to the game. Good luck for tonight.
All the best.
Thanks for having me, guys. Cheers.
Lockie Schultz there from the Pies. What did you think of Lockie when he played against you in the Doggers?
It's just so honest, yeah. Freo got really good defined roles, and I think part of the trying to find himself is he had to redefine his role, and he's found that now, and he seems to have fit in pretty well. So it just takes a bit of time, Ken, doesn't it, when you've got two distinct different systems and you're trying to build some relationships, and you're at Collingwood and all the type of things you mentioned in that interview. It's not as easy as you think.
No, and that's why I asked him the question about Houston, because of having had Dan and knowing how good a player he was and watched him play last year. His best game was against Port, unfortunately, in round 1. But then he just looked like half the player he was. And I remember Lockie Schultz being the same in his first year.
Yeah.
And, he lived the experience, and he explained it really well. Big club, bit more of a focus on you, learn a new system, new teammates. You don't get to come in and play in the Lockie Schultz role he had at Fremantle. And Dan didn't get to come in and play in the Dan Houston role he had at Port Adelaide because they had Josh Dacos there. So there's a few challenges for him, but it takes a while.
All right, a bit more broadly, then we'll come back to this game as we go. So Richmond has set out their note tonight that Sam Lawler has suffered a partial Achilles injury at training today. Lawler will be assessed over the coming days to determine a return to play timeline. That sounds dreadful.
Yeah, that is dreadful. I would imagine, especially in a young player, the risk with a young player and Achilles, how long do you take and how big a partial tear? I mean, we're not doctors, but history on Achilles would be you've got to be very, very careful and very cautious.
There's got to be something going on with that ground. We went through this at West Coast when we moved to a new facility and they redid the surface at the training facility, not Optus. I just wonder what's going on with that. It can't just be a bad luck. There's always the audit needs to be done. Ken, I'd be, if you had a Uze, you'd be pulling your hair out. It's been so many injuries. They must have 10 to 15 injuries at the moment.
Yeah, and the softer tissue ones, and this is one of them, are a little bit more harder to live with as the coach, aren't they?
Training too.
Yeah. As I said in the early part of the season, the last thing you want to do is get an injury at training. You nearly just need to get through training and not do training, but you can't.
They've got 16 on the injury list.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So what happens when you're doing... you match sim on a Thursday. You've got the old school assistant coaches donning the boots, and they're a little bit sloppy. And you got your train-ons, and you're just trying to fill the numbers. So and it's out of whack. You do match sim, and
doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
I used to get a little bit frightened when the old coaches were the best players on the ground.
Yeah. We had a bit of that.
Goldsack used that. He'd be here tonight with the Pies. When we had Goldie when he first came over, he had great speed still. And you put him out there in a scratchy, and he'd light up with his speed. And I go, why can't we pick him?
The most skilled player we had at training for 2 years was Luke Shuey, but he was one of our coaches, unfortunately. So, yeah.
Did you think you retired him too early?
No, he did 3 hamstrings during training as well. So I think he was well and truly cooked. But yeah, there's something, when you've got so many injuries, it's just hard to implement any type of system and get any type of growth. So it's a tough time at the moment for the Tigers.
These are the teams that have landed for the weekend. The Bulldogs have made 6 changes, all by choice. Gardner omitted, Jakes omitted, Smith omitted, Baker omitted, Hines omitted, and Treloar managed. Which is probably polite. Inns, Caulfield... Gallagher.
What'd you say, Jared?
No, I didn't say anything. Caulfield, Gallagher, Jones, Vandermeer, McNeil, and Tim English is back.
That's the in.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly that's the big in. Artie Jones a good in too, from what he was playing a lot before he done his hammy. The rest, we've just swapped spots, haven't we?
Yeah. As Caulfield is a lot like Gardner.
That's what I mean. You've just swapped.
Yep.
Similar types for similar types. You're not bringing in match winners, but they are bringing in Jones and they're bringing in English, which...
Yeah, English started the rot, though, didn't he, in terms of when the form dropped off. So hopefully someone like Tim can make others better. Like Edwards hasn't been, Ed Richards has been nowhere since English has gone out. I know he's been carrying some injuries, but hopefully English can bring others into the game.
And Voss back. McVie is ill for Fremantle, so that's their one change.
Okay.
The showdown, Borlase, Curtin, Neil Bullen, Saligo, all back. The outs, Murray omitted. Dawson is going to sit this out. Maley omitted, Edwards omitted. And for Port, Marshall returns and Watkins has been dropped.
It's better names bar Jordan Dawson clearly for the Crows, and unfortunately for Jordan, he's dealing with the week he's dealing with currently, and they'll give him the time. I heard him say they'll give him as much time as he needs to be back, but they've got a better team with the other players. Like Curtin's really important to their future. Neil Bullen is almost another. He'll be the captain, and they've got Saligo, who they miss in the midfield in the last couple of weeks.
Who's favourites, Ken?
Oh, the bookies have got Adelaide. Oh, I'm in Ports. I mean, I know I can fall into Port, but when you got Butters, Horn Francis, Georgiades, Aaliyah, who's in nearly career best form, I reckon Aaliyah, and then Todd comes back into the team. We haven't mentioned Bergman. I think they've got enough weapons there to challenge them.
What have they done in the last few weeks? I think the undercurrent of their form's been the stats were stacking up. They were playing poorer sides, win-loss, but the stats were sort of looking good. They're inside 50s, a forward-half turnover, all the type of things that we value. And then what's happened in the last 2 weeks? They've turned around the Hawthorn game with good strategy and...
Better finish. They got better finish, didn't they, going inside 50? I heard you talk about that.
Hold their eyes and manage the game better. And then on the weekend, they completely shut out Geelong's. back half game and front half game. What are you seeing anything different?
Well, I know that Josh has talked around the defensive models, that he wants to be a bit more zonal with his defensive approach, which is what they are doing. But it doesn't last long, that stuff, until you actually control the ball. And I think that's what they're doing really well. Okay. They've got a bit better balance in their offense. There's no doubt about that. Now, I coached them last year, so we chased handball meters a lot more than... They're a little bit more flexible, I think, with the way they're playing, whether they take a few marks versus they go corridor.
Try and change gears a bit.
Change gears a little bit more. Whereas
you went into that?
Well, yeah, we did, but we...
You like to go quick.
It's a bit what your coach coached, and I coached a bit more power.
Okay.
I wanted to bring the ball into the forward line with a bit more pace on it to allow, because the forwards that we had were going to be Lukosius, Georgiadis and Marshall last year, who all don't take contested marks. Yeah. They're not big players, so you needed to bring the ball.
Break the lines.
But now what they're doing is lowering their eyes better.
Okay.
George is just improving.
He's gone up in a level, yeah.
By the day, and young Whitlock's done well. I think the two rucks have helped.
Yep. Okay.
They've given him a contest player down the line, which they weren't getting that from Lukosius before he went out. But I think they're in, not just because of who
handled Rosie well too.
Yeah,
it's taken a while to get over that little hump.
Yeah, and I mean the rise of Horn Francis. I think he's sixth on the Coaches Award in 3 weeks. Like he must have got the last 3 tens, I reckon, nearly.
Yeah, right.
So he's in pretty good form, and when he gets in pretty good form, I am biased. He's going to be one of the very best players in the game.
Yep.
Like Danger. Like if you want to forecast his career, forecast it around Danger.
Cool.
All right, we'll give you the changes for Saturday and Sunday as we work our way through. Brett Ratton is going to join us. He's the Director of Coaching at the Hawks. He'll be with us inside the G next. This is the Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation. Spec-Right, pre-oiled Merbo decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
Mitchell Parker smash on Marion Road at Dawes Road, another at Gillis Plains, North East Road, Tartan Road. Breakdown, Southern Expressway, Seacombe Road, Darlington. You'll find roadworks to Anglevale Road, Hillier, Greenhill Road, Unley and Marion Road at Sturt. Sane has helped people navigate complex mental health for 40 years. If you or someone you care for needs free information, recovery support or community connection, visit sane.org today. That's the latest traffic on SENSA, made at SA for SA.
Everybody's talking about Montane.
We need to save on fuel. Say hello to Montane Kia. Established 1912, they've proudly served Port Adelaide and the wider Adelaide community for over 114 years. This April, discover their impressive range of electric Kias. The stunning 2025 Kia EV5 SUV from an amazing $65.90, or the sleek 2025 Kia EV4 sedan starting from just $64,888. Montane Kia on Port Road.
Terms and conditions may apply. Prices are exclusive of government charges while stocks last. MVD 182170.
It's the place we can all play respectfully at night time. The Palace, Adelaide's premier gentlemen's club. Whether you're out for a couple of drinks or you're booking the Bucks party he'll never forget, the Palace is Adelaide's best. Undressed. Good times, great vibes. The Palace is Adelaide's premier gentlemen's club for a reason. Come along. Upstairs, 111 Hindley Street. Open from 8 p.m, 7 nights. So much fun. thepalace.com.au.
Still installing gas water heaters? Mate, that's like bringing a fax machine to a job site. Powerbay's electric Gen 2 heat pumps are the new standard. Like a reverse aircon, they suck heat from the air using less power to heat water. That means fewer clients calling to ask why their gas bill's bigger than the mortgage. Tradies, get ahead of the game. Switch to Powerbay Gen 2 electric heat pumps. Smarter, cleaner, built for Aussie homes. Powerbay. Heat smarter. Now available online at Bunnings Warehouse. Rebates available to eligible customers. T's and C's apply.
Make Mum's Day at Harvey Norman with hot deals on this year's top gifts. Spoil Mum with a Dyson Airwrap in ceramic pink and save $150, now just $698. Or hot price on Revitive Medic Circulation Booster, now $447. Mum will love an Espresso Latissima coffee machine, now $374, save $75. And Tefal Home Chef Multi-Cooker, now $169, save $20. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store to make Mum's Day at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Top midfielders run over 15 kilometres a game. That's sustained performance. Just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund, that's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Is your internet keeping up with your household? Or are you the only one apologising for the buffering again? Mate's high-speed NBN plans powered by NBN give the whole family room to stream, game and work from home all at the same time. Right now, save up to $150 over your first 6 months. No locking contracts, unlimited data and real Aussie support when you need it. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Offer available to new services on eligible internet plans. $25 discount per month for 6 months, then reverts to standard pricing. $150 total saving. Conditions apply.
Ever tried online dating? But when they show up, it's not quite what you expected. That's exactly what digital staging feels like for home buyers. In today's AI world, don't let your first impression be an oh no moment. Kixo Home Styling create real spaces that deliver an oh wow feeling using the latest furniture and styling designed to impress. Even better, there's no upfront cost. It's all settled when your property sells. When you're selling, tell your agent you want Kixo. That's KIXO.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
It is the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade ahead of Collingwood and Hawthorn at the MCG tonight. We are live from the Collingwood fan zone outside gates 2 and 3 at the MCG. Gerard Whateley and Ken Hinkley with you here. Adam Simpson has gone inside to join Stephen Quartermain as we'll pick up the broadcast shortly. Brett Ratton's going to join us from the Hawks in a few moments' time, Kenny, but just we'll work through these teams while we wait. Saturday, Essendon, 4 changes. Gresham, Cox, so for the first time in more than 600 days.
Great story.
Kondogiannis and Newen. The outs are Kako with the back, so that was sounded a little bit worrying. May with the knee. Parrish has been managed and Sartis has again been omitted. And for Brisbane, Zorko is back. The brother Curtin, so Cody Curtin's going to make his debut for the Lions. Out Allen with the foot, long-termer, and Tunstall's been omitted.
Yeah, it's a tough win for the Bombers to see whether they can get over the reigning champs. And Curtin, I know they do like him. He's a big body and really physical player who can play forward, so they'll probably make do with him in that spot. Zorko, massive in. Essendon, Sartis, I go, well, if you're going to play him, keep playing him somewhat. First man out in what was it, an 80-point plus loss last week. He's a bit unlucky to go out off that role because there's only a couple of injuries, and Kako is a massive injury, I reckon.
All right, let's head into the MCG. The Director of Coaching of the Hawks is Brett Ratton. He's with John Donohue.
Thanks, Gerard. Rats, big opportunity against the Pies tonight. You're welcome back to stars of the team.
Yeah, it is great. On a 5-day turnaround, you get 2 quality players back, and really the way Moore covers the ground. The week off, we didn't want him to have a week off, but I suppose that's the only positive from it. He did get arrested and come back, so we're a bit disappointed they got rubbed out, but it's done. We got the win, which is great, against Gold Coast, and now they can show what they can do here tonight.
Rats, Kenny, I'm going to ask you about the two dummies, Sicily and Moore, and ask the question: was there more said in the club about the silly actions that they delivered? Because the competition has now said if you do that, you're going to get suspended. Did Sam do any more with that information?
Oh, there was a chat to the whole group, not just to those two.
Yeah, that's what I meant, to the whole group.
Yeah, to the whole group there was, around their responsibilities, and a slip up can really hurt you, and it could have been that we lost that game and Gold Coast had momentum and we really needed those two out there, but we were fortunate we got the game back on our terms, but it was mentioned around the responsibility of all players not to make those mistakes.
And can I take you back to opening round, because since then it's been perfect. I mean, the Hawks have been playing really good footy and look like one of the real challenges in the comp. The lessons from opening round for the team. I feel like I did that game with Gerard. We were up in Sydney and did that game. I just felt like there wasn't a great energy in the team for team defence.
Yeah, I think we weren't at our best in that space, and I think that's sometimes you just need a little bit of a whack here and there, Kenny, as you know, and that was one for us right at the start of the year to sort of say, hey, that's not how we play and want to go about it, and it's been sort of a bit of a driver for the boys to make sure that we're more like us as a team and bring that out, and then whether we win, lose or draw, we're hard to play against and we're super competitive, so we've done that for the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, been really good. I mean, the Nasty Hawks, and we know what Sam's group was like when they played, so they've got a bit of the Nasty Hawks going. A couple of questions now around the team and the way it's been playing. Team defence versus your back seven. I see something slightly different, I reckon, with the Hawks, with the way they defend. I think they rely a lot more on the back seven, maybe 8, to get the defensive stuff covered off, and they don't not put energy into team defence. But I reckon if they're on turnover, if they're caught out, they back that back group.
Yeah, I think the talent that we have in the back end to mark the ball as well is, it's been publicly stated around their ability to do that. And Barris's form, especially early in the first 2-3 weeks, was unbelievable. He was marking everything. But, I think we still put a really high price on our Team D. Sometimes some teams are just good to get it through. And what we have seen this year is really the momentum waves, and they've been big at times too, for and against. So last week against Gold Coast, 6 goals they kicked in a row, and we just keep working on how do we stop the 6-goal momentum into just 2 or 3 and not let it blow out and change the game, and that can be through stoppage and transition. So trying to put a finger on both of those is really important.
It's a great question because we always get asked as coaches, don't we, the momentum swings. Yeah. How do you stop momentum? I don't see any real trigger you can pull other than maybe filling up the contest.
Yeah, it is. It's interesting. There's so many different philosophies, and I used you, Ken Hinkley, this week around, even with our younger coaches at VFL level about momentum. Is what's our philosophy as coaches? Is it, yours was a bit more, if they've scored 3, well, we're going to score the next one, and you really go for it, where other teams have maybe gone a bit more defensive in the way they go. Yeah. So trying to get aligned as coaches around what we really want and how we want to go about it is the critical part to give that information to the younger players. And, that's at VFL level. Sam and the coaches have been through it numerous times at AFL level, but it is a question. I think the coaches have got to get on the same page first, but it is a challenge in the game. I think if some coaches would love to call a timeout, Kenny, every now and again.
Would be handy, wouldn't it, the basket timeout? Now tell us, Rats, the Gunston role for those people who are going to watch again tonight. We're going to see him disconnect at different stages and away from the team. Is that instructional, or is that, Jack, you do what you do because you're such a smart player?
I think we just give him a little bit of a guide in what they're after, but it's really, Jack, you do what you want to do, and when you think it's appropriate, and how the game and the momentum's going, and sometimes how the ball's coming down to him. If we're sort of on a hot streak, he'll play it maybe a little bit different to if it's not getting down, and he might have to work up a little bit higher. But he's such a clever player. He's like a nice Penfolds red. I reckon he's getting better with age.
He's one of my favourites, Rats, to watch.
Yeah, I think the stories of, we sometimes get players that are a little bit older, and we sort of put a ceiling, he'll be done at 32 or 33. Yeah. But to watch Gunners and Tex Walker and these blokes still blossoming and playing nearly their best footy in their careers as they get to 34 and 35, and it's just great to watch.
Yeah, it's good for the game that we keep him in the game. Will Day, how's he tracking? I mean, I did hear through the week he's on track for about round 11 VFL. What's his training build-up looking like now at the club?
Yeah, he's doing a little bit more contact. He had a little bit of a workout with our tackling coach during the week. Just a bit more, it was controlled, but just to put him through some of the, the combative side of things and feel the pressure and how his shoulder goes and all that. But he's going really well. He's ticked every box, and that's the luxury of maybe in a few weeks having him back in the team.
He's a good player. Just the obvious question, Rats. I've got to ask it. You're probably not going to answer it really honestly. Nick Dacos. Finn McGuinness?
Finn's in the team. Yep. Is that what you're after, Kenny?
No. Is Finn going to start alongside Nick at any stage tonight? Well, no, importantly, in the first 1 minute, is he going to get near Nick?
They'll be both out there together, Ken. That's as honest as I can ask. And
they'll be together. He said they'd be together, Gerard, so that means he's going to be tagging.
They could be together, could be running past each other. They could be standing at other ends of the ground. But,
I've looked at his jobs on Nick, and Rats, you're too smart not to let him be on Nick. I'm not sure whether Sam's going to listen to you, but you're going to.
Let's watch, and it'll be entertaining.
How's the ruck combination evolved to the eye of the coaches, Brett, with Meek and Reeves together?
I think both of them have had their moments throughout the season so far. I think, even at the end of the Geelong game, we got Ned on to do the centre bounce with 2 minutes to go and really change the game. And then Meekie's had, some really big quarters where he's, taking his marks and been bullocking and following up and all that as well. So the combination is going really well for us. And, do they need more game time to play? Not sure, but they're getting managed through the week. So if they need a little bit more, we can do it. It's a 5-day turnaround this week, which is great for them anyway. And they sort of play around that 50% each, which is great. But I've been really pleased with their work and how they're going together.
So how much of it is prescriptive, is whether it's 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes all the way through, and then how much is strategic in what you just referenced there at the end of the Geelong game?
I think it's more around, I suppose, the trends of the game too. We start off with sort of a plan, but as that plan goes along, and it might not be working with one of the ruckman versus another one, or our clearance rate or things like that. So we will tinker with it a little bit, but they'll both get roughly the same time, but how they're opposed to different ruckmen, we'll have a play with that as well.
And how do you find your role, Brett? Is you've got one of the smartest coaches in the competition in Sam Mitchell, and then a really impressive assistant group. Adrian Hickmott is spoken about right around the competition, David Hale, Kate Simpson, David McCain. It doesn't end there, obviously, with Gia as part of your setup. Give us just a little picture of the brains trust at the Hawks.
Well, they're all... what's been assembled is, I suppose, different personalities, and they all bring different... I suppose, traits to the match committee room, you could say, and they're building. So some of them have been younger and some have been around the competition for group is the different views. And then, more importantly, the different challenges that they throw at the other coaches around what they want, and really question how we go about things and the structures and that. So it's not just, yes, we're going to roll over and just do what Sam wants. I think that's what's really powerful about this group, is they're up for the argument, but when we leave that room, it's Sam's ticked it off, and that's the way we're going to go about it. But I think we're throwing up different things and trying to stay ahead of the competition with different strategies within the game, and I think that's really healthy for a coaching group.
It sounds like it. Brett, great to have you with us. Good luck for tonight.
Great, and good to see you around, Kenny. Good to hear from you, mate.
See you, mate.
Good on you, buddy.
Brett Ratton on the Bunnings Build-Up.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
Croydon to breakdown, South Road, William Street, Skittles Plains to Smash, North East Road, Tartan Road. Other than that, roadworks, Anglevale Road, Hilliard, Green Hill Road, Unley, Anson Road, Mansfield Park, Regency Road, Ferreton Park, Alice Road, St Mary's and Finder Road at Woodville West. This may do something that feels good. Walk or run 10,000 steps a day in Starlight Super Steps Challenge and help brighten up life for sick kids in hospital. Sign up at supersteps.org.au. That's the latest traffic on SEN SA, made at SA for SA.
Tundra, Toyota's flagship truck, is here with our most powerful performance hybrid engine, undeniable Toyota quality, and a 4.5-tonne brake towing capacity. It's ready to work hard and play harder. Question is, are you ready for it? Toyota Tundra, ready for everything and available now. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Check Vehicles Owner's Manual and Toyota Basic Towing Guide before attaching loads.
What is it like to see someone you love go through a serious health issue?
Very few things bring a tear to my eye, but I must admit, when I saw Veronica after the surgery, tubes and wires and stuff everywhere, and I stood there, I felt just completely helpless. I teared up, and it was just really confronting.
Has going through this experience changed you in any way?
It makes you realise, well, we've had a fabulous life together. Let's make the rest of it fabulous as well.
For more about finding hope when those we love are suffering, visit messagesofhope.org.au.
Adelaide property owners, you're quietly sitting on something pretty powerful. Over the last few years, your home has grown significantly in value, which means one thing, equity. But here's the question, what are you actually doing with your equity? Because right now, that equity could be working for you. You could use it to secure your future and your family's future without needing to dip into your savings. No selling, no starting again, just leveraging what you already have. I'm Tony Hayek, CEO of Blue Wealth Property. For 25 years, I've been helping Australians cut through the confusion and make the right decisions. You don't need to know all the answers. That's my job. My team and I do the research so you can invest with confidence. We'll guide you step by step through the whole process, from strategy to settlement and beyond. It's not as complicated as the market makes it seem. You just need clarity. So don't overthink it. Just do it. Email us at sen@bluewealth.com.au and book a discovery call today. That's sen@bluewealth.com.au.
Mums, it's time to put yourself first. This Mother's Day, rush into Chemist Warehouse. You'll find Skin Republic Hyaluronic Acid and Collagen Face Mask only $5.39. Ego QV Ceramide Cleanser 1.25 kilogram or Moisturising Lotion 1.25 litre exclusive sizes, $22.99 each. Slap on some Nivea Q10 SPF 50-day fluid 40ml, just $22.69. And for the night, get Aven Derm Absolute Intensive Reshaping Anti-Aging Night Cream 40ml, just $39.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Darren's days of digging blind are over. Ever since he blindly dug into that internet cable and took out an entire neighbourhood. Ever since his insurance declined to cover the repair costs. And ever since he saw that he was millimetres away from also striking a high voltage electricity cable. Don't be like Darren. Always search before you dig online before every job to avoid striking buried pipes and cables. Search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Bring your home to life from just $1,000 at our famous May Spend and Save. Right now, from just $1,000, you can bring your home to life with beautiful National Tiles for your entire family room and kitchen floors, or all your with all National Tiles reduced. Absolutely no exceptions, but you'll have to be quick. So rush into National Tiles or go online now and save. Conditions apply.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
And it's welcome back to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search before you dig, online every time. Stephen Quartermain with you. Adam Simpson joins me at the box here at the MCG for the build-up.
The walk up through the crowd. Looks like it's, what are we thinking, 80?
No,
70?
Well, someone was suggesting less than 70.
Ah, okay.
So,
yeah, it's a perfect night. I mean, the weather in Victoria the last 3 or 4 weeks has just been so... Is it like this every year? I haven't been around for 12 years.
Yes.
It is?
No.
Right.
I'm lying.
Okay.
No, this is very unusual. Being May 1 tomorrow. No, this has been quite bizarre.
Enjoy it while you can.
Very enjoyable. It's coming Saturday night.
What's that? The weather?
The winter.
The winter's coming.
The winter's coming.
Okay.
So Saturday night, and then it's raining cats and dogs on Sunday, about 15 mils of rain, and then...
Right. Good for the garden.
Then she takes off. So, but it has been absolutely beautiful conditions.
Yeah.
By the way, both teams as selected, no late changes.
Okay.
As we continue to go through the teams, Adam, just recapping again, the big news out of Richmond is that Lawler has... We understand, well, I was just doing some checking before, it sounds like it's a partial tear, so it's 6 to 8.
Yeah, well, you've got to take it easy too with those type of injuries. We spoke briefly before about what's going on at Richmond. And when you're a senior coach, that's literally what you're saying to your strength and conditioning guys.
So we're up to 15, I think they are
16,
now.
16 unavailable players, and it's not an event now, it's a pattern, and you got to do a full audit of your program. And regardless of the sensitivity that sometimes your medical team might think, you're sort of encroaching on the area, but you've got to look into what is happening, whether collision injuries, soft tissue, stress-related, training, what's going on training. You don't do an Achilles at training. Well, something's happening with recovery, preparation,
nothing to do with the
diet.
surface?
Well, it's a full audit required. Yeah. And sometimes you don't even get an answer out of all of that, but you got to look into it. And the petrometer reading of the ground, your recovery sessions, these young players just seem to be not getting through the season, and it's really hurting the rebuild. Well,
Smiley was the scary one yesterday. A light kick, and then he's done his quad.
His quad, yeah. So
this doesn't make sense.
And I can't tell you the stress that these medical guys carry when it comes to trying to get these players back, because what would be for any normal human a 8-week recovery for a quad, you get them back in 5 with good, management and process. And when you have a reoccurring injury, it then just starts to dig right into your psyche about, the next one I'll give them an extra 2 weeks, and then so you got to hold your nerve. And so there'll be a lot of pressure around that medico team about what's happening. And And sometimes it is just bad luck as well. So you just got to dig right into it.
Yeah, 16 seems a bit more than bad luck.
I've lived through it quarters, and apparently it was my fault. Anyway, it was another story.
By the way, the teams have headed back into the rooms after their warm-up for Ream, manufacturing in Australia for over 80 years. Let's continue looking at the teams for the weekend. Simo, let's move to Geelong versus the Kangas at GMHBA at 4:35 Saturday start. 2 changes for the Cats. De Koning back in, Kolajasny in. Blitzarves has done that knee. And Bowes is being managed. While for the Kangas, Charlie Comben is back in after the stomach bug. Pink has been omitted. But the bad news for the Roos is that Comben's housemate is George Wardlaw. And he is currently spending a lot of time on the toilet. So there's a watch on George Wardlaw at the moment.
Right. All right. That's good to know, Steve.
Sorry, I
I'll
know
write that one down. Yeah, I'll tell you about North. It just they didn't win.
Cause an upset?
Yeah, I think. Well, I was about to get into it, and you've just sort of got to the end of the story before I even started. But I thought the maturity of North last week against the Giants, they didn't win, but it felt like
they were right in it.
It just felt like a different North, didn't it? So I think we're seeing the evolution now, where then they might not finish in the top 8 this year, but you can sort of sense the evolution started of. It's no longer a rebuild. It's now we're competing, and it's about pulling the right levers, managing momentum on the grounds, you're tagging someone, all the type of things that you can do now as a coach rather than just get games into the kids. I feel like the dial has tipped over to the point where if they did have a win on the road, we wouldn't be a massive shock upset, would it?
No,
I mean, it would be to win down there. I mean,
that's one of the
almost impossible.
But
the
jobs in footy,
I don't know if you want to play the Cats after a bad performance or a good performance. I think sometimes coming off a bad one, they go even harder down there.
Yeah.
So it's probably going to be more about Geelong, to be honest. Where are they at?
They were really. I mean, they should have lost by 10 goals last week.
Yeah,
and they admit that themselves.
Yep, and Chris's ability to move on and just worry about the things that really matter. That's been a real asset of his. So this is another test for Geelong, who we all keep writing off. I've already heard it already that this is the year that they drop. I'll believe it when I see it.
No, agree with that. Carlton Saints, obviously there's a bit of added interest with De Koning and Silvani playing against the old team. For the Blues, Sard, Hollins, Mackay and Pitnet come back in. So some big ins there for the Blues. Lord's been omitted, Moy's been omitted, Byrne omitted and Young. So four changes there. All 4 players dropped.
One of the
and
better sides this year, don't you think, Steve?
Sorry?
Sorry, I interrupted. One of the better sides on paper.
Yes, for the Blues.
For the Blues?
Yeah, absolutely. And the Saints, Stocker and Henry come in. Flying Ryan's out with that nasty corky.
Yep.
And Clark is also injured with the knee.
Who's favourites for that game?
The Saints? Have to go the Saints, but they're 4 good ins for the Blues.
Yeah. Well, Saints, for me, is still working on what their best version looks like. What are they? A really good stoppage team, ball movement, momentum. I'm trying to work out their absolute strength just yet. It's still a work in progress. They're pretty good at everything and not great at everything at the same time. So I think we'll find a bit more about the Saints this week in a game that they really should be winning, but we also wouldn't be surprised if the Blues won.
So if you're Carlton's coach, do you use any psyche regarding De Koning and Silvani? Do you use that at all?
I think he's worrying about
not that sort of rubbish
on his plate.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't think the motivation would be that.
Yeah.
It's probably more how you handle it as a playing group. I'd be interested to see what Ken thinks when you're playing against someone who's left your club. He'd go the biff. He'd play Eye of the Tiger quarter time on his portable speaker. But there's what do we do to get going? It's probably more how you don't cross the line if there's any type of angst. But these days, it's hard to get the players up in that space.
Yeah.
They don't live in the genuine hatred space like you'd like them to be every now and then. So, no, I think there's more issues at play for the Blues. They should just be playing some good footy and try and get a good win.
Sunday squads for the Swans. Milliken, Heaney. Great news for the Swans is back in. Those McLean and Laddams. And McCartan's out for at least a couple with a knee. He's a bad loss for them.
Yeah, the ruck battle's going to be the one for me.
Yes.
Grundy gone.
Former teammates.
Yeah. Imagine if they were still together. He assaulted the Bulldogs ruckman last week. Grundy, it was borderline unfair there for a while. It was just a demolition. So this will be a really good test for both those rucks, and I think whoever wins that battle probably wins the game, although, Melbourne haven't won away from the G just yet. So
Demons are brought in the squad. Petty, Cross, Henderson and Monners Wakefield, and Cully's out with the knee. And on, I think the hardest game to tip is the last game. Sunday night, 7:20, the Suns versus the Giants. For the Suns, Moyle, Davies, Jeffrey, Closey, Goulburn come in. Witts has been managed, as has Hewland.
Managed?
Zeke Hewland.
How do you feel about Sunday night 7:20 games?
Don't like
You don't like them?
No.
Why is that?
It's too late. Too many other things for families to do.
Okay.
Both as spectator and as a viewer or a listener.
So you won't be watching?
I'll be allowed. I'll watch as much as I'm allowed.
Sorry, you'll be allowed to watch?
Yes.
Oh, you need to get permission to watch the footy at home?
Well, Sunday night is MasterChef night.
Fair enough.
There has to be a compromise in marriages, Adam, as you well know.
Yes. Yeah, I sort of thought it was your job, but anyway, we'll worry about that later. But yeah, the 7:20 game's interesting. It's I don't mind it. You sort of drift off when it comes to the last quarter if it's not a great game, don't you?
True. And for the Giants, Briggs, Ralston, Fonte and Riccardi come in, and Madden has done a knee. So you've got to pick Gold Coast, don't you? Mind you, the Giants' record against them is outstanding.
Is it? I didn't know that. No, well, Witts is the one for me. Like, where's he at? He was the argument could have been made he was one of the best ruckmen in the league.
But the rules got him?
The rules have got him.
Yeah.
I mean, O'Brien's the same at the Crows. I wonder if that's part of the reason why they're not really dominating around the ball like they were last year. They don't have that dominant bullocking ruckman that they had. So, yeah, they'll take a bit of time to work that out. But I still think the Suns. I'm going the Suns.
Yeah, me too. Both the Hawks and the Pies are paying tribute to Tom Mitchell.
Oh, really?
MCG. Well, he's retired now. Of course, he started 55 games, then joined the Hawks, played 106 games, including the Brownlow in 18, and then, of course, he had that horrific broken leg. There was some fear at one stage that he may not ever play again. Right. So he got back. It was never quite the same from his Brownlow year, but then went to Collingwood, 36 games, and became a premiership player in 23 and played a darn good game that
How have you seen his career after all that? Do you see it as he's not probably one of the greats of the game, but
two-time All-Australian,
and 2 All-Australians.
Lee Matthews medalist, 3 times Hawthorn best and fairest.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Yeah, but he's done a pretty good job in the media too in his little transition into trying to explain some of the tactics from a player's point of view. It sort of shows you how smart you've got to be now if you're a leader and you're a player. You've got to know the ins and outs of some strategy, whereas some players just want to play.
Yeah.
I think he likes the technical side of the game as well, so good on him.
Did you put much time into Tom Mitchell when he was at his peak?
No.
Not really?
No, that's probably was my question. I mean, the dominant year or two at the Hawks was when he was at his best, wasn't it?
He had that 50-odd, and Buckley basically...
If someone's having 50, really. I'm probably putting a little bit of work. A bit like Pendlebury last week. But yeah, it's he's had a good career, no doubt. He'd be satisfied with what he's achieved, more than satisfied. And these two clubs in particular, have been great clubs to be a part of.
SEN's AFL tipping is back for season 2026. Win weekly prizes or a footy finals experience thanks to the brand of hot water that comes on steady, hot and strong Ream. Register now at tipping.sen.com.au. As we go to the break here at the MCG as the build-up continues for Collingwood versus Hawthorn, let's get an odds update thanks to our friends at PointsBet.
An odds update brought to you by PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for footy.
Jules the Soup here with an odds update for PointsBet. Big one tonight at the G. The Magpies take on the Hawks. The Hawks certainly come in flying, and they look the better side right now, while the Pies have been a little bit up and down, although they were pretty good on Anzac Day. Quick reminder, all stats in this preview are powered by StatMate, and of course, PointsBet's Pull'em. Build a multi with at least 4 legs and a $5 total odds, and you can pull a leg before the start of the third quarter. So let's get into it tonight. The first leg, it's the Hawks head-to-head. They've been in great form. They haven't lost since the Giants in opening round, and they're $1.22 with PointsBet. Next, Jack Gunston, 3+ goals. He has been unbelievably consistent. StatMate shows he's kicked 3+ in 9 straight matches and 16 of his last 18. That's $1.33. Josh Dacos, 26 plus disposals is the next leg. He loves the G and racks it up in the open space. He's had 26 plus in 5 straight matches at the ground. That's $1.65. And the value leg is Patrick Lipinski for 21 plus disposals. He's got a great record at the G and his price is good at $2.60. So this one is on pull and watch. So the multi tonight, Hawthorn to win at $1.22, Jack Gunston 3 plus goals, Josh Dacos 26 plus disposals, and Paddy Lipinski for 21 plus disposals. That one is on pull and watch. Total price $5.25. So just make sure you're watching Paddy Lipinski early. If he's not getting involved, he's the one to consider pulling. Overall, this should be an absolute cracker, but the Hawks might have a little bit too much firepower for the Magpies, who are missing some key players. The Hawks to win by 25 points. For all your AFL markets, get onto the PointsBet app.
Brought to you by PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for footy. PointsBet, built different. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 and sauce.
The wait is over. 4-20 season is back.
Imagine being invisible. You could mess with someone's mind. Sneak up on them, and they wouldn't know you're there. Even scare them to death. When you speed on our roads, that's what happens, because no one sees you coming. Think road safety. A message from the Government of South Australia.
For 185 years, Elders Real Estate has been embedded in the fabric of our country. So when it's time to buy or sell in your part of Australia, you need a trusted name. Someone who knows Australian real estate like no other. Who understands that it's not just a house. It's your past. It's your focus. It's your future. Someone with a network that runs deep right across Australia. There's one name you can rely on. Elders Real Estate.
A legendary country deserves a legendary bottle shop. At Liquorland, we've been filling fridges and helping Aussies raise a glass for over 50 years. Cold, but cosy nights in. And summer sundowners, hosting the watch party. Or cooking for a full house, for the last minute dash on the way, or ordering your favourites from the couch. We'll bring the epic value and the legendary drinks. Liquorland. Legendary. Choose to drink wise.
Ugh, that's enough to send shudders down anyone's spine. Did you know termites cause more damage to Adelaide and Australian homes each year than fire and flood combined? That's over $1 billion. But there's a simple solution. Start with visual termite inspection from SA's leading pest control specialists. Your team from Murray's.
No worries with the team from Murray's.
Go to murraypestcontrol.com.au.
Tundra, Toyota's flagship truck, is here with our most powerful performance hybrid engine, undeniable Toyota quality, and a 4.5-tonne brake towing capacity. It's ready to work hard and play harder. Question is, are you ready for it? Toyota Tundra, ready for everything and available now. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Check Vehicles Owner's Manual and Toyota Basic Towing Guide before attaching loads.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in store dedicated to you and your trade. whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs, or arranging delivery direct to site. And our builders team with dedicated account managers has got you covered at every building stage, from the front fence to the back gate. Plus, you can call our Trade Assist team on 134872 for quick quotes on a wide range of supplies, saving you time and hassle. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
At Beaumont's, we bring your bathroom to life with the leading brands in bathroom wear, like Phoenix, Mia, Timberline, Fienza and more. And right now, you can get 20% off when you spend $1,500 on bathroom wear. T's and C's apply. Beaumont's, where bathrooms begin.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
The Hawks are the first team onto the MCG tonight. Welcome back to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. It's Collingwood and Hawthorn to start round 8. Our pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. Now fully assembled in the box. Quarters, hello to you.
Hello, G. How you going, mate?
I'm well.
Looking forward to a good. Hopefully, I'm not sure it's going to be an 80,000 plus tonight, but nevertheless, it'll be at least 65. And could we not have any better conditions? It's absolutely magnificent night, and it's like carpet.
If there's anyone who knows the recent history of these two teams, you can close your eyes and you can see Buddy hurdling here and Luke Ball snapping there and Buddy in the pocket there, as a lot of these fans will have been here for so many of these huge encounters in modern history.
Yeah, it's a funny rivalry, this one. The Hawks seem to have had the wood on the Pies for a large number of the last 15 to 20 years, but it seems the Collingwood happened to win the big ones. That preliminary final night was, in fact, that Franklin goal, that would have gone down as one of the greatest goals in the history of the game if Hawthorn had won. But they didn't. And, so that was the story. But, going on to that, by the way, that loss in that prelim, I'm told that the Hawks in some ways were, while they were devastated, they said they were absolutely zero chance the next week. They were absolutely cooked, as a couple of players told me in years past. So there you go.
Hang on. What year was that, Steve? Oh, g'day,
2011.
Yeah, I was one of the coaches that year. I thought we were going all right. To dig it a bit deeper.
A couple of players told me they were,
Players had booked their trips, Emma. You didn't
I'm
know.
sure they would have got up for the
of course they would have. But
who played in the
Geelong.
Geelong.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been a big one.
It would have been a big one.
Yeah,
but yeah,
coulda, woulda, shoulda.
That's not making any excuses,
would have
of
got
course,
him again.
but that was the intel that I got. That they were really starting to struggle a bit.
You were pretty close to the wheelhouse, aren't you, at the Hawks? I've realised you've got some
insider,
ins.
mate.
He's got some ins. You're one of the ones.
Not really.
I know who the mole is.
Just a supporter. Just a humble supporter
That demands a lot of information.
Never reveal your sources.
No, that's
Mr.
fair
Simpson.
enough.
Teams have begun the warm-ups for remanufacturing in Australia for more than 80 years. So let's get into it with Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson, our experts for Power Bay, premium energy solutions for sustainable Australian homes. Have you done a game with these two?
I've done plenty with Simo.
Together?
We're together for the first time. I'm looking forward to it. I've got to say, I do love my Thursday nights listening to these fellas. It's been great. So to be part of it tonight is I'm looking forward to it.
You're in for a treat, as is everybody using SEN Sync, SEN Stadium, and joining us on AFL Nation right around the country. The Pies come out with the light show for them. The sparklers are firing. Kenny and Simo, get into it.
Well, Simo, what are you going for? Straight away, I'm going to put the acid on you.
Well, I want to know what you're going to do with Gunston if you're Collingwood. That's the first thing I'm thinking about. If he holds that length that we've seen, I haven't seen them live for a little while, but if there's a 20-metre gap between him and the next forward, then I know they're going to hold their length. And I'm just trying to figure out which smart Collingwood defender is going to handle that. Is it a Moore type or is it a Maynard that knows how to squeeze up with the rest of the team, or do they stay back on Gunston? Because no one's had more shots than him this year. And it's because of his talent, but it's also because they set the game up for Jack and his ability to get that isolation. So that's something big I'm looking out for. What are you looking for?
Yeah, well, I think the challenge with that for the Pies is, Moore probably needs to be there for Lewis, a bit bigger body, and either that or Frampton. And they've got Deere as well, who are, the real genuine tools for him to take care of. Gunston, he's in such good form. He demands their best defender. Now, if that's Darcy Moore off a 3-week spell, it's Darcy Moore, if that's what it takes. What
would you do?
I think I'd run the risk of taken Darcy Moore to him if he was okay. I'd want, like he nearly played last week, so he's absolutely ready to go. So I think you need long arms, long gadgets to be able to get a hand in on a spoil that not many others can do. If you're undersized a little bit, which Maynard would be undersized, Frampton I don't think would have the speed to match and the sideways movement. So I don't think it's Frampton. So it's going to be Maynard or Moore, you would think. You watch Frampton, will be the first bloke there.
Well, the other thing you'll do as a coach too, Ken, is you go through your what-ifs, or we used to call them what-ifs.
Yeah, what-ifs.
And it's what if Gunston's kicked 4 in the first quarter and a half, and how do you defend as a team? Do you drop a player back in front? Do you really change your defensive system? So that's the Collingwood issue. And the other issue the Pies have is how to handle this back line. It's in probably the best back six in the competition, and we saw Port a couple of weeks ago just attack the 50 a little bit different.
Yeah, lowered their eyes and hit up on blokes, but they had different players. So they had Georgiades who could come up at the ball, and a lot of their smalls were capable of marking the ball as well. I think the Hawthorn back line, it's the brought back line. They've been brought in. They've all been brought in. At bar Sicily Sicily and Hardwick. Scrimshaw's brought in, Barras, Battle, Impey, Amon. They just go and buy their back line. And they've done it really well, and it's put them in a really comfortable position now.
Yeah. And,
it is an interesting spot, the back half. You go, well, normally you don't know who the best backs are in their career until they get through to about 24 or 5. And then you start to find out who can really play under pressure down behind the footy. And I don't mind their approach to go and buy this back line. And, Barras, firsthand how good he is. Battle, identified really clearly through St Kilda and what he brings. And Sam loves kickers.
He does. And if you're Collingwood, Elliott, I think he comes into the game the quicker it is. So if they can get a bit of speed with their ball movement, get a bit of space, and when they go slow, which I think they addressed a few weeks ago, Steve, they go a little bit quicker now and get a bit more isolation. That might be an opportunity to lower your eyes.
During training during the week, Jordan Goey spent a lot of time working out of the goal square. Is that something that they might throw up?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Well, he might be the classic goal square centre bounce type of player, which I think that's his best role when he's deep or on ball for
Who gets him?
Play.
Who gets him? Is it Hardwick?
I don't know if they have a direct matchup, do they? Normally, I thought the Hawks just whoever's there they'll take.
Yeah.
I've seen I've seen Barras play on Charlie Cameron before, so it doesn't look like he's in the same shape he was 5 years ago. But their ability to play on anyone, they've got the speed. So it'll be interesting to see if there is any matchups in the front half for Collingwood. And then the midfield battle, how do you see that playing out?
Well, it's a really interesting one because of a couple of players. One's called Nick Dacos, and the other one's Newcombe probably. They're both, Nick Dacos is clearly a much more damaging mid around the whole ground. But Jai Newcombe, in and around the ball stuff, in the focus where the heat on the furnace is, he gets it done as well as anyone in through there. So it'd be really, really interesting to see, we had Rats on before, and I would be staggered if it's not Finn McGuinness. But, Sam does play his own stuff.
Well, they tried with Butler on Butters a few weeks ago. It lasted one quarter. And the reason why he dropped it is it wasn't the Butters situation. It was they were 2 to 10 clearances against. So sometimes you tag someone and you might keep that player quiet, but you lose the quarter and you lose the game. So the balance between putting a heap of time into Dacos and just playing your way is going to be interesting.
See what like Brisbane did. They said we'll just go to him a little bit with Dunkley.
That's right.
Around stoppage, and then we'll play from there, which is pretty brave. Go have a bloody good side to do that with Nick Dacos, I reckon.
Well, the other matchup, which is really interesting, is the 4 rucks. We've seen the Gawn and Grundys and Jackson of the world, but when you got Cameron and Steen and Reeves and Meek, it's like these C+ players.
Is it nearly
C graders?
Is it becoming stock to have 2 rucks? Bar Sydney, like Freo got 2.
Well, yeah, I think it's if you don't have a dominant 1, you need an okay 2.
Yeah, and that's what I think. A few of the clubs who haven't got the 2 dominant rucks have been obviously Gawn and Grundy, and then English, who's back in this week.
Yep.
So if you haven't got them, you tend to support with 2 because of the 23rd man.
What's working well with sides this year, Ken, is the grinder, the guy who just grinds at the Cameron type, and then you spring load with the jumping ruckman in the last quarter. And we saw Steen a few weeks ago with Dacos, just took apart Carlton single-handedly, and Dacos would have got 3 or 4 centre clearances in that last quarter. So Yeah. Reeves is I think he's number one hit-outs to advantage player in the competition. So that's going to be an interesting matchup, what they do with that. Who gets on the fly out of the middle. Hawks kicked 4 goals out of the middle last week, so they look pretty sharp, and the Pies weren't too far off either. So might be a pretty even battle.
Yeah, it's going to be. It should be a very good game. Hawthorn, as you said, 6-0 in the last 6. They're flying.
Yeah.
There's a look down the ground and see the Wizard down there, and you go, they've got a few more weapons. Moore's back in the side. They've got talls as well. We talked about Gunston, we talked about Lewis, Deer. Collingwood just are going to have to survive with a couple of special players up in their front half. I think there's no doubt about that.
And their defensive system.
Yeah, that'll hold them in a good position for most of the game, because they are, as we said earlier in the show, Hawthorn are outstanding at hitting the scoreboard when they go inside 50. Collingwood are just as good at denying that.
Yep.
So we're going to have the best conversion against the best defence in some ways, and say, okay, well, let's see what can win. I'm fascinated in, is offence going to win, or is defence going to still hold up when it comes to the big games? And this is a big game.
What would you do with Ginnivan if you're a Collingwood, Ken? What
would I do with Ginnivan?
I can't remember. Did he have that hair last week?
No, he's dyed his hair. He's dyed his hair. Bleached his head tonight.
He's gone back to the bleach days of the Pies. Is that a backhander? So what you obviously Fly doesn't really live in this world, but I like to dip my toe into it, and you like to live in it.
Yeah.
What are some of the things you do when your player leaves your club, even if it's on reasonable terms, and you're playing against? Do you let it go, or do you just bring it up with a look here and there?
You try different tactics, I reckon.
Right.
We had one that was really successful once against a past player who we ignored.
Yeah, we've done that one.
When we ignored him, he lost it. Absolutely lost it. Why isn't any of his mates talking to him? What have I done? I've made a choice and moved on to another club. And then there's the other one where you verbally go hard or physically go hard.
That was the Alan Border 1989 Ashes philosophy when they went to England as the worst team in the history of the game to go. The rule number one was do not engage the opposition in any shape or form, and it threw England right off.
Yeah. Well, it's a good tactic if you don't think you can win, because you can only get a bit of mess on yourself.
Yeah, I'd love to see a fight tonight.
Oh, Simo, you're a violent man. I don't get it with you.
There's not enough hatred. There's not enough hatred in the game. Everyone's too matey.
If you want violence,
look at them high-fiving each other in the middle.
Go after them then. Come on, let's get this game going and get a bashing going.
A coin toss for Keno goes $40 million jackpot. Download the app. Joan Newcomb called successfully. So to the city end, to the right as we look at the Hawks will go. Keno go, play with $2 today. A ground report for Ram Truck, built for 4x4 performance. Ram Truck's 1500 Rebel has landed. It won't be tough tonight. What a glorious night in Melbourne it is. It's 21 degrees still. We're in a freakishly good run of autumn weather. Who'll be the unmissable moment for Drinkwise? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
I'm just going to say the Wiz, because he's going to do something.
What about Guinea with the hair?
Well, he'll have a preordained celebration, and I bet you it's a reflection of the Pies.
Yes, it does have that little feel to it. So the warm-ups are done for Ream, steady, hot and strong. Our pre-game is done for Before You Dig, before every job search, Before You Dig online every time. And that leads us to the final word for best sheds, Australian sheds at the lowest prices. Ken Hinkley, who wins?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Hawks, only because I think they've got the better team out there on the park tonight.
Adam Simpson, who wins?
Yeah, the head says the same thing, but I'll just stick with the Hawks. I won't make any excuses.
You did say off air you thought Collingwood could get
Well, I just think there might be something in the air tonight, so look out for a Dacos masterclass.
A fan out to their positions around the MCG as the countdown comes. The past 9 encounters between these two teams have alternated by turns. It would be Collingwood's turn, but Hawthorn have had the wood at various stages in this rivalry in more recent times. To get us underway, AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. This is round 8. We begin at the MCG with Hawthorn and Collingwood to do battle on Thursday night footy, and you are with Stephen Quartermain.
Thank you, Gerard. And in the ruck, there's going to be Cameron up against Reeves, who's playing game 50 tonight for the Hawks. It's taken him a while. It is a big part of the Hawthorn lineup in 2026. And up it goes. Cameron got the first tap. De Goey runs onto the ball. Tackled immediately by Ward. Forced to release quickly. Spills to Newcomb. On the right boot. Measures the kick to the 50. It's a beautiful delivery. And it hits up Deer, who's marked 55 metres out from goal. Members side. 45-degree angle at the city end.
More going to Gunston early on in the game. Have a shot, is he?
Kalsha Deer.
Yeah, I think he
got
is.
it just within him.
Easy, Steve.
2 games, 2 goals this season. Deer from 60 bangs it long. It's a good-looking kick. It's going to be dropping into the goal square. Off hands, hits the post. First score of the game is a behind to the Hawks. 1 behind on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
The coach is frustrating spoil.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just
Houston didn't get it to Frampton. Spoil made by Watson. Ginnivan back to Watson. Caught by Moore. Got the quick release. Houston trying to make amends long. Nick Dacos under fierce pressure. Ward got it for the Hawks. It was charged down. Lovely smother. Steele has a go. Works it backwards to Perryman, who might have floated this out on the full. It's right against the boundary. No, they got fists to it. So Collingwood somehow or another survived that.
Dan Houston kicking to Billy Frampton. Old mates. I wouldn't do that too often, Dan, if I was you.
Lucky let off for the Pies. Their defence in the end was good to save the day. Throw in. 50 out, Hawthorn's goal. Shane Warne stands side. Reeves over the top, got the tap. Ricochets to Houston. Just got the handball away in the nick of time. Ward handballs to Nash off his hands over the line for another throw in.
Now, Ward started alongside Nick at that stoppage. At centre bounce, it was Nash. McGuinness is on the bench, so I reckon he's going to get a few opponents tonight.
So still 50 out from the Hawks goal. City end. Reeves and Cameron. Could have been a free kick to Cameron, and that's the way the umpires saw it too. Not much doubt about that one. So a bit of relief for the Pies inside their defensive 50. Cameron has the free.
They would like to get out of this position on the ground. A couple of minutes of pure defence from the Pies. Long down the line. McStay drawn up to the footy. He takes the mark in front of Battle. A good second half last week, Dan McStay. We'll be hoping that parlays into tonight's. Up to half forward. He's kicked to an out number. Buller made the contest as he returns to the team, but the Hawks sweep it up. Amon and Ginnivan kicks across full-back. Weddle's able to bring it out the near side. He chips the kick and waits it well. Lewis is a long way up the ground, and he plays it for Deer. You could say the same. He's on the wing.
So second touch, second mark for Deer. It's an ambitious kick, looking for Gunston. He's caught behind, forced to spoil. Moore's there for Collingwood. Schultz has it for the Pies. And we'll have a ball up. Half-forward flank members side, City and Hawks into attack. 1 behind, Pies yet to score.
Looks like Hardwick on to Elliott too.
The goey caught a bit high on the Newcomb tackle.
Funny to see these games. It's a slow start, isn't it, for both sides? Pressure's up.
That luster, really. The kick towards Chris was intercepted by Weddle. He managed to knock it over the line for a throw-in almost in front of the interchange gates. Hawthorn a point, Pies yet to score.
Yeah, no speed on the game at the moment, Steve. It's just kick mark. No chain of possessions just yet. Very early days.
See side bottom on Sicily. It was an interesting matchup.
Okay.
Members wing. Reeves grapples with Cameron. They reached around each other and the umpire had quite enough of that. It's Reeves' free kick. Bit of ruck lotto played early. Starter. Impey pumps the Hawks up inside the 50. Collingwood have all the flyers. Moore brought it to ground. Josh Dacos caught underneath, had to work the quick release. Perryman crisp, hemmed in on the boundary. Hand passed it into space, trying to follow it up, and he did. He got taken down by Newcomb. It stays in dispute. The Hawks remain a chance. Watson and Ginnivan conspire, and they find Weddle wide out within range.
Really smart by Guinea, wasn't it? Just to expose find a mark just on the outside of the contest.
Yeah, it's been pretty high pressure from Hawthorn. He's sitting above the 240 mark already. And the Pies just haven't come out as high in their pressure. And it's sitting around the 145 mark.
Josh Weddle is measuring all this up from outside the boundary. Right of centre, he'll come across the juncture of 50 and the boundary. Weddle looks to thread the angle. He's pushed it all the way across the face of goal. The big men will fly. Moore put a fist into it. Hawks have the crummers. D'Ambrosio opened the angle, sold the dummy, steadied up. Oh, that's a beauty. Massimo D'Ambrosio in the left forward pocket. Constructed it thoughtfully. And that's the first goal of the night. 1-1-7 to nothing. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Yeah, it was pretty simple. Just sold a little dummy and they bit on it really hard. So unfortunately for Pies, not the sort of thing you want to see. You know, young Steele, he'll learn a little bit from that one. He on a big stage. You just go at the body, you don't go at the ball. It's old school football, isn't it?
Well, was it more that massive sprawl back into the corridor? If you're going to punch the ball, punch it over the point line. Let the ball back in play. Took the crummers out of it, and then the guys waiting on the outside balance just took over in the end.
I just feel like the Whateley kick forces him to spoil that one that way because he's defending the goal line, so he can't probably come out as much and come back at the ball. So, interesting.
Hawks 7, Pies yet to score. From the ball up, gathered by McKenzie, almost threw it off to Nash. He just jams it on the right boot. It's a chaos kick inside 50. That's a hold against Lewis. And Frampton will be the recipient for the Pies, just inside his own defensive 50. Tyre Power scoreboard, 1-1 the Hawks. Collingwood yet to score. 6 gone first quarter. Opening round 8 on AFL Nation. Frampton chooses the members' side. Cameron Flew couldn't take the mark. Quick hands now to Scrimshaw. He gives it off to Ward to Sicily. An awkward kick just finds Impey.
You're right, Ken. Sicily's getting a job. Sidebottom's got a job on Sicily tonight. See how long that lasts.
Impey hasn't got much on offer, so he goes short and sideways to Sicily, who unusually is wearing a short sleever tonight. Drives it long down the line. His target is Lewis. Got to beat a couple, can't. Fall of the ball is McDonald. Tried to get a handball off to McGuinness unsuccessfully. Crisp has got it now. Good handball to Josh Dacos. Quick hands to Maynard. Down the line's a good one. Nice build-up here for Collingwood. Here's an opportunity for Schultz.
On the outside, he played it inboard, and DeGoey has so cleverly sorted out. Shuffled it along the boundary, and then DeGoey on the inboard pass.
That all started, Gerard, from the outnumber at the ground ball. And it was a 4v2 that turned into the handball game that Collingwood are so strong in this year. They are playing a handball game when they get their moments. They're not doing it all the time, but they are playing a handball moment game. And when they do, this is what happens.
7 goals from 6 games this season. Jordan DeGoey, Collingwood's first foray forward, is a successful one. As DeGoey splits the middle. 1 straight to 1-1. We've gone 8 minutes. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Think safety this month. Get the free 5-minute tyre safety check at your local Tyre Power.
The first indication of speed in the game and advantage Collingwood, the ability to handle traffic. And once you get that forward handball going, teams stretch in front of the play, Cannon. Interesting, Hawthorn are minus 30 at metres gained with handball at the moment. So they've gone backwards 30 metres and the Pies have gone forward 30 metres. So it's just a contrast very, very early. There's no patterns at the moment. There's been a bit of kick mark, a bit of pressure. A nice settler for the Pies, though. Something they needed. It was 5 inside 50s to none in the first 5 minutes. So maybe that just settles everyone down a little bit. Going back on even pegging.
Stays had a pretty quiet start to the year. He's had a couple of nice touches early, continuing his good second half form last week.
Massive hit out of the middle then.
It was Collingwood's favour, and that's the holding the ball against Long. The tackler was Nash, and he lets him know all about it, the former Hawk.
Thought that was allowed, attempting to kick the ball.
Big switch by Nash to the southern side. Barris is free. Kicks into the centre square, marked by McKenzie. He's going to switch it to the members' side by the looks of things. He does. There's a couple of Hawks there. One of them is Battle. He's got Impey riding shotgun. He goes into the pocket. A long, strong lead from Gunston. Great lead, great mark, and a brilliant pass from Impey. That is vintage Jack Gunston.
Geez, you would test the hamstrings out there, Stevie. They were in the goal square, and he's marked that at the 50-metre junction line, and it was the deep starting position, or started in front of his man in Gunston, and it was a 45-metre sprint. Can of those hamstrings have well and truly been tested early.
They got a good test. They went through the physical test, no doubt. But the play that gets Hawthorn going is this open side to advantage.
Gunston on the boundary where the 50-metre arc meets the boundary line. He goes for goal. It's not going to quite make the distance, and it's spiked over the line by Frampton. Another rush behind it.
Simo spoil.
That's better.
1-2 to 1 goal on the Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert scoreboard.
Josh Dacos dabs it into the back pocket. Maynard takes off. Kicks long down the line, so Buller's in a grapple with Scrimshaw. Scrimshaw worked him underneath the footy and takes off. Yeah, well, he's been knocked off with a push.
Took a bit of time, the umpire, to make the decision.
Buller pumps the hand past the Nick Dacos, works it up to Elliott. No clear space, so swept it up over the top to Crisp. kicks up to half forward. There's 2 outs. Anderson gives it the side bottom. A question of accuracy. 2 bounces. Ran too close to the boundary under pressure from Nash, from Reeves, and didn't get it there. What a curious moment. Battle, and McGuinness, he should have kicked it 15
I don't think side bottom thought that Reeves was going to be that fast.
I'm not sure he should be going on the speed race.
That was a misjudgment from the star veteran. A lost opportunity for the Pies with the Hawks have possession on the outer wing. McDonald, long handball, Lewis swings onto the right, goes inside 50. Gunston's got the sit against Moore. Moore did well enough to see the ball safely over the line for a throw in. 30 out from the Hawks goal.
Going to be fascinating, this battle all night between Moore, who's proactive. He's playing in front of Gunston with 20 metres in front. Then he got back just in time to get that spoil in, which he's going to have to do several times tonight.
Yeah, well, he's got the extra length, hasn't he? He's got the 200 centimetres, and he can, long arms, get back when he needs to.
Meek against Steen. Meek's got the front spot, got the tap. Picked up by McDonald. Quick kick to the goal square. Moore and Gunston. Moore does the spoiling. Oh, it's a free kick for a hole, and it's going against Gunston.
Wouldn't have made you happy, Simo, that spoil, would it?
Well,
Moore with the free.
The advantage with the free kicks early on. Collingwood, that's probably the 4th or 5th free kick they've had.
Moore decides to go the long option down the line. Long. Got the clearance, but his handball couldn't hit the target. Hayes dropped it. Now Amon to McKenzie, and he's going to switch back into the middle. And
you can't let this happen. If you let this happen, Hawthorn are going to win easy.
So a open wing. D'Ambrosio dabs it along. Moore pokes it over the top. Now sharpening to fill the hole. 70, maybe even a little bit further. Right half forward for the Hawks. Collingwood have clogged up the defence. Nash is committed to lofting it up into the pockets. He wants Lewis, and he's just too strong. Linked into Maynard, cleared the way, and Mitch Lewis got the hands back to it.
17 uncontested marks to 4 to start the game. They've got field position, Cannon. They're going around. It feels like Collingwood are collapsing a little bit back to slow the game down. And
it's the one thing we wouldn't give to Hawthorn when we played against them in the last few years, is we just wouldn't give them the weak side exit.
Mitch Lewis, 45-degree angle to the right. 35 metres from goal. Lewis pushes it hard across the face. And it's another blemish for the Hawks. 1-3, they lead to 1 straight. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
I'll get you to explain that in a bit more detail in a minute, Ken, about when you're playing the Hawks, you take away a switch kick is what you're saying?
Yep.
Force them back down the line.
And you've got to get there early because they've got to see you.
Dacos, his kick is good. Finds Jack Buller back in the team for the Pies tonight. After a spell on the twos. Swan at half back, kicks to the wing. Schultz is his target. Easy pickings for Hardwick, who knocks it over the line for a throw in front of the interchange gates. 13 and a half gone. It's the Hawks 9, Pies are 6.
I'm fascinated with the side bottom selection on Sicily. Like, he's definitely playing on him and trying to distract him from what he's doing.
He's playing him from behind too, Ken, which is another strategy.
Steen and Meek tried to win it out of the ruck with strength, couldn't quite. Ward almost threw it away. Could be a free kick for a hole to Collingwood. No, yes. Going to Lipinski.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies. Inboard, not 15. Given sticks the tackle on Houston as it arrived.
No, that is holding the ball. You can't fend.
Oh, okay, I have to push.
Get tackled.
So it wasn't 15. He tried to fend away Ginnivan. He got stuck in the tackle.
But you've done something about this last night, Gerard.
Yeah, I'm not winning that battle. Chris works it away to Parker and Lipinski and Houston, who has a bit of space in which to move. He kicks for McStay. Barris closes in the nick of time, knocks it boundary side. It's at half forward for the Pies. McStay made a good contest on the follow-up tackle. They all scrap for it underneath. Ball stubbornly wouldn't come out. All then McGuinness out the side. That was dead set thrown by Barris. It was paid as a tap down to Moore and off to Newcomb. Over the near side. It's got to get to Riddle. It doesn't. Well read by Schultz, who pats the air and says, I'm not going too quick.
Well, it's definitely a strategy from Collingwood on occasions. They're happy to take the time, go around the arc, get it in nice and deep and try and get a bit of field position.
Short and sideways to Lipinski. Now he picks his moment. Looks for, not quite finding McStay. It's in the pocket. Side bottom gets there first. Fed it out to Steele. Steele handballs backwards to Perryman. Got an attack of the fumbles. Still manages to jam it on the boot to the hot spot. McStay flew again. Couldn't take the mark. A snap from Hayes is good. William Hayes has made something out of nothing, and the Pies are in front. 2 goals straight, Hawks. 1-1-9. 1-3-9, rather.
Well, first forward half turnover, Ken, haven't really had any field position throughout the night. I think you're right with side bottom. He's definitely got a role. Don't be surprised if he bobs up and kicks 3 or 4 playing that role. You quite often get a good look when you're playing behind a defender, and a little front and square there. It's a pretty simple game sometimes. Schultz decided to slow it up a little bit and not go as quick. Wait for the numbers to equalise, get it in nice and deep, and they get a repeat entry for a shot at goal.
So at the start of the game, we talked around the battle of best defence versus offence. At the moment, 8 entries to 3, 1 goal 3. That maybe helped the Collingwood defence to 2 goals up the other end from 3 entries.
Yeah, good efficiency.
Experts for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. Tossed up in the middle. There's a ruck free kick. It's going the way of Meek.
Side bottom off, by the way, Gerard. Got a slight problem with his right hand.
So best laid plans there. Meek's going to lob this to the hot spot. Deere stalked the pack. Quaynor made the spoil. More through a boot at it. Perryman made the smother and will get an in danger call.
And holding up well the defenders for the Pies. 9 inside 50s now.
Inclined to kick it short to Frampton, aren't they? Back to Perryman, who's confronted. Threw it onto the boot, cleared the area. Sicily, bit too canny for Hayes.
It'll be filthy sidey.
Up inside 50, and Lewis had enough space to take the mark.
This is inside kicking range.
Well, I'd be a little bit concerned with the numbers now. It's 10 inside 50s to 3. It's not sustainable, the efficiency at the other end. Hawthorn have had 6 forward half turnovers already as well, Ken, so pretty good start.
4-0 centre bounce too. So they're pushing it down that end first.
10-6 from set shots so far this season. Mitch Lewis is on the opposite side to his previous shot. Out to the left. Lewis loads it up from 50. Pretty good contact. It slides away late and goes through for a behind. 2-point lead to the Pies on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Going short with their kick-ins, the Pies. It hasn't really worked for them just yet, although when this man gets it.
Dacos's kick was meant for a teammate in Steele, I think it was, but getting in there was Lewis to knock it over the line for a throw-in. Sorry, Simo.
No, do you put a lot of work into kick-ins, Ken, and zones? We used to do a fair bit.
Yeah.
It's pretty important to get that field position if you're kicking in.
Well, you get pressure off the ball if you're kicking it in.
Beautiful tap by Meek to Newcomb. He's immediately wrapped up. Tried to get it to McGuinness. To go, he's in there, so is Ginnivan. Grabs it now, handballs to Meek. To McKenzie. To Nash under pressure. Never handball to a ruckman. Never. Ball up. Should have been holding the ball, I reckon. Anyway, it's a bounce on the southern stand wing. You look perplexed, Gerard.
Perplexed. McKenzie kicks up to half forward. Again, Lewis is camped in front, takes the mark. He sets it up for Deere to have a jump at it. Cleared him. Gunston's got to go at the back. Maynard swatted him away from him. Ginnivan is there to tidy up. Hand passes, hoping for Weddle. Knocked it away. Quaynor ridden forward by Newcomb. Pushing it back. Let's just head down to Donna's here to check on side bottom.
Yeah, it looks painful, Gerard. It's bubbled up right at the top of his hand above his knuckles. He's got a scratch on it. Finn McGuinness stood on it, so they're just working on it now. He looks in all sorts of pain. He's just trying to clench his fist, and it looks sore. So he's still off, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Boundary updates for Thrive, your streamlined small business growth platform.
Collingwood have worked it nicely out of their D50.
Let's nick up to Simo.
Dacos provides the run.
About 5 possessions at the moment.
To go with a half forward. Mark claimed by Steele. Umpire said no, throw it in.
It's interesting, he's allowed to run around on his own at the moment, so see how he goes.
2 straight the Pies. Hawthorn 1-4. 19.5 ticked over first term on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Half forward. Shane Warne stands side. Pies into attack at the punt road end. Beautiful piece of roving from Nick Dacos. Puts it deep inside 50. Courage. Impey couldn't take the mark. Snapped by Schultz. Collingwood have got their third.
That might be might be the first one that we're waiting for Nick to get that involved to create a goal that they make an adjustment. As I just seen the highlights down on the bench of side bottom in his hand. It's very big.
Someone stood on it.
Yeah, it's been stood on, and you can bust the blood vessel in there, which can make it a lot worse to look at than it actually is. So hopefully for his sake, that's what it is.
Geez, they've been efficient inside their front half. Collingwood, that was a centre forward stoppage. Dacos just flushed a pretty clean hit out, got a deep entry, and Shields stays at ground level. Hawthorn decided to fly, and it's a pretty standard crumbing goal from a crafty forward. So, I mean, if this efficiency stays like this, they're going to be in the hunt.
It was a roll goal, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. They could be a little bit concerned, the Pies, that the game's just not in their half. They've got to get some of these centre clearances, and it's a pretty even matchup, the two rucks. It's probably more ground level.
Collingwood by 8. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. No clear tap in the middle. Reeves to Newcomb, who was hot, able to get rid of it. It's a contested ball. There's some high contact. It's a Hawthorn free kick. It will go the way of Reeves. Slips the hand pass to Impey, who works it on to Amon in full flight. Kicks up into the pocket. Gunston's his target. Maynard got around the front, made the spoil. Deere is the crummer, though. Missed his hand pass. Quaynor gave it up to Gunston. Quaynor fights on, so too Deere. Deere away to D'Ambrosio. Up to the teeth of goal. Weddle was the flyer. No mark. Ground ball to be sorted out. Gunston tracks it, gives it to Newcomb, takes the shot and missed. Wrong side of the left-hand goalpost.
I tell you, Jack Gunston is doing a power of work for a bloke who tends to lead at the ball, kick it, grab it and go through the goals. His second efforts are there.
He's got no room at the moment because it's living in their front half, and Moore's off the ground at the moment, so there's a little opportunity for him to get some space.
The kick in is successful, finds Houston just outside defensive 50 members side. Short but hard lead from DeGoey, provides an option, gives it back to Houston. Houston to Long. Long's marked on centre wing. Houston kept on running. Short down the line to Schultz.
Oh, they're letting go again. Goodness.
He's still going, Houston. Another stat. And this time he loads up a bit longer with a magnificent kick to Anderson. That is absolutely brilliant play from Dan Houston. He started that on defensive 50. And in the end, he's found a teammate inside attacking 50 in Angus Anderson, who will line up for goal. Slight angle, punt road end, 45 metres out.
Well, he needs to finish this because that bit of play from Dan Houston was outstanding. He just kept getting the ball back. There's an old thing we used to call bumper bars in football. Don't let him get it back. You know how powerful he is with the kick.
So angry Anderson. From 45, kick looks good. Goal umpire does not move. The Pies are making the most of their opportunities. They're 4 straight. Hawthorn 1-5-11 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. In safety this month, get the free 5-minute tyre safety check at your local Tyre Power shop.
We've spoken about how good this backline is for Hawthorn. They're going at 80% efficiency, Ken, with the entries that the Pies are getting. Can't be too critical of the defenders. It's just breaking down centre forward.
You let that play happen that we just seen.
It's not going that quick. It seems to be a bit of kick mark. That came from a kick-in situation, and that's a really poor sign of defence when you concede a goal from a kick-in, and it went all the way around the boundary line slowly. Just fell in the right player's hands, and Houston started the game well after a rough kick from a kick-in himself early on in the game.
Did you concede the junction kick to the defenders?
No.
From kick-ins? No, we wouldn't either, but it just seems like a lot of sides now give up the junction kick, the first mark that Houston took.
Collingwood have gone inside 55 times for 4 goals. And a free kick in the middle of the ground for some high contact going Newcomb's way. Rise by 13 stats for Australian made. Newcomb plays it short. Amon brings it back on the 45 near centre half forwards. McDonald.
Well, the old 2-stand rule.
Well, a bit of common sense then. Push the other Dacos out.
Told to get out by the umpire.
Hope he didn't call out Dacos.
McDonald up into the pockets. Cameron dropped the mark, and thus Battle was able to take a shot. He
1-6.
Still hasn't kicked the goal as a Hawk. Battle 1-6 to 4 straight. AFL Nation for 4-20 Pies.
Well, they're -6 from centre bounces. Gerard, it's a big concern if you're Collingwood at the moment.
Quaynor short to Josh Dacos. Hemmed in, forced to give it back to Quaynor, who kicks long to the wing. It's a 2-on-2. Goes off hands from the pack over the line for a throw-in.
Side bottoms come back on.
One advantage if you're Collingwood, you get to practice your kick-ins, Ken. They've had a fair few this quarter and they've got a couple right.
Well, they've got to get it to the junction. They've got a free uncontested mark.
Reeves wrestles with Cameron. There's a whistle here, late whistle. And it's a high hit on Newcomb, so he gets the free kick. Goes short to Ward. Gives it off to the run of Amon, who drills it long. Opportunity here again for Gunston. Well done by Moore. Gunston off the ground. Goal. He did everything he possibly could, Darcy Moore. Gunston was just a bit too smart and he socketed it off the ground in the goal square. Oh, hang on. Moore says it's touched, but the goal umpire says no, it's a goal, and the two flags go up. So the Pies are 4 straight. Hawthorn move on to 2-6-18.
Oh, first time he's had a little bit of space, Gunston, as he comes off for a spell. Moore playing that 15 metres in front, and when it's a quick kick like it was, just didn't get back enough in time. Got the spoil in, but Gunston available for front and square, and come from a free kick from a stoppage, Ken, which I used to always hate, conceding free kicks from stoppages. I reckon the strike rate goes through the roof for scores.
Free look at nothing. You know, and he's, again, his second effort. He was in the first contest and he keeps following up, so he's getting a reward for it, as we see. Is it touched?
Oh, they're going to look at it.
There goes the whistle. So it means it's touched.
Now, we're happy with this, aren't we? Or?
Yeah, this one we are.
Okay.
And we surely we're happy with this.
Well, long as it's the human errors in reading the vision.
Yeah,
as long as they get that right.
I'm just trying to have a little look myself, Simo, as you talk.
Yeah, I think that's the system working. Goal umpire backs himself, makes the call, and in the 50-odd seconds that's left, they check the replay and can see that it has brushed the fingers of Maynard on the way through.
Good decision for the game.
The Harvey Norman replay screen, best brands, best range, best gifts for mum. Shop in-store and online at Harvey Norman. So the crowd told now that it's a rush behind. So that resets things at 1-7. 1-7-13, Hawthorn, 4 straight Collingwood tyre power scoreboard. Kick in, finds Cameron. It had good penetration about it too. Brings it 70 from defensive goal. He plays it for Long. The runners are along the boundary. DeGoey and Crisp and Schultz. Long just hesitated in moving it, and so it's dried up.
14 entries to 5.
Yep.
Long
amazing scoreboard from that.
brings it down the line. There was a bit of interference in the pack. Cameron took a mark, but Reeves got knocked out of it.
Lockie was trying to look after his ruckman.
Fair enough. Right half back for Hawthorn. 2 minutes left in the term on the Elders clock. Win with Elders Finance. Long down the line. Collingwood's numbers are set. It's ruckman to ruckman as Cameron takes the intercept mark.
Only a couple of minutes left in the quarter. And Collingwood really looked to shut down, maybe control the ball a little bit. Not be in a rush.
30-odd metres to Maynard, who brings it back to Cameron. The ruck duel will be really important to know for Holman Plumbing, trusted quality Aussie standards.
Darcy Cameron has it short at half back.
Seen that before tonight.
Finds DeGoey.
Darcy Cameron to get DeGoey in that corridor position.
DeGoey kicks to the wing. Sicily's got the front posse. From the side was McStay. Ball ends up in his hands, but can't get the handball away. Schultz taken over the boundary line by Battle for a throw-in.
Now that's deliberate, Steve. If you ever want to know what deliberate looks like, look at Schultz, the way he pretended to handball that and just run it over the line with a minute to go.
Reeves against Cameron. Members wing. Oh, the umpire throws it a bit short. Hawthorn fans wanting a free kick for Watson. None forthcoming. Fall of the ball. Dacos weaves. Handballs out in space. Looking for Schultz. Sicily gets there first. Read it nicely. Got the handball off to Nash. Wants to dish off. Decides in the end to kick. Wobbly one to half forward. Lewis in front. Good spoil Frampton. Beautiful piece of roving front and centre from Dacos. Josh to Quaynor. Back to Frampton. Bangs it inside 50. Battle sets himself side bottom. Pinked off the pack. Got tackled. Long, quick hands. DeGoey a snap. It is a beauty. The Pies have got 5 straight. And DeGoey's got 2. They are just finishing way better at the moment.
Well, Ken, it's the ground level stuff. Hawthorn players flying to compete in the air, and DeGoey just decided not to jump at all there. It was almost like he was pulling out of the contest, and in the end, it falls in his hands. And the ground level players for Hawthorn just aren't arriving at the moment. They're either not boxing out or they're flying too early. And 71% scoring efficiency. This would be the worst quarter that Hawthorn's backs have had this year.
Yeah, not just 71% scoring efficiency, it's 71% goals.
Yes, that's even worse.
Pies forwards running hot for Ream. Install Ream or stay to his favourites.
Geordie was in the forward line practice session. Didn't we say something about that earlier before the game?
Collingwood by 17 points, closing in on quarter time. Reeves the tap, Cameron ended up with it. Watson tried to play the percentages. Perryman batted it forward. Amon came off the line and won the footy. Sent it up to McDonald. Got right under the kick as he brought the Hawks to half forward. Quaynor outworked, but Maynard saved the day over the top. Impey played hard at the source, kept it alive momentarily, but Long has been able to push the kick beyond halfway. It's intercepted by Sicily.
Grumpy with that steal.
In the back
I think I've just seen Perryman starting on Watson in the centre square. I reckon he might be going with him the whole way.
Collingwood have had the better of the opening term by virtue of efficiency and accuracy. 5 straight 30 to Hawthorn, 1-7-13. That's the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Goal kickers, 2 for De Goey. Schultz, Hayes and Anderson, 1 each. 1 for D'Ambrosio for the Hawks. Full thoughts of Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson next on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power. Think safety this month. Get the free 5-minute tyre safety check at your local Tyre Power.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Bring your home to life from just $1,000 at our famous May Spend and Save. Right now, from just $1,000, you can bring your home to life with beautiful National Tiles for your entire family room and kitchen floors, or all your bathroom walls and floors. Yes, from just $1,000, with all National Tiles reduced. Absolutely no exceptions, but you'll have to be quick. So rush into National Tiles or go online now and save. Conditions apply.
Darren's days of digging blind are over. Ever since he blindly dug into that internet cable and took out an entire neighbourhood. Ever since his insurance declined to cover the repair costs. And ever since he saw that he was millimetres away from also striking a high voltage electricity cable. Don't be like Darren. Always search before you dig online before every job to avoid striking buried pipes and cables. Search before you dig online every time and never dig blind.
Everybody's talking about Montane.
Ready to save on fuel? Say hello to Montane Kia. Established 1912, they've proudly served Port Adelaide and the wider Adelaide community for over 114 years. This April, discover their impressive range of electric Kias. The stunning 2025 Kia EV5 SUV from an amazing $65.90. Or the sleek 2025 Kia EV4 sedan starting from just $64,888. Montane Kia on Port Road.
Terms and conditions may apply. Prices are exclusive of government charges while stocks last. MVD 182170.
Imagine being invisible. You could mess with someone's mind, sneak up on them, and they wouldn't know you're there. Even scare them to death. When you speed on our roads, that's what happens, because no one sees you coming. Think road safety. A message from the Government of South Australia.
Exclusive to Paramount Plus.
This is UFC Fight Night.
UFC Fight Night is coming to primetime this Saturday night. Catch Australia's Jack Della Maddalena.
You gotta be kidding me!
In front of his home crowd.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
As he takes on Carlos the Nightmare Prates. UFC Fight Night, Della Maddalena versus Prates. Saturday from 6 p.m. only on Paramount Plus.
She deserves something beautiful. Shop fragrances for less this Mother's Day only at Chemist Warehouse. Get Michael Kors Wanderlust 30ml EDT only $29.99. For something beautifully rich, grab Jimmy Choo Rose Passion 60ml EDP for $39.99. Chorus Cashmere Kumquat EDT is only $59.99. Marc Jacobs Daisy or Daisy Dream 50ml EDT is only $69.99 each. And you won't believe it, Prada Paradox 30ml EDP is $89.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
2026 is the year to upgrade to your ultimate fishing weapon. And Bar Crusher, Australia's leading fishing boat builder, has the perfect weapon for you. Come see for yourself and check out the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats on the market with industry-leading design excellence and quality. Find Bar Crusher boats at Pacific Marine and RV, 8 Tapleys Hill Road, Royal Park. Or build your dream boat online at barcrusher.com.au.
Make Mum's Day at Harvey Norman with hot deals on this year's top gifts. Shop Bluetooth speakers in a huge range of colours and brands from just $47. Save $105 on Breville Barista Express coffee machine, now $594. Save $150 on Shark Flex Style, now just $247. And save 30% on Ecobag's window cleaning robot, now $698. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store to make Mum's Day at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Hawks have the crummers. D'Ambrosio opened the angle, sold the dummy, steadied up. Oh, that's a beauty.
Still manages to jam it on the boot to the hot spot. But stay fluid again. Couldn't take the mark. A snap from Hayes is good. Puts it deep inside 50. Courage. Impey couldn't take the mark. Snap by Schultz. Collingwood have got their third. Long, quick hands. Donohue a snap. It is a beauty. The Pies have got 5 straight. And Donohue's got 2.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery.
Collingwood by 17 points. Ken Hinkley, Adam Simpson for Power Bay. Premium energy solutions for sustainable Australian homes.
Oh, Ken, a weird first quarter. If you're Collingwood, did not win 1 centre bounce. So they were -7 out of the middle, which meant a lot of their attack come from their D50. A lot of them come from kick-ins because Hawthorn were inaccurate. They kicked 3 points from the middle, and then up the other end, their efficiency in the front half. As soon as the ball hit the deck, they looked dangerous and made the most of their opportunities. And I suppose if you're Hawthorn and you're Sam Mitchell, what are you saying at quarter time? Are you saying we need to change, or we just keep going?
No, you're pretty happy in lots of ways, except for the accuracy, clearly. The 15-7 entries, as you said, low-pressure game. There's not a lot of pressure. We're dominating centre clearance, so we're getting it in our half. Expected scores in their favour. You know, I know you love me, expected score.
You wouldn't throw that to the players at quarter time.
No, you wouldn't. But you tell them that we're doing everything else right.
Of course,
Clearances 11-8 in their favour. Nick's only had 7 and not having a big impact. And then matchups are okay, you know, so I think he'd be pretty happy, bar the scoreboard.
Into the second term we go.
Important.
Steen wins the tap. Mackenzie onto the footy. Tackled by Anderson and dispossessed. Lipinski and Donohue combined. Collingwood bring it forward. Elliott almost Hardwick got it out of his clutches, but there's a free kick. He got it out of his clutches by chopping the arm.
And Perryman has gone back to the Wizard.
Okay, going all the way. First clearance out of the middle from Collingwood that quarter, so addressed, as we said, long shot from Maynard.
Elliott gave it away, and Maynard, oh, the perfect streak continues. That's 6 straight for the Pies. And some pretty lax checking from the Hawks. 6 straight 36 to 1-7-13 on the Host Plus. That's a plus scoreboard.
How's Sam now?
Well, I think everything you just said has now gone out the window because, you know, it's all going okay, guys. We just haven't got rewarded and get ready for their momentum shift. Unfortunately, the first clearance Collingwood get,
which is what they had to tidy up
themselves. So they went to work on their deficiencies, and they've got the benefit of being up in the scoreboard. So, you know, just turned this small lead into a reasonably big lead as Mackenzie got tackled really well by Anderson in the middle of the ground and created that turnover. And Maynard came out of nowhere, Gerard.
23-point buffer in favour of the Pies early in the second term on the Host Plus scoreboard. Steen against Meek. Tap one by the Pies. Shark by Dacos to Anderson to Donohue. Pies into attack again. Nice kick out wide.
Oh, 50.
Is that 50? The mark's taken by Hayes.
Lucky then, Jarman.
First quarter goal kicker. Umpire says it's okay. So Hayes at half forward. Too far out to score. Winds up. Long thumping kick to the goal square. Front and centre was Sicily. Oh, he's under pressure. Got the handball to Lewis, is in the back pocket. Gives it to D'Ambrosio. Squeezes the kick out. It's a beauty. Finds Ginnivan at half back and gets the customary boos from the Collingwood fans.
Unfair on Guinea, I reckon.
Former Collingwood premiership player. Kicks to the wing. Frampton in front was courageous. Gunston put his knee straight in his back and Frampton saw. Handball comes to McKenzie. Pumps it inside 50. Good kick into space. That was a wonderful kick. It forced Whateley to lead into that direction. And he's taken the mark and he'll line up 35-40 out on a 45-degree angle on the punt road end.
Is that from the wing, Simo, do you think?
Looks like he slid back, yeah. I was trying to find out why Gunston was on his own. Just a bit of a breakdown in the team defence.
Josh Whateley. Set shot kicking for goal is not his greatest strength.
And straight through the middle then.
Commentator's curse, maybe. No. On cue, he kicks it way to the right and it just sneaks home for a point.
You can hear his passion in that commentary, can't you, with Stephen?
Turn it up. On Switzerland tonight. 6 straight in the Pies. The Hawks move on to 1-8-14. Don't you start, you blokes.
Josh Dacos brings it out of defence to DeGoey.
Nearly time for Geordie to have some attention. 11 and 2 goals.
The line to Elliott. Stats for Australian maids. It's defensive side of the middle. Signals to go deep. Oh, second-guessed himself in a spotted bother. Hand passed out the side. Didn't do Perryman any favours. Caresses the kick, though, back to the outside. And Chris, basically where Elliott was on the boundary, can reset the play.
Both teams off a 5-day break, aren't they?
Yep.
Yeah, one looks like it.
Crisp up to half forwards. Bit of interference in the pack. It's a Hawthorn free kick. Nick's arm was tugged.
Didn't see it, Simo?
No, I didn't. They're pretty officious tonight. I would have thought free kicks have gone through the roof in the first quarter and a half.
So Sicily gave it to Meek, who gave it to Sicily, who gave it back to Meek. So there was a bit of indecision on whose free kick it was. The big ruckman is the recipient at half-back. It's a high ball. Deer is his target. He flies high. Completely misjudged that one. Josh Dacos, beautiful handball into the middle to Anderson, who somehow dodges the Scrimshaw attempted tackle. Kicks to half forward. Wasn't the best option there. But side bottom comes into the picture. He loses the handle on it. Swooping is Nick Dacos with great balance and poise into the pocket. Oh, it's a mark. Beautiful use of the body and great hands from McStay. Or what is the umpire saying?
Don't do this.
Oh, he did juggle it over the line.
Make a call then.
So the umpire and the boundary umpire are having a conversation. Did McStay take the mark and then have a second bite over the line?
Yeah, just confirming with the 2 rucks.
It's a mark.
Oh, okay.
So it favours his left side. He's about 25 metres out. City end, members forward pocket. He'll screw around on the left. This for Collingwood's 7th straight. McStay improves the angle. Oh, just misses to the narrow side. So
I reckon those 2 umpires were just standing there talking and saying, well, what's going to happen tomorrow?
No,
we're giving the Arc some time.
I just think, they're trying to get themselves right too, Ken, but you hear the moans from the crowd.
Arc's got no rights in that moment on everything we've been told. Sicily pumps it in long. A fly from Whateley. Slips it away to Impey. Works it up over the top to Battle. Back to Impey. Missed him. And straight out of bounds on the lasso.
A little bit out of sorts, Gerard. First 5 minutes of this quarter, haven't really seen a lot from the Hawks, although had 10 shots to 6.
Houston from halfway keeps the ball low up to the contest. Spoils were made on Battle. Hawks had numbers underneath. Sicily around to Ginnivan. Needs a bit of support. Sicily stayed out the back. Kicks all the way across the face of goal to D'Ambrosio. There's an excellent strategy here. Moore has set himself on the members' wing. You can have a look.
It's brave now.
Pass inside to Hardwick, who's got the link-up run with D'Ambrosio and Ward and McKenzie in centre field. Chisels his kick up for Ginnivan. No mark taken. Watson brushed to tackle. Hand passed it back to Ward. Kick again inside the 50. Bit limp. And the Pies had 2 at it. Chris, front position, takes the mark.
Really brave football from Collingwood there. Off the ball, Gerard. Gunston on his own for 20 metres. Just allowed the team defence to get it done.
Nick Dacos with the ball. He's got the Lucy out wide on the southern stand side. That's Perryman. He's got the lockdown job on Watson. Kicks to the wing, and that's a spectacular mark. Taken by Steele. Gets up okay. It was a heavy fall. He goes short to Josh Dacos, not the 15, so he's forced to play on. Finds a target in Houston, gives it off to Donohue. He's kicked a couple. Long ball. His target is McStay. Over his head, D'Ambrosio trying to clean things up for the Hawks in the back pocket. Picks up the football, jams it onto the left to half-back. Cameron's got the height, couldn't take the mark. Watson slung as he handball. Fortunately for him, it fell in the hands of McGuinness. Gives it back to D'Ambrosio, breaks the tackle, handballs to Moore. He's under the pump and gives it back to D'Ambrosio as the Hawks try to build. McDonald over the top, looking for Watson, had his head ripped off, and then got double whammied into the turf by Moore.
Just
We've
making
got
him earn
Maggie
it.
for the free kick.
Yes, I have to agree with that. Once he realised he was giving it away. Watson works his kick to half forward. Maynard made the spoil on McGuinness. McGuinness is going to end up with a footy though. Hand pass to McDonald, hugging the boundary. Ginnivan got loose. He has it 45 metres out from goal. I wouldn't be making any noise if I'm a Collingwood supporter here. Don't gin him up.
Look for the celebration if he kicks it.
Most anticipated event for the night for me.
Yeah, let it go, Ken.
No, I'm looking forward to it.
Pop your 20 grand, mate. You can move on.
He's never paid
Small
it.
change, really, when you consider what
Never
happened.
paid it.
Out to the left, 50 metres out. Jack Ginnivan, all eyes on him.
Here we go.
The strike was pure, straight to the crowd. Remember me? Fresh peroxide for the occasion. And a wonderful kick. The Hawks trim the deficit back to 17 points. 2-8-20 to 6-1-37. Host plus, that's a plus.
Well, he's always been a good finisher. He matured as a footballer the last 12 months. He stepped up and almost part of the leadership group now, believe it or not, Ken. But the system at Collingwood, anyone not at the ground, they are leaving Gunston spare. And they're relying on a sliding winger to get it done. And they're sort of saying, let's bring the pressure around the ball. Moore was 50 metres ahead of the play, trying to put pressure on. He's the one that tackled Watson because he's relying on the help side support. And it's to this point in time, it's working pretty well. But it did break down then and allowed Ginnivan to be on his own.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts in it when it stays like that for a period of time. And when you've got a bit of delay on the ball, it can work really successfully.
Our experts tonight for Power Bay, Quality Solar Solutions. From the ball up, another ruck infringement. This time, the Chook Lotto winner is Collingwood.
He didn't even touch the ball.
Cameron's got the free right in the middle of the MCG. He's got Quaynor on short and sideways. That's where he kicks to on the members' side of the ground. No one on the mark, so he drills it long. Barris sets himself, decides to go the punch rather than the mark towards the boundary. Steals there for Collingwood. McGuinness keeps it in play for Hawthorn. Handballs over to Ward. He almost handed it to Hardwick, and that deliberate, is it? Umpire says toss it in. Lucky.
Would have been deliberate last year probably, but we've forgotten that rule a little bit with the...
What else was he trying to do you reckon?
Maybe just get some meterage, but yeah, it's
deliberate.
It's deliberate. It's okay.
49 out from the Collingwood goal. Into the city end in this second term. Meek took front position, tapped it down. Ward had company when it arrived. Ball slips out of the pack. Nick Dacos took on the tackle. Had to hand pass, gave it straight up. Ward to Amon. Finds a way at half-back, puts more into space. Hand pass wasn't tight in. Quaynor wrapped him up. No problem. A ball up in the middle of the grounds.
Pressure's really elevated, hasn't it, for Collingwood this quarter?
Elders clock win with Elders Finance. Hawks win it away from a stoppage. Pitches up at half forward. Frampton got it away from Lewis. He's on the follow-up. Watson got a hand in there, though. He needed help. Frampton and Perryman was that. Tumbled it up the wing. Amon against the flow. Not a great hand pass, and Lone Steele sees it over the boundary. AFL Nation for 4-20 sausage roll. It's 6-1 to 2-8. Collingwood lead it at the 12-minute mark of the second term.
And that's on the Host Plus. That's the Plus scoreboard. Absolutely pristine conditions at the MCG tonight. All thrown in slightly in Hawthorn's attacking half, which is the punt road end. It's Meek against Cameron. They nullify each other. Fall of the ball is Anderson. He's a strong lad. He can't break the Nash tackle though, and that's holding the ball. He took him on. It was unsuccessful. Connor Nash gets the hurry up. Puts it inside 50. Lewis was caught behind. Frampton claims an excellent contested mark. Short to Quaynor, and the Pies are going to switch to the Shane Warne stand side. It's a perfect kick, and it finds Crisp. Short to Lipinski. And he's got a short on just inside the centre square, and that's Ned Long.
That's
50. Well umpired. Explain that one, Sino.
I didn't see the incident. I can't explain it.
Okay. Anyway, Long doesn't waste any time. He bangs it long. Collingwood mark. Great play, smart play to get it moving quickly. And the mark is taken by Jack Buller.
As Sam was explaining on the phone, for people who can't see, that I could see, he was explaining how he was unhappy with a few things that were going on just there.
I think it was just purely that he didn't stand, wasn't it?
No, he took hold. So he wasn't in the marking contest,
Yep.
and then he reached over and grabbed him. It's a straight 50.
Yep. So that, I mean, there's 200 stand decisions a game. We've got to be careful we don't go too deep on every single one that doesn't get called or does.
So Jack Buller, 10 metres out, 60-degree angle, shouldn't miss from here, and he gets his first goal for Collingwood.
Here they come.
You did tip this, Simo. You're up front early saying there's something about it tonight. There was a little bit in the air. Long way to go.
Gerard got me over the line to start with. It's their turn. I can't believe the win-loss ratio for the last 8 or 9 games. But there's something about Collingwood last week, Ken, that we saw that ignited their belief a little bit. And De Goey's a massive part of that. You're spot on. He's up to 13 disposals, 2 goals and a clearance. Sort of hasn't really been in this type of form of late. So I needed him to play well as he heads towards the middle of the ground, and they're making the most of their opportunities. They're catching the Hawthorn defenders out of position a little bit.
Yeah, they are. They're just being Collingwood, and Hawthorn are not being really Hawthorn at the moment.
Yeah,
their efficiency has really hurt them in the first bit. And Sam's still explaining to people about how telecom work.
Reeves wins the tap in the middle. Newcombe tracked the footy, dispossessed by Long. Didn't look like a legal disposal. McDonald stood in the tackle, a ball up.
So for the people not on the ground, it's just so isolated at both ends. Gunston's still on his own at one end, and there's no spares. It's just equal numbers both ends.
At the source, Long tapped it and then kicked it. It got through Amon. Sicily up to meet it. Good hands to Nash. Worked it around to D'Ambrosio. He's right in the middle of the field. Hand passes across to Impey, who works it on to Ward. Just a bit unsure what to do with it. Whacks the hand pass out the side. Moore dances around, gives grounds. Amon is right back on the wing. There's no real way on this side, so switch into the middle for Sicily, who plays it right up the guts, and Reeves takes the contested mark. Got rid of Cameron, clunked it in front of the eyes.
Just that little switch of angles from Amon back through to Sicily, and Sicily's elite kick. Yep. But then it was just a good one-on-one contest from Reeves against Cameron, which you'd normally think Cameron would at least get the ball to ground, but Reeves, to his credit, got it done.
Is he a good kick? That's the next question.
Stephen seemed to think so.
What do you think?
He's not bad.
Yeah, so
3 for the season. Directly in front. 40 metres out. Ned Reeves, right foot drop punt. Saves the goods. It was through off the boots. Back to 17 points. We're concertinaing between 23 and 17 at the moment. 3-8-26 to Collingwood 7-1-43. Host Plus, named Best Super Fund by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus, issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
I think it's building to a pretty good game, Ken. And one of the things you mentioned earlier about the allowing Hawthorn to switch the ball, I think every time they've moved the ball around and not gone so straight, it disrupts Collingwood's zone defence that they've brought in tonight. So I think you might be onto that. If the message you were to send once Sam settles down a little bit from that last goal is to change angles, try and go around and not straight through.
Yeah, that's their best method. When they're at their best, they change angles and they hit you hard when it goes inside forward 50 with their dangers.
Sent a great shot in the grandstand. Peter Hudson sitting next to Peter McKenna.
Fair players.
2 absolute legends.
Even for the kids at home who don't know, they need to get on whatever that thing is. And
Google
what do you talk up all the time? You AI?
Hawthorn win the clearance. Newcombe handballs to Impey, just squeezed the handball away before he was met. Battle kicks a high ball to half forward over the head of Lewis. Weddle's there, just fumbled the football. Handball blindly to the Pies into the middle of the ground. It might work out long. A little deft piece of soccer. Could have picked it up probably. A little bit too fancy. You have another chance here as he's gathered. He's tackled by Hardwick and the umpire will ball him up.
Ambrosio up to 10. Sicily 10 possessions. Ward, McDonald and McKenzie. Biggest possession getters for the Hawks.
Stats for Australian made.
2-1 to 2-1 for the quarter.
Hawks get the clearance. Kick to half forward. Frampton again playing a pretty good game. Outmarked and out-muscled Deer. The Pies through Parker. Kick to half forward. Strong hands from McStay. He pulls the trigger quickly. What's happened here? It's coming back.
Accidental fall over from Sicily. For whatever reason, the umpires decided to call it back. Allow him to have his kick again.
Because he fell over.
Might have fallen over a Collingwood player.
And McStay's got it.
So it wasn't a free kick?
No, he just got in his way.
So he brought the ball back because he fell over?
I think so.
75 from goal. He kicks into the pocket.
Interesting rule.
And that's well read and chopped off by D'Ambrosio, who does some good work down in defence.
Well, isn't he, Steve?
Again.
Up to his 11th possession, Ambrosio.
Short to Impey. Not much on offer, Gerard.
No. So it took the full allotment of time. Had it for Battle. Was on the behind line. There's a 15 metres from the goal face. Aim on. And he's really getting busy now. No gain of yardage out into the back pocket for Newcombe. Kick mark from the Hawks. Battle looped around to get it at defensive 50. And here's the run of Amon, who pulls the ball to the near side of the centre square. McStay had good position, but he dropped the mark, and D'Ambrosio has it as a result. Tipped away by McStay. There was no tackle, so no ball. Nash probes forward. McInnes hit by Maynard, taken to ground high. It was aggressive. It was high or not? I'm not sure. McInnes up inside the 50. Reeves pushed out in front. He was pushed out in front. Steen didn't get away with it.
The ruckman, the goal kicking option. Letter of the law, Simo, but
yeah, I can see why they paid it. Their chances, the Pies, didn't they? Pressure opportunities, a couple of free kicks.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because the arms were on the shoulder. Elbows in the back. Ned Reeves looking for his second of the term. Not this time. He's away to the left. Down by 16 points, the Hawks on the host plus. That's a plus scoreboard. The Elders clock win with Elders Finance has us in time on.
Pretty big crowd building too, Gerard. Around the 70,000 mark, you'd think.
Dan Houston pumps it to the wing, members side. Sicily from the side can't take the spectacular mark. Overrunning it was McDonald. Handball comes to Nick Dacos. Just a brilliant handball to his brother. Steen, his handball went straight to Sicily. Hawks win it back. McDonald through heavy traffic. Got the handball to Newcombe. Newcombe gives it to Impey. Impey goes short. Well work by Frampton. Great spoil at the death on Lewis to save the day for Collingwood. And the Pies are away.
Been good, Billy.
Yep.
Crisp has it. Left half back. There's a switch across the face of goal again to Maynard. He's got the outlet kick to Josh Dacos. This is on the members' side of the G. 43 plays 27. Josh just tries to size the pass up to Steen, who made a leap, kept it in dispute. McDonald there underneath though. Impey, McKenzie, Nash. Hawks hand pass their way through the middle. Not a great one for Moore. There's the turnover. Chris step through, kick beautifully. Buller marks at the 40. McStay is racing to goal, or Schultz is unmarked, but Buller is going to take the responsibility.
Doesn't take much, does it? It's just an errant handball kick from the Hawks, and because it's such
another on the fly. Houston unmarked, unloads and misses.
And very lucky.
Sam would have lost his mind if that had happened for the second
worth
time
watching.
in the quarter. 17-point margin in the Pies' favour.
We saw his very public bake last week on Lloyd Meek. How many baits has the coach got him in for the year, gents?
Oh, I think if you're winning, as many as you like, because you own selection.
McGuinness, attack of the fumbles here, puts Watson under pressure. Oh, blind turn on Josh Dacos. Gives it back to Ginnivan. He's too slow. He's gone. No down. Great tackle. Holding the ball.
I don't like that.
The tackler was Schultz. Play on's the call. Schultz, that's a good kick under pressure. He was looking for Anderson. Keeps his feet. Gained tackle by a couple of Hawks. And we'll have a bounce 55 out from the Pies goal at the city end. They're 44. Hawks at 27. And we've got 4 minutes left in the first half here at the MCG to start round 8 on AFL Nation.
Great byplay in all of that. It's nothing at the stoppage.
It's not about Anderson, isn't it? He doesn't give up. He's a tough nut.
Gets in that Batmobile, he gets going, doesn't he?
The matchups for Holman Plumbing, trusted quality Aussie standards. Up at right half forward at the stoppage. Not able to make anything of it long, but he fought the tackle, the umpire said, and gets knocked off holding the ball. Nash with the footy.
Enough of steam tonight to suggest that Cameron needs to be rucking a bit more.
And past to Impey, breaking lines, kicking to half forward. Reeves planted himself in front, didn't take the mark. Lewis, hand pass to Ginnivan, kicks for Deer, going back with the flight. It just carried him. Deer stayed in it, tapped it goal side. Frampton sees it through for a rush behind. Margin is 16 points. AFL Nation for the 4-20 sausage roll.
Houston decides to go the members' side. Kicks good. Finds Perryman. He's done an excellent job on Watson in his first half. If he's still on him. I assume he is. Kick mark on the wing by the Hawks to battle. He goes inboard.
Not at the moment. Quayner's near him.
Quayner's got him.
Harry's trying to get back that way, I reckon.
Aim on. Kicks to his good mate Impey, who marks on the logo, the Toyota logo. On the members' side. Play on, says the umpire. They try to suck him into a 50-metre penalty. Umpire was smarter than that. Impey plays on, drills a long ball. Collingwood have got the numbers. Oh, Moore spoils his teammate. Chance for Watson. Broke the tackle. Wizard goes back. Bad mix-up by the Collingwood defence. And Watson licked his lips and kicked his first.
Yeah, Harry's not going to take the pay for that. He's coming off the ground, and there was a bit of confusion. I think it looks like he's pointing to his leg a little bit, but how good is this fella in a small amount of space with his speed to just take off and go? Like, he's a player that you would go anywhere to watch if you thought you were going to get the absolute best of the Wizard.
If you're playing on him too, though, you just do not leave him. You stay on the ground. You don't worry about the aerial contest. Let others take care of it. They had 3 Collingwood players, and it was more this time. I know he questioned his spoil early in the quarter, running back in the wrong direction and just interfering. Went for the mark this time. There was 2 players going in the air, and then Watson just had his way with the crumb.
Well, Maynard wasn't on it. Maynard took him on the handover. I watched Maynard take him from the handover, and then he ignored him at the fall of the ball. He just went and said, I'll robe the front of the pack.
Tossed up in the middle to go. He's stripped of the footy, so the Hawks win out. Newcomb to McKenzie, back to Newcomb. Charged down by Houston, great smother. De Goey gets a second look. Hand pass to Cameron. Links it up to Nick Dacos. Pulls the kick inside the 50. Good. Brilliant. So good. And Long takes the mark inside the 50. Donna's down on the boundary for us for Thrive, your streamlined small business growth platform. Ball hand pass to Houston, who's missed. So they've done
the third one.
3 in the quarter for 1 goal, 2. The margin is 11. Donna's.
Yeah, Harry Perryman, Gerard, straight down into the rooms. He was holding his right leg just behind his knee. Not sure if it's a cork or a hamstring, so we'll keep an eye on it.
Hawthorn had possession at halfback. Sicily takes the mark.
It's all well and good if they come off, though, Gerard. It's come off once. There's 2 opportunities to go back and have a set shot.
James Sicily goes long to the southern stand wing. Moore got both hands on it. Just looks a little bit rusty, which you can't blame him. He's been out for a while.
I'd be happy if Dan Houston had 6 of them.
And we have a ball up.
He's missed 2 of them.
Yeah, you can't get the next 4 then.
Okay.
Cameron tap, but it was sharked by Ginnivan. Scrappy left foot kick to the 50, taken by Weddle. Swings onto the left. It's a mongrel. And it's marked by Maynard in the back pocket in front of Gunston.
They just mix and match Collingwood down there, don't they? Like, that's now Maynard on him and Moore's up the ground. So anytime they have to move, they'll move with it.
Perryman looks like he's gone to the back row, which is usually a bad sign. Long kick on the way out is intercepted by the Hawks. Barras flew, took the mark.
Wouldn't be too many putting their hand up for Wizard either, I wouldn't have thought.
With the intercept game from Hawthorn's just crept in a little bit with Battle and Barras taking their first intercept marks of the game.
Barras got under the kick, so it'll take a bit of marking. They all reach up for it. Underneath, Whateley pulled it clear. Hand pass to Watson. Josh Dacos shut him down. Ball stays alive. Gunston got it from the boundary. He's floated it at the goal front. That was Deere who had a fly and probably should have ended up hugging it to his chest. It ricochets out of bounds.
Back to John Donohue.
Yeah, Harry Perryman straight to the back of the bench, so I think he's done for the day quarters, which is not good for Collingwood.
Have a look at Watson and see who goes to him now then.
In Hawthorn's forward pocket, 25 out from goal. Meek at the back door, looking for Newcombe, was being held.
It was great movement by Hawthorn.
So it was a set
whole
play.
Stoppage.
Yep.
The work of all their mids and small forwards. Watson was taking off. Newcombe was on the move. They were all moving through it. McDonald.
It was against Long, and John Newcombe is directly in front at the punt road end, kicking from 25 metres out.
He kicks this, the Hawthorn boys will be happy because Sam will be a bit calmer at half time.
Takes a couple of deep breaths, steadies himself, big run up, and he's kicked a goal. So the Hawks fighting back. The Magpies 7-3-45. The Hawks a 5-10-40. So back to a 5-point margin on the Host Plus. That's the Plus scoreboard. Our experts tonight, courtesy of Power Bay, Quality Solar Solutions, Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson.
Well, let's talk through this quarter. It's actually 4-3 to 2-3 now to the Hawks, so they've really bounced back. They're minus 15 in contested possessions, but they're plus 4 around the centre bounce work again. So outside of that, the numbers, a low-pressure game, Ken. It's 165 to 145 for Hawthorn. So
and coming in, they were ranked 1, I think, for pressure.
It's not really one of those games. A little bit more kick mark.
Is that what Collingwood do to you? Is it Collingwood denying you that opportunity for pressure?
Well, yeah, we saw it with Essendon last week as well. I think their ability to slow the game down is there. As we see Collingwood go into their defensive mode with their wingers coming off the back of the square, or almost the back of the square.
So they've kicked 3 in a row. The Hawks on the way to half-time. Running hot for Ream. Installer Ream, Australia's favourites. Out of the middle, there's barely time. Cameron off the ground. Aim on, hand pass before the siren rang out. So the Hawks have pegged it back from a 23-point deficit at various stages in that term to be just 5 points behind at the main break. Collingwood 7-3-45 to Hawthorn 5-10-40. That's on the Host Plus. That's a Plus scoreboard. Goal kickers quarters.
Lloyd Meeks pulled up, saw right on the half-time siren. I'm not sure whether it was just a knock or...
He's frightened from last week.
It looks something more sinister anyway. Just keeping an eye on that one.
In the centre bounce.
Walked all the way over to give a high five. Now he's going to...
2 for De Goey, 1 each for Maynard, Schultz, Buller, Hayes and Anderson. Their singles for Hawthorn to Newcombe, Watson, Reeves, D'Ambrosio and Ginnivan. Full thoughts coming up of Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. Just give us a thought or two, Simo, before the break.
I'm really happy with the game, Gerard. I know we sort of a little bit worried it might have been reasonably one-sided. I think Collingwood done everything they can to be in this game. It did look like, Ken, the last 10 minutes that Hawthorn worked it out to a certain degree and started to get on top of their intercept game.
Yeah, it feels like Hawthorn are better when they get their moments, but they haven't had a lot of moments. In that first quarter, they wasted a lot of those opportunities that they did have. So if they fix accuracy, they'll go in now pretty happy that they closed that gap.
Collingwood by 5 points at halftime. This is AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 sausage roll.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus, named Best Super Fund by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Imagine being invisible. You could mess with someone's mind, sneak up on them, and they wouldn't know you're there. Even scare them to death. When speed on our roads, that's what happens. Because no one sees you coming. Think road safety. A message from the Government of South Australia.
Time out. Bring it in. Listen, let's give him the new Dunked McSpicy. Because no one dunks like the Harlem Globetrotters. And no one does sauce like Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time at participating restaurants.
The Bunnings Trade Expo is back Thursday, May 14 at Adelaide Showground. Check out the latest innovations for your trade from over 80 suppliers, plus loads of Expo-only deals. Don't miss the Bunnings Trade Expo. Big day, huge deals. Register now on the Bunnings Trade website.
Good health is contagious. And at Bupa, we're helping it spread around Australia by helping our almost 4 million members live healthier. Search Bupa Health Insurance today. Proud member partner of Carlton Football Club.
It's the place we can all play respectfully at night time. The Palace, Adelaide's premier gentlemen's club. Whether you're out for a couple of drinks or you're booking the Bucks party he'll never forget, the Palace is Adelaide's best. Undressed. Good times, great vibes. The Palace is Adelaide's premier gentlemen's club for a reason. Come along. Upstairs, 111 Hindley Street. Open from 8 p.m, 7 nights. So much fun. Thepalace.com.au.
Tundra. Toyota's flagship truck is here with our most powerful performance hybrid engine, undeniable Toyota quality, and a 4.5-tonne brake towing capacity. It's ready to work hard and play harder. Question is, are you ready for it? Toyota Tundra. Ready for everything and available now. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Check Vehicles Owner's Manual and Toyota Basic Towing Guide before attaching loads.
Push for better community, mental health, or even better biceps, just like mine. Doesn't matter how you push, what matters is why you push. The Push-Up Challenge is back for its 10th year this June. Take on 3,307 push-ups over 24 days in June to honour every life lost to suicide in 2024. Sign up at your workplace, your gym, your home, or with mates. Search for the Push-Up Challenge to register for free.
With Lumo Energy, you can flip the switch to rates that will brighten your day. Because now is the right time to switch. Lumo Energy not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
Lumo Energy.
Names in basketball on the biggest stage.
Curry gets free. Giannis, LeBron James.
Stream the NBA playoffs live with ESPN on Disney+.
Edwards puts up a three. That's good.
Now it's time for a new generation to make a name for themselves.
SGA. Spectacular shot by Doncic.
See legends rise. The NBA playoffs. Stream big with ESPN on Disney+.
Footy's better at the pub with the Big Footy Score Scratch and Win. Download the Pub Plus app and head to your local Pub Plus venue on game days for a chance to score over 60,000 prizes, including a grand final experience. Why watch from the couch when you could be winning? Download the Pub Plus app today.
Oz residents 18 plus, 1 entry per transaction. See bigfootyscore.com.au for TCs, permits and participating venues. Drink responsibly.
Get more from your local and get Pub Plus.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Hand pass to McDonald, hugging the boundary. Ginnivan got loose. Jack Ginnivan, all eyes on him. The strike was pure, straight to the crowd. Remember me? For Sicily, who plays it right up the guts, and Reeves takes the contested mark. 40 metres out, Ned Reeves, right foot drop punt, there's the goods.
Hinkley plays on, drills a long ball. Collingwood have got the numbers. Moore spoils his teammate. Chance for Watson, broke the tackle, Wizard goes back.
Macca's, I'm loving it moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery.
Round 8, AFL Nation at the MCG. At half-time, it is Collingwood with their noses in front of the Hawks, 7-3-45 to 5-10-40. So it's a 5-point margin after the Pies led by 17 points at the first break. For Collingwood, 2 goals to Jordan De Goey, singles to Maynard, Schultz, Buller, Hayes and Anderson, while for the Hawks, all singles Newcomb, Watson, Reeves, D'Ambrosio and Ginnivan. Time now for the Choices Flooring Halftime Floor Show.
The Halftime Floor Show for Choices Flooring. Style, comfort, quality, helping you choose with confidence.
Choices Flooring, smart style, smart spend. Before we get into our halftime awards, let's hear the thoughts of our two experts tonight in Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson.
Well, Ken, the problem with Collingwood throughout this year, it hasn't been their defence. The defence has been pretty good. It's been their contest work and their clearance work. They're bottom two for clearance differential this year and bottom two for scores from stoppages as well and stoppages in general. And tonight they're minus 24 at contested possession at half-time and they're minus 10 at clearances. And they're in the game, so that's great. That's fantastic. Some of their burst plays, some of their efficiency in the front half has been really good, but you will not win a game if you go at they're heading towards minus 48 contested possession and minus 20 clearances, and you can lose them, but not by that much. And you end up losing field position, you end up losing any type of defensive structure behind the clearance loss. So they've got to fix that part of the game because there's some good stuff there. But that piece for me is the difficult piece for Collingwood.
Yeah, and if you weren't looking at the scoreboard with those numbers, you would expect Hawthorn to have a significant lead by those numbers alone. Because as we both know in the modern game, if you're losing territory that badly, and then you're not being able to win any half battles in the big contest, the game is going to be very, very hard to win. The only reason at the moment probably is the Hawthorn's first quarter, where we missed so many shots at goal. The only other part about that, Simo, for me is Hawthorn are off in pressure. So something that Collingwood are doing, now they're both taken quite a few marks. They've both got 56 marks to 50 marks. And the Hawthorn pressure in the half's 1.5. Like they average, I had a look today, they're at 1.87, I think it is, for the season.
154 is their pressure for the first half, which apparently is their worst first half pressure in 10 years.
Who's that?
Third worst, Hawthorn. Third worst
Well, is that
pressure in 10 years.
Sometimes teams don't want to take you on too, Ken. You don't know if that's the pressure or is it the opposition just trying to take the pressure away with the way they play. So, the other piece too, it's time in forward half. So many stats, Steve. You're already drifting off, I can tell. But the time in forward half, they're 39%, the Pies, to 69. I don't know, does that add up to 100? It doesn't quite add up. 31 to 69, I think it is. So there's a deficiency there with field position, Ken, that you just can't live with those type of numbers.
I'll just go back to the Hawthorn supporter.
Yes. Oh, here we go.
Stephen. And Collingwood make you play that game because if you look at their numbers through pressure this year, they're 14th for pressure applied and they're 18th for pressure against. So that's what I'm saying. It's something that Collingwood are doing that is stopping Hawthorn for having pressure in their game.
I like Collingwood when they take you on with chaos. I think they're a good chaos, turnover to turnover to turnover, and eventually it's going to get in Dacos or Degoe's hand, but they seem reluctant to do that.
I just don't know whether they feel like they can run that way the whole game, and rightly so. It's a pretty tough and brutal way to play, unless you've got Sydney legs or.
And both teams coming off a 5-day break.
5-day break, so that it makes sense, and that's what I looked at in the first part of the game, and that's why, sitting here honestly, I feel like it's a bit of a dull game in lots of ways.
Well, mate, I tell you what makes a good game.
Scoreboard.
Close.
Metres game by hand.
Yeah.
If you get a team that wants to take you on by handball, and at the moment, Collingwood have gained 79 metres by handball. Sydney go at 800 for a game.
And Hawthorn at 100.
And Hawthorn at 100. So both teams aren't really taking the game on. They're taking moments, but not demanding moments.
Not playing the game we like.
Don't forget the UFC Fight Night is coming up this Saturday from 6 p.m, exclusive to Paramount Plus. The Australian-made smart play for the first half, gents, for Australian-made week between May 18 and 24.
Well, there's a few, but I thought just Dacos, just what he does with the ball and pick any one of his kicks going inside. That pull kick that he did was
ridiculous.
Like we're standing 100 metres away and can't see it. He's standing in traffic and finds it, so he's smart.
Australian-made week, May 18 to 24. Ken, the unmissable moment for Drink Wise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
I did say I love coming to the footy just to watch him, the Watson, the wizard, the way he gets things done. And the goal he kicked in that quarter was just an unbelievable moment in the game. And if he gets 3 more of them, we're going to be excited.
By the way, Choices Flooring are giving away the ultimate VIP Grand Final experience. You and a mate could experience all the hype of Grand Final week firsthand and be at the big match itself, the 2026 Toyota AFL Grand Final. Head to SEN Win to enter now. The tackler of the game for Bar Crusher Boats. Tackle your next fishing adventure in a Bar Crusher.
Well, it hasn't been a lot of tackles, has there? Connor Nash is winning at the moment with 4. So it sort of that explains the type of low-pressure game that we're seeing. So he's leading so far.
And our travel partner in season 26 is Signet. Stay powered 24/7 with Signet AFL Club Power Banks. This has been the halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Beautiful floors, smart choices, win a Dyson daily. And this is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. As we go to the break, the goal of the day so far for Beaumont's, where bathrooms begin.
The goal of the day for Beaumont's. Discover hard flooring at Beaumont's. Hybrid, timber and laminate for every home and budget.
Battle sets himself side bottom, pinked off the pack. Got tackled, long, quick hands. To go, a snap. It is a beauty. The Pies have got 5 straight. And to go, he's got 2. Battle sets.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Bring your home to life from just $1,000 at our famous May Spend and Save. Right now, from just $1,000, you can bring your home to life with beautiful National Tiles for your entire family room and kitchen floors, or all your bathroom walls and floors. Yes, from just $1,000, with all National Tiles reduced. Absolutely no exceptions, but you'll have to be quick. So rush into National Tiles or go online now and save. Conditions apply.
With an end of financial year, no deposit 4.99% mates rate from Ram Trucks Finance, now's the time to upgrade to a Ram full-size pickup truck. Get behind the wheel of a Ram 1500 Rebel, boasting an impressive 420 horsepower under the hood, with a finance mates rate of 4.99% this tax time. Ends 30 June. Visit ramtrucks.com.au. T&Cs apply. 48-month term. Approved ABN applicants only.
Time out, ref! Here's the play. We grab crispy chicken McWings from Macca's. We dunk them in Korean sticky barbecue sauce. We leave no crumbs. Let's go. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time at participating restaurants.
Toolkit Depot's auto sale drives big savings across our huge range of auto gear. Grab hot deals on trusted auto brands like Kincro, Gear Wrench, Milwaukee, Sidchrome, SP Tools, Barco and more. Shop auto deals in-store or online at Toolkit Depot now.
Everywhere you look, there's a sign popping up saying sold by McGain again. McGain Real Estate, celebrating 50 years helping South Australians reach their real estate dreams. Contact your local McGain agent today.
With Lumo Energy, you can flip the switch to rates that will brighten your day. Because now is the right time to switch. Lumo Energy not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. Lumo Energy.
You top it, you shank it, you chunk it, you yell a lot. But then, that one pure shot, a drive down the middle, a wedge that actually checks up, a putt that drops when you least expect it. That's why you keep coming back, because there's never enough golf. At Golfbox, we get it. The clubs, the bags, the gear, delivered fast so you can keep chasing that one good shot.
Wait, I think that one's stayed inbound.
Golfbox, there's never enough golf.
There's something about home that just feels right. At Anglicare SA, we feel it too. That's why we offer support at home to help South Australians stay living independently. Whether it's expert clinical nursing, allied health services, or help with housework, meals, or transport, we're here to support you. And when you choose Anglicare SA, your investment stays right here at home. Create a care package tailored to your needs. Anglicare SA, you are at home.
It's the place we can all play respectfully at nighttime. The Palace, Adelaide's premier gentlemen's club. Whether you're out for a couple of drinks or you're booking the Bucks party he'll never forget, the Palace is Adelaide's best. Undressed. Good times, great vibes. The Palace is Adelaide's premier gentlemen's club for a reason. Come along. Upstairs, 111 Hinkley Street. Open from 8 p.m, 7 nights. So much fun. Thepalace.com.au.
Ugh, that's enough to send shudders down anyone's spine. Are you hearing critters rustling around in your roof?
Well, it might alarm you to know that 8% of household fires are started by rodents gnawing through electrical cables in the roof and walls, not to mention the spread of disease and bacteria they can cause. But there's a simple solution. Book a rodent treatment with SA's leading pest control specialists. Your team from Murray's.
No worries with the team from Murray's.
Go to murraypestcontrol.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Half-time Thursday night footy here at the MCG. Collingwood 7-3-45 to Hawthorn 5-10-40. So we've had the feeling out stages and they've traded some jabs and the odd heavy blow. Now it's time for the heavy artillery, isn't it?
Look, the good thing is it's close, Gerard. We don't have a blowout, and it probably needs Collingwood to do something. I think Hawthorn probably would rue the first quarter missed shots. The field position's all there. We spoke about the contested possessions being probably a record high for a half, and no clearances for Collingwood. So can they come out swinging the Pies? You know, the forward handball game, the chaos. Do they have that in them? Is probably the question I'm asking from Collingwood.
Well, they have. That's their game. If you again looking through their numbers leading into tonight's game, they're high up on handball meters game, but tonight they're not. I mean, tonight Hawthorn have been able to take that away from them, or Collingwood haven't engaged in it. I think it's more around what you said, Simone. Collingwood's not actually engaging in the chaos game as much as they need to. I think if they play, my personal view is if they play safe for the second half like they have in the first, and they lose the consistency of stoppage and the territory battle, that they're probably going to end up on the end of a loss, and they might be able to keep it a narrow loss. Having said that, footy does funny things, and if they come out and attack the game a bit more, Perryman's out, who goes to Watson? There's a few things going on for him, but Nick Dacos hasn't really lit up big time in the game yet. So they've got a few positives, the Pies, that they could lean into a little bit more, and so have the Hawthorn team, because their forwards haven't been able to really do what they do. Like Moore's been pretty quiet. Watson had one standout moment. Deer's been right off the pace, I reckon, with marking the ball. Lewis, okay. Gunston, just okay.
It just feels a little bit like Collingwood don't know how to change gears at the moment. It's either they play one way or the other, and the coach has to intervene. When they're at their best, they'll just read the rhythm of the game.
Is that Main over the tracksuit top?
Looks like it stays off the ground.
It just might be just put it on to come into the... Yeah, he's going to take it off. Maynard, I think.
Yeah, he's getting a rub. Looks okay, but yeah, can Collingwood get... They're a bit clunky tonight. They haven't quite flipped in and out of speed and
I'm going to give both sides a little chop out 5-day breaks, because I know they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it, but it takes the edge off your speed. The second half might open up for you, Gerard and Stephen. If you're going to get excited, you should be excited now.
We are excited. It's AFL Nation, and it's a 5-point margin in favour of Collingwood as we start the third quarter. Steen rose high, got the tap. Nash is there, can't quite snaffle it. Picked up by McKenzie, quick hands to Newcomb. Nice handball to half-back to Impey, who chips it to the wing. Members side gives it to Reeves. The old 1-2 back to Impey. That's not the best kick as he tries to find Deer. He taps it to Nash, who got it back to Deer. Deer handballs into space, running onto it as Amon. Got the handball away in the nick of time to Hardwick. Got to wait for a kind bounce. Gathers now. It's the Hawks heading to the city end. Moore, who's been quiet, as Ken Hinkley said, goes short and backwards and finds Newcomb.
So all bar two players on the ground ahead of him. It's a congested 50. Steen dropped the mark on the way in. McGuinness tackled by Quaynor, dispossessed. Deer got a toe to it. So too Watson, cut off though by Houston. His job to clear the air out. Buller has taken hold of Sicily and given up the free kick before they could contest the mark.
About the slow game too is you just don't get Elliott involved when it's slow. He's only had the 3 possessions tonight.
Sicily kicks the Hawks up inside the 50. Lewis hit the pack hard and caused a bit of carnage too. Pies have numbers underneath. Lipinski, Josh Dacos. Crisp to clear the area, low down. Schultz slides and takes the mark.
He cleaned up Cameron and Frampton.
Right. 2 big pins.
I think Billy was checking his shorts, to be honest.
Both limping, but I think they're both okay. As Collingwood work it to the wing. Steen, good use of the body, and it's a free kick. Oh, it's against him. He's going to battle.
Steen's really struggling tonight. He's doing the centre bounces and drifting forward, and Cameron's rucking around the ground, but
Battle called to play on, goes short to Sicily and backwards. Side bottom almost got there, but not quite. So Sicily takes the mark. Is it back to Battle? He's going to switch to the Shane Warne stand side at half-back, and the mark's taken by McKenzie. Plays on straight away. Kicks to half forward and finds Lewis, who dishes to D'Ambrosio on that left boot. Squaring kick. Good mark by Cameron, who stood his ground. Deer caught out of position. And Collingwood win the day deep in defence. Moore kicks to half-back.
He carried Chris, but then it never sat. So under the lasso, it's a Hawthorn ball. Right half forward, Moore. So Dylan Moore has it after the Darcy Moore error. Pumps the Hawks back inside the 50. Lewis, there's a whistle. It's a Collingwood free kick for a hold this time. Cameron impeded by Reeves.
I just watched Darcy. He does not move from almost that 15 to 20 metres out from the oppo goal. Just waits for him to kick it to him.
Off to Josh Dankos, up to Nick. Back to Josh. Not a tidy hand pass. Josh had time, though, to gather and clear the area for the Pies. Steele over on the Warne side of the wing.
I think too, Gerard, no one is using the corridor. Everything is just a wide switch play.
He kicks to Parker. I thought it was a good kick, but he just overcooked it to side bottom and cutting it off as Hardwick. So he gives it to Amon in the true centre half-back position. He's going to kick it out wide to Gunston, who's found some space. Too far out to score. Give it to me, says D'Ambrosio, and he does just that. Left foot kick looking for Watson, who flew high. Free kick going to Moore. Umpires paid advantage, and Collingwood will restart things from deep in defence.
He was surprised he didn't get that, Wizard.
Crisp kicks to a contest. Schultz lurched forward. He's been paid a push against Impey. He thought his opponent might have played for it.
Both teams are either defending really well, Ken, or it's just happy to switch and go around. Clogging up that corridor.
Schultz wheels out onto the right boot from half-back to half-forward. Elliott had a fly, but Reeves just stood his ground as the taller man and took the two-grabber. Off to Hardwick, brings it to McKenzie through centre half-back. Had a little bit of time, he used all of it, ran a long way too. McGuinness, Newcomb, Nash, who's hot, tried to get it back to Newcomb. It broke down. McGuinness is onto the loose ball, kicks it sideways for the Hawks, so they'll go via the Cape. Gunston probes. He kicked it straight to Steele. It breaks down.
Steele goes short to Quaynor. Quaynor goes short, not 15, play on. Now Nick Dacos mops up for Collingwood. Kicks it to Buller, who's a long way from goal. Plays on straight away. Dacos kept on running. Oh, he's handball to a teammate in Steele, who dropped the pud. So a turnover in favour of the Hawks. Gunston's got it. Gives the handball to Amon. Half forward, outer side, kicks towards Lewis. Good, brave stuff from Frampton, who stood his ground and took a very strong mark.
Good today, hasn't he?
Been really good, Billy.
A lot for not much in 5 minutes of this term so far. Darcy Moore took off out of fullback. Thumps it down the members' wing. Impey had good position the whole time to win it right back for the Hawks. Weddle was a good option out wide, but he's come more attacking through the middle. Reeves dropped the mark and he's under pressure. Anderson got him high. So the frustration, there's a lot of frustration that gets vented at the umpire, but it was high. Reeves a chance to put Hawthorn up inside the 50 again. Deer trying to rise. Weddle from the side, dropped the mark. McGuinness, loose hand pass. Darcy Moore off to Schultz, works it wide to Crisp, hugs the boundary with a kick up the line. Hawks have got 2v1. It'll bounce over regardless. So Sicily's ball on the lasso.
See that movie Much Ado About Nothing, Gerard?
Yeah, I watched it with you.
It's a bit like that at the moment. Oh, it's a sloppy handball from Battle to Newcomb. It's come off though to McKenzie. Shows a little bit of acceleration. Again, kicks to a hot spot. Oh, big fly! No mark to D'Ambrosio. Watson's on the ground, so is Moore. Watson gets the handball back from Moore, and he's put it out of bounds on the floor, and the Collingwood fans love it.
That's the 8th entry to 0 for the quarter.
Yeah, the quarter game's kicked in,
and they can't score.
If it's not a intercept possession, it's an out on the full or a lasso kick. It's forcing the Pies really wide on their exits.
So Pies still led it by 4. The Deutz-Fahr Tractors scoreboard unchanged. Nick Dacos takes off on the restart. It's an optimistic kick into the middle. Steen did well.
Look at Dacos run. He runs.
Hand pass Lipinski forward to the play to Anderson. They're breaking lines. Beautiful kick for Elliott. The fast play unlocks Jamie Elliott.
And it's up the corridor too, Gerard. Whether it's a message or not, as you know, the pressure factors for the Hawks is 1.
That'll be a world record, Stephen.
However, they've had the game played in their half. As we see Houston come off with the dock.
Yeah, he got flattened in the middle of the ground before.
Jamie Elliott. Slight angle. 45 metres from goal. Elliott puts it on its way. One entry, one goal. It's the first term revisited. The Magpies extend their lead. 8-3-51 to Hawthorn. 5-10-40. The Deutsch Far Tractors scoreboard and the clock. The Elders clock. Win with Elders Finance. We have gone 7.5 minutes of the term.
As Houston gets his lip cleaned up on the bench. You're right, Coach Simpson. You got what you wanted. You got a bit of ball movement to bring Jamie Elliott into the game. You got to let your strengths come out. And he is one of the most exciting players in the game if you bring the ball at him with speed. He can't be expected to win battles against that Hawthorn defence with slow ball movement.
No.
You might as well not play him if that's what you're going to bring.
It's happened all year, Ken. The slower they go, the less he gets involved. And that was the first time we've really seen Collingwood press the corridor. Took a pretty brave kick, didn't it, through the middle. But for them to win this game, I think they're really going to have to attack this corridor.
Collingwood by 11 points on the Deutsch Far Tractors scoreboard. From the centre ball up. It's got a stalemate here. She'll go again.
I don't have to rely on it, but they've kicked 4 goals, 3 from the back half tonight, the Pies.
Long tries to bust his way through. Lipinski's there. Handballs to Cameron, who sinks the slipper to half forward. Battle can't take the mark. Here's an opportunity for the Pies. They're forcing it forward to Goey. To Hayes. Breaks the tackle. A left foot snap. It's another one. Hayes has got 2. Slick play from the Pies. And they go further ahead. 57 plays 40. It's Collingwood by 17. As I said, Will Hayes has got 2.
God, it's so frustrating if you're Hawthorn. They've done so much good work. And what will unlock Collingwood this game and this year is if they can get the contest and clearances right, if they can stop being 18th at this part of the game, the rest of the game's in reasonably good health. They're scoring from the back half. They look efficient in the front half. Just got to get this contest and clearance going, Ken.
2 entries, 2 goals. 8 entries, Hawthorn, no goals. Well, Collingwood are doing what Collingwood do. They defend for their lives, and they have to because of the numbers you talked about. And then they're efficient enough when they go forward to keep the scoreboard ticking right. Hawthorn need to be doing what Hawthorn do, and that's high scoring from entries.
Ball up in the middle. Cameron knocked it down. Nash got caught with it. Got it to his boots. Ward hammered it forward with a hand pass. McDonald onto it. Ginnivan slipped a tackle. He got it to the boot. Ward kept the forward motion going. D'Ambrosio. The chip. Too strong. It missed Watson and fell for Queen Orr.
It makes defending easy if you kick it to him.
Queen Orr pulls his kick hard. Boundary side. Maynard on the dive. Hauled it in.
I think there's other options on. He looks a bit sore as he gets up. It's now gone wide and slow.
He's asked to do a lot there. AFL Nation for the 4-20 Traveller. 57 plays 40. Kick on the 45. So that's the aggressive kick. Sicily cuts it off. Nash, Ward, Hawks are coming forward to a one-on-one deep. Lewis has the back position. Here's Watson, the crummer. Brilliance. The first 3 steps made him uncatchable. And Watson puts up his second. 11 points down. 6-10-46 to Collingwood 9-3-57. The Deutsch Far Tractors scoreboard.
What'd you say, Simo, at half-time if you're playing on Wizard Watson?
Don't leave him.
Do not leave him. Isaac Quainer, with the greatest intentions to support the contest, left Nick Watson free. The ball spills anywhere, and he swoops, and he makes the most. That's his second goal, and another high-quality small forwards goal.
And Dacos has been off the last 4 or 5 minutes. He comes back on the ground. That come from a corridor kick that turned over, Ken. So you live and die by the sword. You want to take on the corridor, but you don't want to concede a turnover either. So you're right with Quainer. Unfortunately, with Perryman going off, he's going to have to do the role and just tighten up a little bit.
We just got to sacrifice everything else for him.
It's Collingwood by 11. Handball from Newcomb was a good one to Ward, who drew the player and handballs to McDonald. Goes bang from 50. Spectacular goal for the Hawks. All started in the middle. And Connor McDonald from 50 metres just slotted it post high for a goal.
Cameron limping off the ground. Might have just got stood on, but I mean, outside those 2 goals, it's been a dominant Hawthorn quarter.
Yeah.
The contested possessions now for the Hawks, they're plus 30 and they're plus 12 at clearances. So we won't be repeating ourselves for the rest of the game, but it is a significant issue that Collingwood have had, not just this quarter of this game, but for the whole season, really.
Yep, the last 2 entries, 2 goals. That's more like what Hawthorn normally do. But until this point, they haven't been able to get that scoring efficiency going. So it'll be around whether they can clean up a bit of that entry and put a bit more speed into their own entries.
John Newcombe with a well-calculated throw to get that ball clear. There's enough traffic that the umpire was not going to see it. There's a free kick in the ruck. It's going Collingwood's way to steam. Collingwood's gone to the rooms. We'll hit more as we go. Up inside the 50. Barras had front position. McStay rose behind him and took the mark.
Every now and then he'll do that, Tommy. It'll just be back yourself in at all costs and just miss time to jump. And Kenny will do that 1 out of 10 times.
2 missed time jumps. One at the centre bounce.
Yep.
Free kick. And then that one who's a player who you do back in every time. But the first one come from a ruckman.
Yep.
Who knows the rules. We've only been playing 8 weeks.
Dan McStay directly in front. Kicks the goal. Collingwood restore an 11-point lead. Shapes is a key matchup for Holman Plumbing. Trusted quality Aussie standards. Let's just check in with Donohue here down on the boundary.
Yeah, it's a right leg issue for Darcy Cameron. He limped off straight down into the rooms, Gerard, and hasn't emerged, so we'll keep an eye on that.
That's for Thrive, your streamlined small business growth platform.
Good to have you, Ken. More high scoring, bit more entertained. Are you entertained?
No, not really. Not really.
You obviously haven't been commentating for long enough to see some of the dirty Thursday night games we had last year.
No, I love Watson's goal. I love Jamie Elliott's goal. I love a bit of polish, the centre bounce goal. I don't like the free kick goals.
Okay.
5 handball metres gained for the quarter, Collingwood. You wanted them to light up a bit.
Yeah, well, they've kicked 3 goals, so I suppose there's many ways.
We should be praising Collingwood. They're leading a game that everyone said they wouldn't win.
And goes in the middle, picked up by Meek. Get out of that habit. Up it goes in the middle. Collingwood win it at half-back. Josh Dacos decides to handball, put his teammate under pressure. And the umpire says holding the ball. It was against Lipinski and the tackler was Ward. And wheels onto the left, wastes no time. Frampton's got the front posse against Lewis. Lewis goes up for the second bite, claims the mark. Surely it was touched. No, he's paid it. Ooh. He's paid the mark to Lewis. And he will line up as good as directly in front from 35 metres out. Well, he got the front posse. I thought Frampton got a fist on it, but the umpire is much closer than me. So he's given the mark.
Feels like it was a mark when you watch it on the replay.
Frampton says he punched it, but defenders always
Billy don't always have to believe Billy.
No, true. So Mitch Lewis has kicked 2 behinds in this match. Slide angle, 35 metres out at the city end. Goal. So he gets his first for the night.
Been a bit of centre bounce scoring in the last little bit.
The diff.
Comes straight out of the centre bounce and down to the either end, and goals are being scored, which is helping the game from a scoring point of view at very least.
Well, that was a pretty good pressure from the Hawks. I mean, the Pies actually won that ball, looked up and nothing on, try and create an extra handball, free kick, and then Lewis playing out of the goal square, and Gunston's actually going up and playing a little bit high. He's not really been in the game today, Gunston, so whether he's off the ground at the moment, he's actually playing quite high. So they've just mixed it up a little bit. Now you've got Frampton the deepest. And just a little change from Sam and his team at half-time.
Centre clearance is 12-4 in Hawthorn's favour from Australian Made Week, May 18 to 24. Eyes again by 5. Meek spectacularly grabbed it in the middle and got a free kick. Wave on the advantage. Another centre clearance for Hawthorn. Newcombe up to full forward. Lewis front position. Spinning through McDonald. Outstanding. Front square row. And a snap to match. His second. And for the first time since early, Hawthorn lead. 9-10-64 to Collingwood 10-3-63. They're running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong.
This is the game you've talked about, Timo. If you're going to lose clearance and you're going to lose contest, and they're going to lose it badly. You're going to end up probably getting caught. That's the second goal for the quarter from centre bounce to Hawthorn and 1 to Collingwood. But the centre bounce clearances are 5-1 in favour of the Hawks for the quarter.
Unfortunately, this is not an event. This is a pattern for Collingwood, and they got to work a few weeks ago. They reviewed their first 6 weeks. The word came out, they worked on their connection and delivery, whereas I'd be working on this part of the game.
Just as much.
No, even more so. I mean, they're adding to the competition in this area.
Crowd finding its voice. Big tap by Steen. Dacos overran it. Ward's there. He's tackled by Donohue, and we'll have another ball up in the middle of the MCG.
That's almost a win for the Pies, a secondary bounce.
He got the tap, looking for Newcomb. Had a fresh airy. Handball comes to Dacos. Nice little handballs at Quaynor, who goes out wide looking for Schultz. Impey does the spoiling and did it well. Taps it towards Ginnivan. Ginnivan wants the boundary line. He's not going to find it. Collingwood have got the footy. Ginnivan lays the tackle. We'll have a ball up on centre wing in front of the interchange gates. Hawthorn 64, Collingwood 63. Just past the halfway mark in this third quarter on the Deutz Tractors scoreboard.
Up she goes. Meeker spikes it forward. McDonald taps it against the boundary and then fumbles. He was on his way if he'd picked it up, but not to be.
There's a big issue at the moment too, Ken. It's Steen. We've got Cameron off the ground, and he's gassed, coming off a 5-day break. Cameron's actually up on the boundary line ready to go, but could be some damage done here in the next minute or so while he's still on.
So Meeker's having his way with Steen and does so again. Takes it out of the ruck. Hand passes it forward. Straight to Houston, though. He's got Nick Dacos back to Houston. Pies out of half-back. Hand passed it along. Sidesteps out of trouble. Kicks aggressively to half-forward over the top of Elliott. Hardwick dropped the mark. McStay kept it alive. Dragged off it by Hardwick. Sicily. Hand passes well. And the Hawks will hold up. Moore and Scrimshaw out the far side they go. McGuinness has Battle. Left half-back. Probes for Amon, brings it out wide to Gunston, working in the defensive half. Not quite sure where to go, forward or backwards. He goes backwards to Amon and further backwards to Sicily, who can reset.
And working hard to create space is Hardwick. And now the switch is on. The Hawks all of a sudden have the ball on the members' side. Impey can go long down the line to Meek, and that's the decision he makes. He's got Whittle in support. Meek couldn't find him. So Meek has got the mark. Half-forward flank. Members' side heading to the city end. Hawks by a point. 64 plays 63. He just puts it into the hole. And it's a very clever kick from the big fella, and it's marked by McDonald, who's already kicked 2 this quarter. Centering kick. Finds Ward. Probably too far out to score. Little chip. Finds Gunston. Not 15, says the umpire. Fair enough too. Gunston jams it on the left boot. Newcomb has drifted forward and has taken a comfortable chest mark. He got rid of his opponent, and he will line up as good as directly in front, 30 metres out.
Alarm bells, Ken.
Feels like it a little bit, as you keep referencing for the night, winning the contest. I think Newcomb might have come off from... Was Moore out there then? Is he off the ground still?
I think he's still on the ground.
Yeah, I think it was Moore who let him go to that ball uncontested.
Right. John Newcomb for his second. He's missed it badly. From 30 out, 1 behind. Hawthorn lead by 2. 9-12-6. In fact, make that 9-11-65 to 10-3-63.
Well, the good news is it's still game on. They've had 7 more scoring shots, the Hawks, but the door's still open.
Short for Houston, aggressive into the middle. Elliott set up. Scrimshaw made the spoils. Side bottom at least holds it up while Elliott counts his bones.
And looking old today, Gerard, some of these players. Side bottom, Elliott, Moore.
It's hobbling away from that. Cameron's got himself into the fray. Nick Dacos off the ground. Not to effect though. Hardwick sweeps the hand pass out wide to Impey. Brings the Hawks to half forward. Gitterman's in a one-on-one with Houston. It clears them. Quaynor, third man to arrive. Gives it to Houston. Pumps it inboard. Crisp. Out of half-back. Oh, he nearly missed his boot. He's kicked that out on the full. The side of the boot. And slewed away.
Elliott, it's coming off here, I think.
Yep.
Not sure what he's done, but
he's very sore after that collision in the marking contest. Oh, Battle too slow. Gone holding the ball. Impey went short to Battle, and he just took too long, and Schultz read it beautifully and has laid the tackle and got the free kick. He's on the members' wing.
Kick into the middle is on. He hasn't looked in that direction, so it's out wide instead to Quaynor.
He's wide open, isn't he, in the middle?
Maynard had made all the space before the Hawks arrived. Would have been the kick. Instead, it's a slow play and into density. Quaynor lofts it for the big men to have a leap. Reeves made the decisive spoil. Whistle. Collingwood free kick.
I've got to watch that again.
It is going the way of Steen.
Come on, Simo, tell me what happened there, will you?
Oh, well, I don't know. 14 inside 50s to 4.
Here we go.
Not sure. Allow him to jump. I'm not sure Steen's got the distance here. He looks cooked.
He's done a lot of work with his ruck partner off the ground. Oscar Steen from 45. Contact. Pure!
His energy
Right
looked
over the
like
goal umpire's cap. Oscar Steen steps up and Collingwood lead again. 4 points up, 11-3 to 9-11 on the Deutsche Fahrt Tractors scoreboard.
It's remarkable what they've been able to do.
Oh, you've got to tip your hat like that. This is a gutsy performance. The Hawks have left the door open a little bit, Ken, but they're doing it their way, the Pies, and all the supporters here would appreciate the effort that they're putting in and a few holes in their game.
Howe, Membry, Pendlebury, McCreary, Perryman, sitting off the side now since early in the second. It's pretty brave what Collingwood have been able to do. They've been able to frustrate Hawthorn, and Hawthorn have added to it. 11-3 to 9-11. That's the game, isn't it? In short, really, they've had enough opportunities, but I do think Nick Dacos is the player who will run the hardest to the end too.
Well, see how we go in the last quarter. I mean, there's still 5 minutes to go here.
Up it goes in the middle. Gathered by Newcomb. He's gang tackled by a couple of Pies. Umpire will throw it up again right in the centre circle.
Best result they can get at the moment is a secondary bounce.
Reeves the tap. Did it well to McDonald, who kicked a little banana inside, well, to the 50. Houston's there. Cleaned up by Maynard, who goes back into the middle. Free kick Collingwood's way. Push in the back, and it's going to be taken by Cameron.
That was a push in the back.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky. Just time to jump.
Against Scrimshaw. Gives it off to Maynard. He chips the half forward and finds Josh Dacos. Eyes going to the Hunt Road end. They lead by 4 points. Dacos short. Just to 15, marked by his brother.
Now for his 8th disposal this quarter.
On the National, you have to be careful on the mark. So he plays on now. The big wind-up from Dacos. From 55. Did you expect anything else? Beautiful goal to Nick Dacos. Wound up from 55 metres. And all of a sudden, the Pies have got a bit more breathing space again.
What would you do with Dacos if you had him in your side? I mean, you had a Butters type, and I had a couple, but this guy just
knows when. Well, that's an amazing finish.
75 plays 65.
Well, the other thing too is they're finding a way just to nullify the centre bounce. They're not winning them, but this is the second stoppage we've had after a bounce, and if that's the plan, just to try and get a secondary stoppage. They actually lost the secondary stoppage clearance, but they rebounded from the back half and just chip-kicked their way up like they've been doing all day. And he gets it 60 out.
Yeah, and then gets to run around and put it through.
The Bendix breaks, big moments. Bendix, the best-known breaks. So Collingwood threatened to win it in the middle, but Long gets tackled and dispossessed. And D'Ambrosio, another centre clearance to the Hawks, up inside 50. Collingwood have 2 up. Maynard dropped the mark. Well, Darcy Moore's hand pass wasn't great. Houston, though, ended up with it. Josh Dacos gives it to Lipinski. Needs a link-up play inboard. Long ran into a tackle and out of it. Back to Lipinski, boundary side. Works it on to Houston. Pies have run the gauntlet here. Elliott's back in the fray. Lovely hand pass to Houston. Swept it up for De Goey. Knocked it on. Missed Cameron. Or it would have been a genius play. And Cameron would have been able to kick it to full forward. But instead, it's out of bounds for a throw-in. AFL Nation for the 4-20 traveller.
They've got that in them.
Yeah, they have.
Got that in them if they want to bring it in that last quarter.
In this ground, in the last quarter, with this crowd and noise,
Free kick for a high fend against Reeves. It'll go to Cameron again. He's had a few free kicks in this third quarter, but there was no doubt about that one. Sloppy ruck work from Ned Reeves.
I think he's back on.
Cameron at half forward. Kicks into the pocket. Setting himself high was Steen. Couldn't take the mark. Handball comes out to Amon. Bangs it on the left boot. Back to half back. Deer went up with one hand. Ball falls to ground. Newcomb handballs to McDonald. Tackled by Cameron and then by Moy. Somehow released it to Ginnivan, who got the handball to Deer. Now Deer, what's he going to do with it? He has a bounce. Gives it to McKenzie. Runs into the Dacos wall. Has to double back. Now he kicks inside 50. Watson sets himself. Maynard couldn't take the mark. Off hands over the line for a throw-in.
Maynard asking for the slight push.
Well, he uses his body so well, Watson. Such a different body size too. It's hard to just imagine how hard it would be to body up a guy who's 5'3". No disrespect to that height, but big is he.
3 minutes to go. The Elders clock win with Elders Finance. Long got it at the stoppage. Blasted it to the wing. Hawks have the numbers. Hardwick takes the mark.
Young Parker's got, well, no, he's got more. I thought he had Watson. I've got all the Deer.
Off to Scrimshaw to the run of Impey from halfway. Kicks it up. Whateley, 65 out from goal. Collingwood have committed their numbers deep, protecting a 10-point lead. Whateley is going to try to slide a pass for Watson. Lipinski cuts it off. It sort of just landed on him, and he was able to clutch it and take the mark.
Deep in defence. 2.5 left on the game clock in this third quarter. Thanks to the Elders clock win with Elders Finance. The halfback for Collingwood. Gathered by Parker. Got it to Josh Dacos. Nice handball to side bottom. Off to Schultz. Schultz goes inboard. Turns it over. Taken by Amon to McDonald to Ginnivan, who puts it back inside 50 to Lewis. Gee, you pay a heavy price for a turnover at this level.
Well,
and Mitch Lewis has got a set shot at goal, 45 out, slide angle, city end.
That type of turnover, yes, you do pay a huge price, and you should, because that was a terrible turnover.
Oh, he didn't have anything to kick to.
Better than not kick it to Hawthorn.
Well, they win the ball back, and they just didn't reset the ground, did they?
Simpson. We're waiting for the kick. But
Mitch Lewis, 1 goal, 2 tonight. And that one's right through the middle.
Sometimes
cut the margin back to 4.
Sometimes kicking it to out of bounds is okay if that's what happens, and you give the ball back on the boundary line. It's better than giving it back in the corridor.
No, I agree with that. What I did notice when Lipinski marked that
Schultz
ball,
it was.
When Lipinski marked the ball in the back pocket, the Collingwood didn't reset the ground. They just stayed high, and once they broke the line, there was nothing to kick to, and he should have just done exactly what you said. Instead, he tried to pull off a corridor kick with 2 minutes to go, and it's cost him. It's a reviewable moment on a Monday, isn't it?
Yeah, we'd say kick to grass all day long in that moment. Just kick the ball to grass. We'll deal with a deliberate out of bounds or a last touch out of bounds now, because we can have defence in place. We can actually not get caught on the turnover.
Sign of tired legs too for the Pies, that particular play.
75-71, Collingwood lead at Jump the Fence to Deutz Far Tractor, where the grass is always greener with German engineered precision. Hawks win the centre clearance again. Newcomb tosses it to full forward. Watson front position. Maynard got it away. Had to hand pass quickly to Parker. Threw it onto the boot. It tumbles out to half-back. Schultz first access. Good hand pass to Parker. Put it out in front of Nick Dacos. Paddle to his own advantage once and twice. He's trying to drop his pursuer in McKenzie. Nick's got it against the boundary. Hand passes along the line. He's just overwhelmed at the last. Sicily knocked it away from him. He'd had enough of the rot. Hawks didn't get it out though. Anderson flops the kick up to half forward. It runs past a few. Hardwick took them on. Hand pass wasn't great. Went back and got it. Barris confronted, searching for the right kick, and he had it to McKenzie, who took it just above the grass.
McKenzie short to Ginnivan. Right under the Shane Warne stand sign. And he's backwards to battle, and I think the Hawks are happy to wind down the clock here. It's Collingwood by 4 points as we near three-quarter time. Long ball. Lewis was the big flyer. McDonald handballs to Weddle. Taken by Watson. Watson's got nothing to kick to, so he handballs over the top. It comes back to Watson. Watson shoots towards goal. Marked by Deere. Deere's kicked the goal before the siren. That's incredible play from Watson. And Deere has kicked the goal on the siren, and the Hawks are in front by 2 at the last break. How do you describe that, fellas?
That was Nick Watson. That's how you describe it. Watson doing what he does. Handball over the top of Billy Frampton, and then runs onto it, gets the ball, gets it kicked in time. Deere plays on.
Yes.
I'm not sure. Like I said it before, Nick Watson is worth coming to the football for.
Yeah.
That's his 4th moment in the game, I think. And every one of them looked like match winners.
That is remarkable. Running hot for Ream. Install a Ream, Australia's favourite. Hawthorn 11-11, 77 lead. Collingwood 12-3, 75. Multiple goal kickers. Lewis, Watson and McDonald have 2 each. While for the Pies, 2 for Degoe and to Hayes. This is AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 Traveller.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Deutzfer Tractors. Jump the fence to a Deutzfer tractor, where the grass is always greener with German engineered precision.
Imagine being invisible. You could mess with someone's mind, sneak up on them, and they wouldn't know you're there. Even scare them to death. When you speed on our roads, that's what happens, because no one sees you coming. Think road safety. A message from the Government of South Australia.
The Choices Flooring Smart Style Smart Spend sale is on now. Discover offers on design-led flooring and window furnishings that look beautiful, are functional, and work with real-life budgets to deliver impact without compromise. Whatever the project or budget, we're here to help you make the right choice. Plus, buy any Breeze carpet with Dunlop underlay, and you could win one of 28 Dyson Purifier Cool Gen 1 prizes. Download the catalogue at choicesflooring.com or visit your local showroom.
Milwaukee, forever for the big jobs and the little ones. Forever for the sights you'll always remember and the ones you'd rather forget. For the early mornings and even later nights. For day one and all the days that follow. Milwaukee, forever for the trade.
Still installing last decade solar panels? Mate, that's like frying an egg in its shell. Powerbay's bifacial solar panels, batteries and inverters change the game. Their dual-sided design captures sunlight front and back. Plus, N-type cells generate up to 5% more energy for even lower energy bills. Be the tradie ahead of the game. Switch to Powerbay's solar panels. Available in selected Bunnings Warehouse stores only. For full store details, view Powerbay on the Bunnings Warehouse website.
Rebates available to eligible customers. T's and C's apply.
It's official. 3 of Australia's biggest players, Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo, all declared Host Plus the best super fund winner. That's 3 big wins for your super. 3 from 3. That's a plus. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider the PDS and TMD on our website before deciding. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Everything costs more these days. Fuel, your power bill, your groceries, your mortgage. At Mate, we reckon your internet shouldn't be adding to the pressure. That's why we're taking $25 off your bill every month for your first 6 months. That's $150 back in your pocket. Plans start at just $51 a month. Fast internet, fair price, no mucking around. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Offer available to new services on eligible internet plans. $25 discount per month for 6 months, then reverts to standard pricing. $150 total saving. Conditions apply.
Good health is contagious. And at Bupa, we're helping it spread around Australia by helping our almost 4 million members live healthier. Search Bupa Health Insurance today. Proud member partner of Carlton Football Club.
It's the place we can all play respectfully at night time. The Palace, Adelaide's premier gentlemen's club. Whether you're out for a couple of drinks or you're booking the Bucks party he'll never forget, the Palace is Adelaide's best. Undressed. Good times, great vibes. The Palace is Adelaide's premier gentlemen's club for a reason. Come along. Upstairs, 111 Hinkley Street. Open from 8 p.m, 7 nights. So much fun. Thepalace.com.au.
Don't miss Ram Trucks 4.99% finance mates rate. Get a Ram 1500 Rebel with a 4.99% mates rate from Ram Trucks Finance. Ends 30 June. Visit ramtrucks.com.au. T&Cs apply. 48-month term. Approved ABN applicants only.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
The Goey. Tahay breaks the tackle. A left foot snap. It's another one. Hayes has got two. Slick play from the Pies.
Lewis has the back position. Here's Watson, the crummer. Brilliant. Lewis front position. Spinning through McDonald. Outstanding.
Plays on now. The big wind-up from Dacos. From 55. Did you expect anything else?
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery.
6-5, Hawthorn's way in that third term. They lead by 2 points at the final change for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions, Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson.
Well, I think it's throw everything out the window now if you're Collingwood. They've done so well to be in the game. They're a little bit lucky on a couple of things, but it's been a back half game for them. They've had 4 turnovers in the front half, and if you can get over 25, that's normally an average. So the game is not played in their half. So if you're the Pies, you throw some caution to the wind, Ken, and just take the game on and have a swing. Try and get Dacos his 15 touches and 2 goals and 10 score involvements. And do you tag him in the last quarter if you're Hawthorn?
How are you 2 points down when you've had 45 entries to 23 at three-quarter time?
Good system.
It's just crazy. Plus 23% in half, Hawthorn.
Into the final term we go. Reeves first tap down toward Hawks, forward again. Deere set himself. Spoil made by Houston. Gunston's after the crumb. He's goalless thus far. He spins out of a tackle and he takes his shot out on the full.
Playing a decoy role tonight, Gerard. Lewis in the goal square. Gunston high. Something different.
Houston kicks it as far as he possibly can. Target was Buller.
Interesting decision to start Darcy Moore off the ground.
He first came back for a while, I suppose.
All up, Hawthorn half into attack, half forward. Newcombe overran it, picked up by Nash. Got it to Ward, tackled by a couple of Magpies. Umpire says, I will ball it up again. So 65 out from Hawthorn's goal. They're heading to the punt road end in this final term. It's on the Shane Warne stand side of the ground. Hawthorn lead by 2 points. Nash got first hand on it. Socket off the ground by Nick Dacos. Only as far as D'Ambrosio. Gives the handball to Newcombe. And fortunately for him, the ball falls into the hands of Reeves, who marks 75 from goal.
Had the most possessions for Hawthorn now, Newcombe, 24.
Stats for Australian made. Ed Reeves. Giving it plenty of air. It's a wedge. Big man fly. Whateley! Who's about 4th man up? It must have been a hard one to read, but Whateley read it well. And in a big pack situation, he's taken the mark. He's directly in front. He's 20 metres out. And this will be Josh Weddle's first goal for the Knights.
Put it in the book.
Not his best attribute is kicking for goal, but shouldn't miss from here. He has missed it.
What's he on again?
That is a shocking miss from Josh Weddle, and his second point for the night, and a lucky lead off for the Pies. Hawthorn by 3 points.
And that's the genre, isn't it? And that's Hawthorn's problem. They've left it right on the table here. Weddle makes a spoil out, half back, trying to redeem himself, but he's gone high on Park and crisp. The inside 50s are 47-23 in Hawthorn's favour, and those centre clearance are now 16-4. And yet the margin is only 3 points.
Going to do so much of this, though, Gerard. Like we said, they've only had 4 turnovers in the front half. Everything's coming from the back half.
Just the switch through Frampton and now to Steele under the Warren stand. He has the kick up the line to Hayes.
Remarkable. I don't think I've seen a game like this where they're in the game still.
Yeah, that's right. I'm staggered they're in the game, but 12 goals free can do that.
He's up to half forwards. Buller. Spoils were made over the boundary.
I spent some time today looking at their inside 50 efficiency, both teams.
Yep.
And I think I've got it back to front from what the stats told me. Hawthorn was supposed to be great and Collingwood were terrible. It seems like it's the complete opposite to that at the moment.
Absolutely. Collingwood left half forward. Steen and Reeves to ruck. Reeves moves Steen, then got caught by him. Lipinski hand passed in front of Nick Dacos. He caressed the kick to full forward. Battle at front position to make the spoil. Awkward ball to deal with. Long and D'Ambrosio go to ground. It'll be a ball up 30 out from the Collingwood goal.
So what happens when you win a clearance? Get some momentum.
Nash is picking up Dacos at this stoppage. Reeves got the tap. And goes back over the line for another throw in.
Only gone at 58% disposal efficiency tonight, Nick.
Yeah, it hasn't been the same polish. He's done a couple of good things, though.
Yeah.
And there's still plenty of time left.
Great goal, great kick. I can remember 2 really clear things.
Steen against Reeves. Reeves got first hand onto it. Ricochets back to Steen, who handballs into the forward pocket. Sicily's there, hugging the boundary line. Handballs to D'Ambrosio. He's caught. Umpire says, I'll ball it up. 35 out from the Magpies goal. City end of the ground, forward pocket.
The experienced player would fumble that ball and fall over the boundary line, wouldn't he? He wouldn't just take the ball. The Sicily was trying to get it out of bounds.
It's only the third forward 50 stoppage for the game.
Reeves got the tap and then put boot to ball. Kicks it outside 50 and the diving mark is taken by Nick Watson.
Just to hold up for a moment and then take off. Pass didn't do D'Ambrosio any favours, so he had to go backwards to aim on, not 15, and now the kick long down the line. Gunston presents. Defensive side of the middle.
He makes you earn every kick.
He does. I actually wonder why they're trialling Lewis deep, Gunston high. It's been Maynard up the ground.
Gunston up to half forward. Deer on the wobbler. Took the mark. So the forwards wanted in deep, and it comes. Lewis and Weddle are those targets. Ginnivan jumped up in the hole, had it and lost it. Crisp onto the ground ball. Houston, Quaynor, back to Crisp, who's hot. Has to find a way and did. Maynard gives it back to him. So Crisp directing the flow of play. Puts it to McStay at centre half back. Links it up to Lipinski. Has a look forward. Side bottoms his man. Waited perfectly. Side he marks. Amon held him up just long enough. He's too far out himself. He's gone for Elliott. Is it 15? It is.
Was that 15?
Is everyone else with Tommy?
Was staring at the umpire as he took the mark to work out whether he had to loop and go or whether he could line the set shot up. Kicked a goal in the third term. Has kicked clutch goals his whole career. 358 to his name in all. From 50 metres out, Elliott loops out right. Hit it flush! My goodness, he's good in the clutch. JD Elliott comes up big again. His second, he snatches the lead back for Collingwood. 13-3-81. So Hawthorn 11-12-78. The Mate Internet mobile scoreboard, $25 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. Save more when you bundle.
That's the 25th entry for the 13th goal, and it all started with Crisp in the back pocket, who was allowed to run and get repeat touches.
How well do they do it?
They just get 1, 2, 3, and then there's enough composure to get it to side bottom, who you knew he was going to find Degoe or Elliott, and as you pointed out in the box, you knew he was going to nail that.
I didn't think. I thought he looked tired, but you declared it. But the back half transition, it's the modern way to play. It's so exciting to see that skill. And once again, Elliott comes into play when there's speed.
Mate Internet and mobile scoreboard. It is the Pies by 3 points. And it's a free kick going Hawthorn's way for a hole in the middle of the ground. It's going to be taken by Connor Nash.
The Seven goals, 3 from their back half.
Chip short to McDonald, still deep inside the centre square. The lead's on from Watson, and make that Moore, who takes the mark about 65 from home at the Hunt Road end. Moore measures the kick. He was looking for Lewis. Frampton couldn't take the mark. Lewis, a clumsy handball. Umpire let it go. We'll have a stoppage directly in front of Hawthorn's goal. 35 metres out. Up it goes. Both ruckmen have a swipe at it and missed it. Another ball up.
High alert if you're Wizards, man.
Yep. Who's got the job?
Wayner.
Wayner's
cuddling him now.
Some tight bodies out there. Up it goes. Taken by Reeves to Ward. Dacos handball ineffective. Reeves has a snap at goal. Frampton got a finger on it just as it was going through.
The confidence of the goal umpire just to call the touched, get on with it, back yourself in.
I think everyone got a warm-up last night on the TV.
Collingwood by 2 points.
Gerard Whateley.
Houston thumps it into play, brought it down the members' side of the ground. Sicily, great position in the pack.
Pretty good job, side bottom on Sicily.
He'd be disappointed with that one, wouldn't he?
Forward half turnover for the Hawks. What might they make of it? Sets it up inside 50. Hawks stayed down. Watson dispossessed. He goes again. Quaynor all over him.
What have I told you? He's had 11 intercepts, Sicily.
Let's go down to John Donohue.
Okay.
Just keeping an eye, guys, on Lloyd Meek. He's been off for about 19 minutes. He played 31% of game time in that third quarter. I think he saw after that halftime when he came off at the end.
Hawks trying to conjure something from this forward stoppage. It went through a few hands, but nothing decisive from it. 25 out from the Hawthorn goal. They trail Reeves to open space. Body's committed. Long got it onto his boot to clear the area. It's going to slide all the way to the boundary, though, and be a turnover.
And Barras will get the free kick. Correction. Barras will get the free kick. Pumps it long. It's all Collingwood here. There's 3 pies. Again, they spoil each other. Will they pay a price? No, they won't. They get out of jail. Crisp to Long, who torps one back to the wing. Barras is there. Can't quite take the chest mark. Hardwick, clever little underground handball to Impey. Impey to Scrimshaw. He's got a player laterally, and that's where he kicks in the end, and it's Battle. He'll now switch to the outer side as the Hawks reload.
D'Ambrosio works it up to McDonald, gets the hand pass going forward to Gunston, wants a runner going by, Moore obliges, he's at the 50, stands and props and wobbles it up forward. Frampton knocked it away, Dacos dispossessed, McGuinness out of the pack, missed across the face. Hawks are down by 1. Big moments for Bendix breaks. Bendix the best known breaks.
Well, 13 minutes to go. They're still in this. The Pies are hanging in there. It comes down to luck now. Don't worry about the patterns and the contest and all those type of things. There's only the 13 minutes to go.
Josh Dacos runs his full measure, kicks to the members' side. Barras was the spoiler. Weddle tackled by Chris. And we'll have a ball up.
Cameron again.
Meek's coming back on, so he seems okay. He's had a long break.
Cameron coming off, limping badly.
He's had some issues tonight too. So it was Meek against Crisp. Dacos somehow gets boot to ball and keeps it in play, or he did for a while, then it bounced the wrong way. So Lasso free kick to the Hawks, and it's going to be taken by Amon.
It's going to be rope-a-dope all night. Can they actually...
Amon sets it up towards the 50. Pies again had numbers in the air. Quaynor made the spoil. The intercept mark was on, but they hadn't communicated well enough. It's over the boundary.
At least 4 times tonight where there's been multiple Collingwood players flying for the ball. Endeavour good, but why did you see Sicily getting his ankle strapped on the bench?
It's like pit crews down there. They're working on Cameron on the Collingwood bench and Sicily on the Hawthorn bench, running repairs to get them going for the final lap. They all dig in at the stoppage. Anderson held with it. A ball up, 55 from the Hawthorn goal. The Elders clock. Win a $10,000 travel voucher with Elders Finance. 12:30 remaining. Collingwood by a point. Hawthorn in attack. Anderson, a one-arm pin straight to ground. Lincoln did the tackling, umpired a ball and up again. Bit of trench warfare at the stoppages. Ruck shared it. Nick Dacos prized it clear. Kicks down the wing. 2-on-2. No mark for Scrimshaw. Coming through Schultz. Put it forward to the plate of McStay. Looks up. Elliott's on the lead. He's got it. One moment into open play and Collingwood are able to set up the shots.
In every open play they've had, he's ended up with the ball. Desperate for some speed in this game and come from a clearance, and you can get speed out of clearances, Ken. It's a one-on-one. Just got to get over the back and you're away.
Got to win that next contest ball.
Yes.
And when they win that next contest ball, they're away, as we see Nick come off the ground for his last rest, I would hope.
Same line for Jamie Elliott, a little closer to goal. Same result. Nerveless stuff from Jamie Elliott, who salutes the Magpie Army in raptures at their dead-eye forward. 7 points. 14-3-87 to Hawthorn. 11-14-80. Mate, Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
Oh dear, I'm just staggered by his ability in big games to put him through the big sticks. Firstly, that's what we should admire, that talent. I mean, people with ice in their veins like him, in these moments, he just kicks goals. 26 entries for 14 goals. Against a team, I said before the game, who have got this fabulous back seven.
Yep. Well, what do you do if you're Hawthorn, Ken? You've been doing everything right. You're behind the score. Was there any buttons you would push in this last 10 minutes?
Well, you could put Watson up around the ball for a few minutes to try and get something going on. You know, play him as an extra because he's getting guarded pretty close. I think he's off the ground at the moment, is he?
Next goal is big. The Pies can get another one. It's going to be hard work for the Hawks. 76,632 watching this game at the MCG as the Hawks work it forward. McGuinness. It's a shocking kick. Tried a 15-metre kick and he's put it out on the full. And it's a free kick to the Pies and half back to be taken by Maynard. Very quiet night, Finn McGuinness. Maynard bombs it long. We said it was Steele, won the ball, long, clever little handball, off to Hayes, got it to Degoe, puts the foot on the accelerator, pushed as he kicks. Oh, couldn't find a teammate. Schultz dived desperately off his hands. A throw it in the forward pocket.
It just has a feel about it, doesn't it, this game?
Oh, it's been good. They've got to admire what Collingwood have done, and if you're Sam Mitchell, you would... Those little blonde tips he's got in his hair, they'd be going grey by the second.
Every ounce of energy being expended. Collingwood by 7. They have it forward. Tap goes to the goal square. Scrimshaw came out. Wins it away to Ginnivan. Kicks the Hawks to some safety for the time being. McGuinness chases the ball out at half-back. Gathers and turns. Hand pass was risky inboard. Amon. Ginnivan confronted. The turnover comes. Anderson missed Schultz initially. Had time to regather. Sidestep. Wedges it up inside 50. Elliott's coming. Oh, they all collide from various angles. Steele got it going for McStay, who kept it alive momentarily. Off the ground, Hardwick didn't clear the area. Elliott runs interference. Meek went and got the footy. Smothered. Long hand passed indiscriminately. Cut off by Barris. Frantic stuff. Kicks on the way out. Steen set himself. Couldn't mark. Weddle into the tackles. Ball they call, and ball it is.
Not even at the halfway mark of the final term, and it's desperate measures already as Crisp on the right boot loads up to the top of the goal square. Oh, great mark in front, Barris. Saved the day for the Hawks. He's done so many times in his career at the Eagles and the short time at Hawthorn. Typical Barris mark. And he steadies things down. He goes short to Ward.
At his best, Simo, does he get beat?
Not in big moments. Not in big moments.
Little stab kick short from Ward. And now the ball ends up in the arms of Amon, still inside his own defensive 50. Members side of the ground. Amon. Switch is brave, but it's come off. It's marked by Scrimshaw. And he's forced to kick long, and the kick's pretty good.
Gunston working a long way down the ground. Into Impey. Hawks are working the angles well. Now up to Ward. Hand pass to McKenzie. Can drive it inside 50. Lewis is the deep target against 2. Quain with a spoil. Lewis is after the crumb. Hand pass to McDonald. Centering ball. It's going to land in space. Get after it. McGuinness got bowled over by Chris. Lipinski got away from Ginnivan. And he's got the target on the way out. Schultz has it. Crowd told him to go. Kicks it up to halfway for Buller. Pies can construct the play.
Collingwood's defence outstanding as Buller goes short and concedes some territory back to Crisp. 8.5 left in the game. Collingwood by 7 points.
Dacos back on.
Crisp, tired looking kick. His target's long. He's in front. It couldn't quite hang on to the mark, but the Pies had possession. There's Dacos. Tries to handball to Anderson. Handball comes back to Dacos. Little banana kick didn't come off. It's marked by D'Ambrosio. Quickly pulls the trigger to Scrimshaw, who goes down the middle and it's marked by McDonald. Moore standing the mark.
Nick's not running well, Simo.
He's just come back on, so expect him to be fresh.
Yeah, I think he's feeling something.
Bit of a limp.
Hawthorn share it around. McKenzie, he's overcooked the kick. Another 20-metre pass from a Hawthorn player has not hit the target. They're their own worst enemy tonight. Ball now in dispute. Picked up by McKenzie again. Handball's back to Battle. Squeezes the kick into the pocket. McGuinness is there. Gunster's there. But brilliantly done by Maynard, who beat the two of them and knocked it over the line for a throw-in.
It's thrilling stuff. 7.5 to go. The Elders clock. Win with Elders Finance. 7 points the diff. Darcy Cameron is trying to get himself back out there, but he can barely run around the boundary under the eyes of the doctors. Meek knocks it goal side for the Hawks. Quain, although, is onto it. Gave it to Maynard. Sidestep to open up some possibilities. Schultz takes the mark. A runner goes over. The physio's gone over twice. He's going to need a physio. Off to Quain.
He's done his knee.
Backwards to Crisp. Crisp takes the territory. Schultz, he set him up underneath it. Wettle cannon into Schultz. Terrible stuff.
Hawthorn falling over everywhere.
The dock needs the dock.
It's going to be Schultz's ball between the wing and right half forward.
Doesn't look good, the dock.
He's checking out Sicily.
Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Can he find the kick? He usually does. Buller was the target. Meek saw it coming. Cuts the angles.
Plays on straight away to Amon. Little chip kick finds D'Ambrosio. Battling 2 minds. Doubles back. Now forced to kick long. Collingwood have got the numbers here. In front though is Nash. He couldn't take the mark. Free kick. So free kick to Connor Nash, who bravely stood his ground. Pies fans don't like it. They never do. As Nash goes short to Impey, who switch to the members' side, marked by Ginnivan. He's got Meek on, so Ginnivan has a bounce. He should go to Meek, and instead he handballs to McKenzie. He gives it back to Ginnivan. So Ginnivan can have a go here. He kicks off the side of the boot. Gunston's there, can't take the mark. McDonald! Stayed down, got the crumbs, kicked the goal. It's a point for Diff. McDonald's kicked 3.
Well, it's going to come down to one of these classic Collingwood games where the few minutes to go. It's in anyone's opportunity to win. Sicily off the ground. It must be that ankle that's still playing up. So it's going to be critical pieces that are out there now. Nick's still out there. McDonald's kicked his third. It's really interesting. This last little bit of the game is going to be super exciting. Nick's had 30. Houston's had 28. Amon and McDonald 26 apiece for the Hawks. So it's a really, really good finish coming up here.
Oh, once again, Frampton flies. He didn't need to. The ground level players are just getting it done. I noticed as that ball was transitioning, the Collingwood defend the system, so they're not defending a man. If the ball hits the deck, these McDonald and Watson, there's a lot of space for those guys when it hits the deck. 1 point
ball game, Collingwood lead, ball in the middle, they're all after it. Off the ground goes Chris, takes a bit of territory. Ball out at half forward for the Pies, pressure on Ginnivan. Side bottom Lipinski, hit by the tackle of McKenzie. Ginnivan has another touch. Amon brings it up the wing. Wettle needed to be clean. He fumbled all the way to the boundary for a throw-in. 76,632 is a great crowd for a Thursday night, and they have been well rewarded. Collingwood by 1 point, and there's 5:39 remaining on the Elders clock.
Here's
Win
your
with Elders
isolation
Finance.
moment with Gunston out the back.
Indeed.
Reeves with the tap. Lipinski, though, wins it all. Gave it up to McDonald, who spins off the wing. Kicks the Hawks forward. Out in front of Gunston. Hit Darcy Moore. Frampton's under pressure. What's it loading down? Didn't get the free kick. Quain Orr and Darcy Moore, who's kicked it perilously close to the boundary, but Sidebottom gets there to mark.
That was a free kick.
Was a free kick?
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be shown on Monday.
Sidebottom gives it to Dacos, back to Sidebottom. High ball to half forward. Scrimshaw couldn't take the mark. Full of the ball. It's up for grabs. Comes Collingwood's way to Goey. Holding the ball this time, surely it is. Advantage paid. Ginnivan, he's mowed down. Umpire says play on. Collingwood get it back. Schultz, slightly in the Collingwood attacking half. Kicks the half forward to Sidebottom. What's he going to do? He's 50! 50 metres against Mackenzie. Unbelievable. This will be a Collingwood goal, and it might be enough. They lead by 1 point. If Sidebottom kicks this, it's 7, and there's 4.5 left in the contest.
Was he outside 5?
Well, he was claiming he was. The umpire.
So is that holding the ball and stand in the last minute?
Yeah, well, you have to go to the mark, do you not? You've got to be within the 5 metres.
If you're inside the 5, is he inside? He wasn't in the marking contest.
Right on the line.
Steele Sidebottom. The old pro won't miss this. He's 9 metres out. City end of the ground. This to put Collingwood 7 points in front. Just over 4 minutes left. Crowd tells the story. 7 points on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard. Collingwood have the ascendancy.
Well, you don't like to see games decided by these rules, but we'll reflect on that later. The rule's the rule. I thought the Watson holding the ball should have been there. Goes up the other end. Sicily's like he might be coming back on. Gunston's the one coming off, which is really interesting with
Sicily
4 minutes to go. You've got Sicily going forward. Mood's been made. Weddle's gone forward. So Hawthorn are in attack, win the game mode. Collingwood now try and control as best they can and win some of these clearances.
Well, these are huge moments that'll be much discussed across the weekend. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Collingwood by 7 points. Ball up in the middle. Reeves clean tap and ended up with the footy. Hand pass to Nash. Gives it to Newcomb out the front. Scrubs his kick inside 50. Houston clean-handed. Hand pass to Goey. Kicks it down the members' wing. McStay came up. Barras made the spoil all the way to the boundary. And Barras gets it there for a throw-in. 3:45 remain.
Weddle started as a forward and now is going behind the play as a spare. It's almost like a slingshot play.
Yeah.
It leaves Houston free at the other end.
That's what they're trying to generate. They're trying to generate an open field play. Look where Battle's going.
Yep, it's a set play.
He's going high forward.
It's a brave.
Remember the Carlton-Richmond game we did?
Ball thrown in
to win then.
Soccer off the ground by Sidebottom. Got it to Dacos. Has a bounce. Runs sideways. Little dinky left foot kick overcooks it. There's Weddle. Gathers. Handballs to Eamon. It wasn't a good handball. It put his teammate under pressure. Collingwood back into the picture here. It's 55 out. And we'll have a ball up.
So anyone not at the ground, they've got an open side player, so it's pretty much lose the clearance and then win it back and go fat side. I just think it's a real risky play when they've been dominating field position so much.
Reeves with the tap. Off the ground goes Nash, so it stays in the middle of the ground. McDonald and Moore combine. Moore put it into open space. Lewis came a long way up to be a link player. Flopped the kick inside 50. Quain Orr takes the mark. Sicily switched forward as well, so Sam Mitchell's working magnets everywhere. Quain Orr's got the lateral. Houston out the far side to Maynard and back to Houston. So Collingwood will take as many seconds as they are allowed to go back and forward.
Weddle's behind the ball.
Weddle's behind the ball. I'm just not quite sure I mean, they had to go at something. There's still 2 minutes 50 to go.
So now Maynard plays on, drills it long. Shane Warne stands side. McStay almost took a beauty, but managed to win the footy anyway. Collingwood had possession. Hayes on the left boot, kicks into space. There's no one home for Collingwood. So Hinkley needs the nice bounce, and he's got to pick it up and go. He does, and kicks into the back pocket and finds Ward. Now he's got more on at half-back members' side. Takes the mark and plays on. Not a lot on offer. Sideways to Amon.
Ruck going forward
now
for
kicks to
Hawthorn
Nash on the half volley. Gives it back to Amon on the Hawks build.
A bouncing run down the members' wing. Checks it up for McDonald. Needs to roll and go and give them a look. He does now. He sets it up for Sicily. Just wrong-footed him. Sicily was going back when the kick came forward, and Houston had position on him to take the intercept mark. We're inside the last 2 minutes.
You'll be in your vote, Simo.
Who's that?
Houston.
Houston takes territory up the line. McStay presents and takes the mark. Collingwood doing all the little things right.
Sicily on the ground instead of Gunston. Looks sore. Collingwood going to manage the game mode.
McStay takes the territory wide out, looking for Schultz, who had a fly. He dropped
Really
the mark.
marked it,
Ball spills to Nick Dacos. Buller tried to knock it to side bottom. Hawks had numbers. Hardwick, Impey, Hardwick into open space to create.
Newcomb chips into the middle to Mackenzie. Draws the player and dishes it out wide. Here's Hawthorn's opportunity. Battle just kicks it high and hopes for the best. The big pack fly staying down as Watson gathers. Now spills to McDonald. Kick smothered by Quaynor. Good stuff from the Pies holding things up. Lewis to Nash. Now to D'Ambrosio. Misses.
Handy point.
50 seconds left. It's Collingwood by a goal.
Well, they've had plenty of practice tonight, the Pies. They'll flood to one side. Cam, get a stoppage if you can. Worst case scenario.
They will be just icing seconds.
41 seconds to hold on. Josh Dacos thumps it out to halfback. Big pack, Barris. Commanding mark. Hand pass to Ward. Kicks it looking for the mark. Darcy Moore drops it. He made a high tackle. Hawthorn free kick directly in front. And it's going to be Dylan Moore. Darcy Moore dropped the mark, then laid the high tackle on Dylan. And this is the tying play. The last time Collingwood saw Thursday night, Carlton had a kick after the siren to draw it. Tonight it's Hawthorn's turn. Dylan Moore takes the kick and squares it all up. Everyone goes home unhappy. After all of that,
I'm happy.
it's a draw.
I've been to my first game that's a draw.
Well done, Ken.
That's an exciting moment.
I'm seeing Schultz there trying to get the Collingwood players up and half celebrate. They look flat.
93 points apiece. Hawthorn 13-15, 93. Collingwood 15-3, 93.
Wow.
Everyone's flat.
We don't even have to stop
Let's
for the song.
find the winner.
Golden score. Golden score.
Let's find a winner.
Yeah, I reckon we should. Go to the middle, Jared.
I just think you play it like we do in the finals. We play 3 minutes either way.
Yeah.
I mean, we are at peak excitement right now.
Everyone, the whole crowd is flat.
Next score wins.
Next score wins would be
Probably
great.
the next 10 minutes is your highest rating footy of the home and away season as everyone gathers towards it. No, you can all go home.
Something different for Swanee to talk about on Monday. Why don't we have extra time?
Well,
home and away.
Take him to the cleaners.
Well, I'll just run you through it all before we analyse it. Collingwood led by 17 points at quarter time and 5 at the half. Hawthorn by 2 points at three-quarter time. And then it's a draw at the end. It was 7 points the difference with 90 seconds left, and Hawthorn scrounged a draw. For Collingwood, 3 for Elliott, 2 for De Goey and Hayes, with singles to Maynard, Schultz, McStay, Steen, Sidebottom, Buller, Nick Dacos and Anderson. For Hawthorn, 3 to McDonald, 2 to Lewis and Watson, with singles to Newcomb, Reeves, Dylan Moore, Deere, D'Ambrosio and Ginnivan. You couldn't believe it would happen to Collingwood twice on Thursday nights. One they got out with 4 points, one they leave with 2. Our experts, Adam Simpson and Ken Hinkley for Powerbay, premium energy solutions for sustainable Australian homes.
Well, there's always a side that goes home more disappointed when there's a draw, Ken. And
we know who that is.
Well, look, Collingwood should have won that game. Last 4 minutes, they've hit the lead and they've managed moments so well over the last 3 or 4 years. And to let Barras take that mark, and then for the 5th time in a row, 2 Collingwood players fly for the ball. And Maynard, he didn't actually go for it, but he's distracted Moore. I suppose that's a kind way of saying that Moore just dropped the mark. But I thought they should have won that game. But then you look at Hawthorn and the numbers was so overwhelming.
28 scoring shots to 18.
The old predicted score would go through the roof. So that's probably, you can see why both teams are a little bit startled. It wasn't like it was a massive comeback or just hold on. It was just a grind the whole night. The rope-a-dope from Collingwood almost worked.
Yeah, it feels like Collingwood in some way, even though the last guy was Hawthorn, that they get the benefit out of that game with the players they had out of the game coming into it.
Yep.
You know, their ability to turn 34 entries into a winning score, well, a drawn score, compared to Hawthorn's 62 entries not being able to get a win out of it. So, you know, and as you said, Simo, my favourite stat of the year, the expected score, 41-point margin to Hawthorn. So I reckon Collingwood are feeling, they'll be somewhat pleased. They'll not be completely pleased because they goal after the siren caused the draw. But so you go through the numbers, 39-23 clearances in favour of Hawthorn, 134-105 contest possession in favour of Hawthorn. Entries, 62-34 in favour of Hawthorn. Collingwood have done well to get there. Hawthorn's pressure for the game, just make sure I've got my pressure stat on the whole game, 1-6.
Yeah.
You know, they came into the game averaging 1.87, I reckon.
Yeah, it's remarkable. Some of the numbers, I mean, as both teams, there must be a presentation out there, Gerard. Is there sort of...
no, it's just no one knows what to do, Simo. You can't go and sign your footies and give it to the kids.
Yeah, I suppose
interviews to be done.
Interviews, and when both teams are getting interviewed, I suppose they both wait. So,
my friend who's a footy nerds texted me. He said that result was a statistical impossibility.
Yeah, I'm with him. I'm with him.
Well, now what Collingwood did do well. I mean, they had 8 turnovers in the front half, Steve. Like that. Yeah. That's not well. That's shocking.
What about this stat? In 3 quarters, Collingwood kicked 13 straight.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
And they weren't remarkable goals, were they? They were just
13 straight.
Yeah, they've kicked 6 goals, 3 from the back half. No forward 50 turnovers at all. Like 0 forward 50 turnovers. So Hawthorn would look at that game and they would say we did a lot right for little reward, and this is just an aberration. We play like that every week. We're going to win some games. If you're Collingwood, we were lucky. You know, our defence is standing up, our system stands up, our spirit.
Defence
undermanned, but they've got some work to do. They can't ignore the fact that that's centre bounce work, Ken. I mean, I know Steen was magnificent a few weeks ago, and it's not all about him, but they're missing some players. But minus 14 centre bounces is just unacceptable if you're going to challenge for top 6 or top 8.
Well, they ended up with 214 handball metres gained in the last quarter, their most for the game by a fair distance. But I don't think it didn't look that much different in the last quarter. It just
they were just plays from the halfback.
Well, they kicked straight. They just kept kicking straight. Yeah. Like Jamie Elliott kicked those 2 goals in that quarter that not many people would ever kick.
Yeah, down the other end, Josh Whateley missed 2 sodas.
Yeah, but
it's the game, isn't it?
There's one thing I want to say about those 2. I'm not surprised by either. I back Elliott to kick big goals.
Yep.
I don't back Weddle to kick big goals.
Yeah, that's the difference between an excellent player and a good player.
Yeah. It's a great way of summing it up.
Weddle's paid twice as much. Go figure.
Yeah. Blame Essendon for that.
Smart management.
Yeah, no, it's so it sitting in this box right now.
Where's Johnny? Who's getting which room are we going to choose to go into? That's the question.
We've gone to Collingwood.
Okay.
We're going for Collingwood. because we think they won on points?
Well, I'm pretty sure we had to decide with 90 seconds to go. They
It was a
7-point lead.
at that stage, I think we can...
And they'll only get better, Collingwood, with some personnel. And Darcy Moore looks so rusty tonight, even to the last play. They managed Gunston well, so that sort of snuffed itself out. They put Lewis deep as the game went on. Obviously, Watson didn't really fire a shot in the last quarter, but for 3 quarters there, he did some
great stuff.
Really good stuff. You know, Dacos did his thing. He looked a bit limp.
Can we go back to the side bottom 50?
Yeah, and the non-holding the ball from Watson.
Like, there's just those moments now when you get a draw, you go, you're going to tune in really closely to those decisions. I would imagine the crunch time on the weekend, there'll be a lot of discussion around some big decisions
I've
didn't happen.
given up trying to work out the 50-metre penalties for standing rule, but that was clear. That was clearly holding the ball. But
yeah, he looked up. We've
seen lots of those not paid during a game. So we microscope it because it's late in the game, but we see heaps of those during the game not paid as well, or paid.
But after this week, that it was the same passage of play that goes holding the ball, no call, and stand. Like, these are the 2 topics of the week. And there they are, writ large.
There you go.
And frankly, you have no certainty what's going to be paid in holding the ball, and you have no real clear idea whether that's 50
It's like the ruck rules. There's so many, and that's where you feel for the umpires, because it's almost an impossible game to umpire with the rules that are given to them.
I'm going to say it one more time for you, just to clarify what happened in that game. 13 goals straight in 3 quarters. The opposition kicked in the same quarters, kicked 9 goals, 12.
There you go.
13 straight to 9 goals, 12. There is an old saying.
Who's the man that came up with bad kicking is bad football?
Yeah, that's the old saying that we love. Whoever he was, he's 100% correct. So he is. Yes. I'm really looking forward to Simo's votes.
Still a great game.
And 2 votes, mate. The rookies do the votes.
To be involved in. It was great to call, and I'm sure, particularly if you're a neutral tonight, you would have loved it.
Who's happier?
I was neutral.
They're getting into the car from the MCG. Who's going, well, we'll take those 2 points. I mean, if I told you before the game Collingwood were going to get 2 points out of tonight,
they would have taken that. With their outs.
As much as they could have held on.
Collingwood. I keep Collingwood were the happiest. I don't care what anyone says. They were the happiest.
All right, we're going to take a break.
They had a red game and they turned it into a orange one.
Then head into the Collingwood rooms. 93 apiece. Thursday night footy is a draw. There are no celebrations in the rooms for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. $25 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo BINGE25 at checkout.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Bring your home to life from just $1,000 at our famous May Spend and Save. Right now, from just $1,000, you can bring your home to life with beautiful National Tiles for your entire family room and kitchen floors, or all your bathroom walls and floors. Yes, from just $1,000, with all National Tiles reduced. Absolutely no exceptions. But you'll have to be quick. So rush into National Tiles or go online now and save. Conditions apply.
Hey, Andy Lee here with some tips so you're store fit this Australian Made Week, May 18 to 24. Practice speed pay. Push your limits. Carry all your shopping bags in a single trip. And train your eyes to lock in like a wedge-tailed eagle on the green and gold kangaroo logo. Because whatever you're buying, the Australian Made logo is the way to know it's made right here. Australian Made Week. Buy Australian, May 18 to 24.
It's where passion and skill collide.
Comes back to Declan Hamilton, this way, that way, goal!
The 2026 Host Plus Sandful League, a league of epic footy, a league of super fans, a league of our own.
Push towards goal, it's all about the bounce, it's going to go through! This game's not over!
Tune in each week for SENSA's broadcast of the Sandful Match of the Round. Catch all the action live on SENSA, 16:29 AM and the SEN app.
It's the place we can all play respectfully at night time. The Palace, Adelaide's premier gentlemen's club. Whether you're out for a couple of drinks or you're booking the Bucks party he'll never forget, The Palace is Adelaide's best. Undressed. Good times, great vibes. The Palace is Adelaide's premier gentlemen's club for a reason. Come along. Upstairs, 111 Hinkley Street. Open from 8 p.m, 7 nights. So much fun. thepalace.com.au.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
I don't know whether he actually turned up. There's every chance he wasn't going to turn up, but I do know that I wasn't where I was meant to be at that point in time, which became a problem in the hours and days after it. Could not get him. Having almost spoken to him daily for 6 months.
He vanished.
He vanished because he'd won his silver medal and he was off. So had to use extraordinary coercive powers to just get another half hour with him. Finally, had to go through his management.
You missed your moment.
I don't know whether he was there himself, but I know I wasn't, and I didn't
know that you weren't there.
I was economical.
Give us a glow.
I was economical with the truth, trying to explain to my bosses.
Economical with the truth.
In trying to explain to my bosses why this series of columns wasn't being wrapped up with the only column they really had paid for or wanted in the entire series. Got him in the end. The moment had gone. Like it was 3 or 4 days after it. It had to be done that day.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
When you go to a stadium to watch your favourite team, it's about family, community and the connection we share. This is what Stadium Real Estate is about too. Hi, I'm Rachel Laurie and we believe every client deserves a front row seat on their real estate journey. At Stadium Real Estate, our people are the main event and we're 100% committed to helping you get a winning result. Family, community, connection. That's Stadium Real Estate. So get in touch with us today, stadiumrealestate.com.
Make Mum's Day at Harvey Norman with hot deals on this year's top gifts. Spoil Mum with a Dyson Airwrap in ceramic pink and save $150, now just $698. Or hot price on Revitive Medic Circulation Booster, now $447. Mum will love an Espresso Latissima coffee machine, now $374, save $75. And Tefal Home Chef Multi-Cooker, now $169, save $20. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store to make Mum's Day at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go!
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Collingwood 15-3-93, Hawthorn 13-15-93. A draw in front of 76,632 fans. Should I run us through some categories?
Yes,
and we'll have an interview and see how we go.
All right, gents, let's start with the most flexible player for Cooper's Flexsalt. Flip it with Flexsalt, the flexible oral sheep lice treatment.
We ended up going for McDonald, who had 28 disposals, kicked 3 goals, had a good balance in his game, 11 contested, uncontested, had played midfield, played forward. He had enough impact on the game in a drawn game that was pretty significant for a player playing in a couple of different roles.
In your votes, Ken? Because you're doing them.
You need to wait and see.
Okay.
But I think you'll find he appears pretty high in the votes.
Right, okay.
Tackler of the game for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon.
Long's had 9 for the Pies, and he came in and played his 22 possessions, played his role, and he had the 9 tackles.
The growth player for Nutrient Water, your irrigation pump and filtration specialist.
Hard, wasn't it?
This is a hard one. We went with Anderson because he provides some energy in different ways. He just works really, really hard for his team. He's a young player. He's
22.
He's a 22-year-old, a mature player who come into the system late, and he doesn't look out of place in front of 76,000 fans in a massively big game. So I think for a growth player, he's a player that we think is going to be there for a bit longer.
The game-selling moment for Loctite. Loctite, fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the bond.
More and
more.
The
two mores.
More of more. More dropping the mark and more kicking the goal.
Yeah. Loctite adhesives beyond the bond. Who, Adam Simpson, you've been studying this closely, I know. Who ran the most kilometres tonight? OMF, better sleep for better recovery at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Battle ran 16.1 kilometres. So
he might have run a lot of them in that last bit of play trying to get down the other end of the ground.
How many disposals? He's going to be on the wrong side of it,
He could be on the wrong side of more than one possession per kilometre.
You pounced quickly then, Whateley.
Yeah.
You had 22, Gerard, sorry.
Oh, no, right side of it. Well done.
Yeah,
All right, we're heading down to Dan Houston, who's with John Donohue. Donners.
Thanks, Gerard. I've got Dan Houston, 32 disposals tonight, Dan, but a bit of a weird feeling. You were probably dominant in that game all night.
Yeah, I thought we were dominant to an extent. We only had 30 inside 50s, but we were super efficient. And yeah, when you're leading the game by 6 or 7 points towards the end and you cough up that lead, it does dampen the mood a little bit.
It's Kenny, mate. How are you?
Sorry, who's this?
It's Kenny. How are you?
How are you, Kenny?
You've forgotten me already, haven't you?
Nah, absolutely
you
not.
Move on quick, you blokes.
You're my favourite person, Kenny.
Good man, I love that. Hey, you had a pretty good game yourself, mate. Collingwood defensive structure. We were sitting up here at the box, Simo and myself, all night, wondering what you were going to do with different players. But you just seemed to hold basically grid shape all the way through.
Yeah, I thought last time we played Hawthorn, they were able to get the exits and sort of bring our key backs up the ground. And I thought as a high backs group, we had a big focus on shutting their exits so we could hold really good layers and keep our deeps deep. So I thought we were able to do that, and I thought we defended really well.
You know the secret to taking Hawthorn's exits away, don't you?
Yeah.
None of these in-house jokes, Ken.
No, it wasn't. Dan knows. He just said about their exits. Who else out there, mate, having more back in the side? It was a really brave performance. Like, your efficiency clearly got you a draw. Now, I get it. It's a draw. You're not absolutely happy, but to go into that game and come away with a draw with some of the numbers that were going against you, you've got to be somewhat pleased. Is that reasonable or not?
Yeah, I think walking off the field, the first emotion is definitely flattening, and then you sort of take a step back. We're playing some really young players, and we had a lot of experience go out of the team. So you sort of take a step back and you go, we'll take that. I think we would have taken that at the start of the game. 4 points would have been nice, but I think our young players were able to give Pendles and Bo and these blokes a week off a 5-day break because they're playing such good footy and they're developing in a really positive manner.
So what was the message at three-quarter time then? Obviously down around the contest and clearance work, but well and truly in the game. Was there any type of different direction you wanted to take the last quarter, or was it just same as the first three?
Similar to first three, I think in the later stages of the game, you just want to take territory and try and pressure the ball. And we had simple focuses. I thought we did that. We were able to do that for the majority of the last quarter. We just had a simple focus: get the ball in, pressure it, and not let them out.
And just one other.
Yep.
2 from outside 50. What's going on?
Oh, I know. I was speaking to Goldie at half time, and I was like, "What am I doing wrong?" He's like, "You got too much time. You need to kick it 15 rows back rather than just try and knock it over the umpire's head." And usually I'd probably try and kick one of them. So back to the drawing board for me. And I think I could kick the only points for the team. So I'm not too efficient recently.
Well, that's okay, mate. You did have plenty of the footy yourself. You played a pretty big role. Talk us through some of them younger blokes you're talking about tonight that you were really happy with.
Yeah, I think Oscar Steen in the ruck, his ability to jump and get first hand on the ball just makes Nick and Longy look really good below his knees. And Angus Anderson, I think, has been a late, mature body inside mid. He's just hungry for the contest, gets the ball going forward, repeat efforts. And then Will Hayes, I think his pressure and his ball use and his composure has really grown over the last few weeks, and you can see he's going to be a really good player for us.
Did you get a chance to train it all this week, like a 5-day break, and get your head around how that actually looks and works? Is it just all recovery throughout the week rather than actually any type of execution on the track?
Yeah, we had a few days off initially, and then we sort of worked our way back into the week. But very low key. I think we trained for about an hour, very low key drills, and then before we knew it, we're into captain's run and then into the game. So it's probably not ideal. I think the legs were a little bit heavy tonight, but so was Hawthorn's as well.
Would you have liked to play extra time?
Oh, it was a tough one. I got asked this after the game as well, and I said, off a 5-day break, absolutely not. But I think it would be awesome to get a result, whether it's next goal or another 3 or 4 minutes would be awesome. Just because I'd love to see where the game goes. I think it would be a really interesting one. Everyone would step up to another level, and that's why you watch footy. You watch footy to see those dying moments and those big moments towards the end of the game. And I think it would produce a lot of them if there was extra time.
Would you like extra time, or would you like golden point? Golden goal.
I don't know. I think golden goal would be pretty sick. I think.
Yeah.
Score wins.
Yeah, I think everyone agrees with that.
I reckon next score may be a little bit easy. Golden goal, I reckon. You've got to kick a goal.
It goes for half an hour.
If we're playing golden point, I'd probably win that.
Here at the G against Essendon, kick golden goal. Hey, next week, I think it's Geelong.
Yeah.
Of the players who missed tonight, who comes back in next week?
I think Pendles will come back in. I think Bo will come back in, and there was one other that at the top of my head that I think Howie will come back in, and we'll have to see what that looks like behind the ball. I think we played 8 backs and lost Perryman tonight, so we'll have to work out how that looks. But I think that looks like the likely inclusions next week.
Terrific, Dan. Good on you. Well played, and a draw. Well, who's to say a draw? Eh? What will it mean at the end of things? Good on you.
Thanks for having me on. Cheers, Kenny.
Good on you, mate.
Dan Houston, Tempur Sleep Well player, wins a Tempur pillow. A great night's sleep with Tempur. The difference is Tempur.
Yeah, goal on goals to go. Then it's not going to go for 3 minutes. You just got to go for it.
5-day break. You're going to cop these every now and then. Right? Just next score.
What about if you're playing in the Hurricane down at Geelong or something? And
well, it's just the roll of the dice, isn't it?
You toss the coin again.
Did he say 8 backs? They played 8 backs tonight. It's interesting with this extra player on the bench, whether you play the 2 rucks, which they do have, and play 8 backs. It's every club's still working that out, aren't they, Ken? Because the rotations are so low still. Playing with 8 backs is something I hadn't really thought of.
I'm just trying to count them as you're talking, and I'm going through them, going, well, I've got the 6, 7 Parker. Who's the other? Oh, Darcy Moore. Yeah. So, and he's got Howcombe, but Perryman goes out.
Yeah.
So, there's an easy adjustment for him.
Gents, the unmissable moment for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
I could have given you 3 wizard ones, I reckon. I could have given you 3. The handball over the top, the couple of goals that he kicked. So I don't mind which one we pick, but I think the unmissable moment was to be at the G to watch the wizard play.
The goal of the day and the goal of the year contender for Beaumont's, where bathrooms begin.
The goal of the day for Beaumont's. Discover hard flooring at Beaumont's. Hybrid, timber and laminate for every home and budget.
Kicks it looking for the mark. Darcy Moore drops it. He made a high tackle. Hawthorn free kick directly in front. Dylan Moore takes the kick and squares it all up. Everyone goes home unhappy.
Beaumont's for bathroom wear, which leads us, Ken Hinkley, with the duties tonight for the 3, 2 and 1.
Simo, I thought you were going to give us some help.
Mate, the rookies do this job. That's what I had to cop last year.
Well, I'm going to start with one because we just interviewed him.
We always start with them.
We'll start with one. We just interviewed him, Dan Houston. Thought he had a really solid game for the Pies and provided good leadership. If he knocks over one of those goals, which is a bit stiff, they only kicked 3 points. He's kicked 2 of them. But if he knocks over one of them, it's a different scenario. But 32 touches at 78%, 698 metres gained. I think that's worthy of 1.
His best game for Collingwood?
Nah, I've seen that.
Yeah,
round 1 last year.
Oh, yes.
Against Port Adelaide.
That's right. Sorry, I forgot that one.
Yeah, you did forget it, didn't you? I thought Newcombe was great for the Hawks. I gave him 28 disposals, massive around the ball. We talked all night, Simo, around the clearances. He had 11 contested possessions. As I scroll across and find his
11
clearances.
score involvements.
9 clearances.
11 score involvements. So that's a pretty good game.
Yeah, it's a pretty good game. So he gets the 2 votes and we end up with McDonald, who ends up with the 3 goals, as we said. The growth, the universal, what we call him, the flexible player. I had to get my mind around that for a minute. The flexible player of the round, and he was the highest rated player on the ground by Champion, which doesn't always add up for me, but this time it does. And McDonald gets the 3 votes with 28, 71% efficiency, 370 metres gain, 15 kicks, 13 handballs. And he ends up with 3 goals in a drawn game. It's a pretty impressive game.
I think the kryptonite for Collingwood in this defensive system is they get a lot of numbers to where the ball's going, but perhaps they all fly for the footy and allows these ground level players to come into play. And today we saw McDonald and Watson in particular, a lot of space when the ball hit the deck. So a little bit of tweaking to do if you're Collingwood, but that's getting pretty technical. They had a pretty good night in defence.
I haven't got the ground ball goals, but it'd be a nice number to look at tonight at the end of that.
Didn't see many mark on leads or contested marks from the Hawks. A lot of it was at ground level.
Yeah, a lot of ground level.
You can't cover everything though, can you?
No. As I said, both teams are going home with 2 points. It's better than 0, as we both know. So at the end of on Monday, 2 points will be better than absolutely none.
Lots of sore players too.
Yeah, lots of sore players.
A real battle, didn't it?
I felt like the game was hard work for both sides, and they end up with a 5-day break and they end up with a draw. It's probably a reasonable result. They'll look forward to Collingwood have got they got now 9 days, I think, before they play Geelong on the Saturday. I'm
Correct.
not sure when Hawthorn play.
Hawthorn play Thursday night.
Who we
in
talking
Perth.
about?
So they got 7.
Yeah, Freo in Perth.
Cameron looks sore. Sicily looks sore. Dacos looks sore.
Side bottom's hand will be sore.
Side bottom, so he'll wake up sore tomorrow with that hand, yeah.
You know.
So Meek looks sore. So some of the important players for their season, you know, it's going to be a long season with some of these players, especially on these 5-day breaks. So you can see why we spoke before the game about how they're managing the season as well as they can.
And it breaks the run, doesn't it, of you win, we win.
It does.
Yes,
Hey?
it does.
That's fixed your stat up, Gerard, hasn't it? 9. Did you say 9 times, was it?
9, yep.
Well, we started 0 all next time.
Yeah, and all our footy tips go out the window too.
Well, you get half a win, don't you?
No, you get nothing these days.
0.
Do you?
We should wrap up the statistical impossibility of it. So Hawthorn disposal count 421 to 345. The inside 50 62 to 34. The hitouts 41 to 22 Hawthorn's way. The clearance is 39-23. And the centre clearance is 19 to 5. Which is pretty amazing. A contested possession Hawthorn 134 to 105. An uncontested 279 to 218. The marks Hawthorn 109 to 100. The marks inside 50s Hawthorn 12-11. Contested marks Hawthorn 12-8. The tackles Collingwood 53-45. And the free kicks were Hawthorn 26-23.
Almost a kilometre metres gained from clearances too, Gerard, from Hawthorn's point of view. So metres gained from turnovers, metres gained from stoppages. If you're a kilometre in metres gained from clearances, Ken, it's a long way to get back to your goals.
Yeah, your nerdy mate. Has he got a name, nerdy mate?
He does.
Yeah, nerdy mate's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely almost impossible for that to have just happened.
93 points apiece. I really think we should make way and just let the calls flow now, don't you?
Which supporters will be
We were robbed.
more unhappy? Will it be the Hawks or the Pies?
I honestly think it's one of those nights where
Even Stevens?
everyone is unhappy to an equal degree.
It'd be
because
Hawthorn, won't it?
Hawthorn fans are going, my God, we've had 12 more shots and we've drawn. And Collingwood fans are going, we had that game completely won and ended up with only half of it. I truly think this is one of the exceptions to the rule where usually someone leaves a winner. Everyone's equally disappointed tonight.
Well, you know you'll blame if you're Hawthorn. It's the umpires and the rules.
Yes.
There's the weight's going to be there, Johnny. You're going to get the Watson tackle that wasn't paid and then the 50-metre penalty has cost us the win.
Yep. In one passage of play.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Come on. You had plenty of chances. You cost yourself
No,
the
it
win.
was the umpires.
No, you cost yourself the win. You
It's the
missed that
rules.
many easy goals.
Swanee's cost us the win.
You have to learn talkback radio. I'll drive you back and you
Righto.
can listen.
I'll listen to
And
it.
this will be a good
I'm
lesson
actually going to
for
ring
you.
in just to prove my
Into
point.
the psyche of the footy fan. John
Harry
Donohue's
from
going to have
Hawthorn.
so much
Donna's
fun
got a
here.
big job.
No, he's going to have great fun.
Well, make sure you tease him. Make sure you
736.
tease him a little
Easiest
bit
night
more.
ever.
736. Just
give him a little crank.
better
I
out
know
than in. If
the
you're
guy with the
unhappy,
duffel
just
coat.
let it out.
Duffel coat will call in. Don't worry.
Quarters will be first on the phone. First on the phone.
A draw, 93 apiece.
I'm proud of myself tonight. I was switched.
You were
It's
classy.
time for the final break for Bendix. When it comes to breaking, Bendix are the best. Put your foot down with confidence with Bendix. Give Donna's a call now. 1300 736.
Yeah, Donna's, what we lose?
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Tundra, Toyota's flagship truck is here with our most powerful performance hybrid engine, undeniable Toyota quality, and a 4.5-tonne brake towing capacity. It's ready to work hard and play harder. Question is, are you ready for it? Toyota Tundra, ready for everything and available now. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Check Vehicles Owner's Manual and Toyota Basic Towing Guide before attaching loads.
Better sleep, better recovery, better performance. After a hard session or a long game, the real recovery happens overnight. While you sleep, your body repairs, restores and recharges for the day ahead. So talk to OMF, your overnight recovery experts. OMF have mattresses that are designed for deep rejuvenating rest, plus comfortable pillows and bedding crafted for your comfort and temperature balance. Shop online at omf.com.au ream.com.au or at over 50 locations nationwide.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream.
Install a Ream.
Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
Are you in the know about Lumo? We're fully Australian owned to support the Adelaide arts, local businesses and communities. We also happen to have great energy rates. So now's the time to take a look at Lumo. Flip the switch to brighter rates today. Go to lumoenergy.com.au. Lumo Energy not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
Lumo Energy.
Get cash savings on big brand fragrances like Burberry Brit Sheer 100ml, $49.99. Save $127 off RRP. Izzy Miyake 100ml, $69.99. Save $133 off RRP. And Lancôme Le VS Belle 50ml, $129.99. Save $85 off RRP. Sale ends May 10. The savings displayed are calculated by reference to the supplier's current published recommended retail price at the time of preparation. Due to the Chemist Warehouse discount policy, we may not have sold the product at this RRP. Fragrance is Chemist Warehouse.
At your footy club, some people are dangerously good at kicking goals. Others are good at stopping them from being kicked. But everyone loves the Bean Cartel's dangerously good coffee. The Bean Cartel offer a caffeine drip that keeps you playing all day. It's award-winning coffee in Australia and overseas, roasted fresh in Melbourne and delivered to your door Australia-wide. The Bean Cartel, because life's too short for anything less than coffee that gives you that win after the siren feeling. thebeancartel.com.au.
For 185 years, Elders Real Estate has been embedded in the fabric of our country. So when it's time to buy or sell in your part of Australia, you need a trusted name. Someone who knows Australian real estate like no other, who understands that it's not just a house, it's your past, it's your focus, it's your future. Someone with a network that runs deep right across Australia. There's one name you can rely on. Elders Real Estate.
You top it, you shank it, you chunk it, you yell a lot. But then that one pure shot, a drive down the middle, a wedge that actually checks up, a putt that drops when you least expect it. That's why you keep coming back, because there's never enough golf. At Golfbox, we get it. The clubs, the bags, the gear, delivered fast so you can keep chasing that one good shot.
Hey, I think that one's stayed in bounds.
Golfbox, there's never enough golf.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
What a night at the MCG, the first draw of season 2026. 15-13-93, the Pies somewhat in control for most of the night, despite only having 30 inside 50s. Hawthorn 13-15-93, a goal after the siren to Dylan Moore, tying the scores. What a game on Thursday night. Footy had its moments of brilliance, had a few down moments, but in the end, they split the points. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. Get on the line now. I guess it'd be remiss of me not to say, should we start the debate? Extra time or not? Do you like draws in AFL footy, or do you think we should continue? There is a mechanism in place that we use in finals, 3 minutes aside or 5 minutes aside, and it works in finals. Why can't we use it out here? Dan Houston said post-game in the rooms he would have liked to have seen how the game would have unfolded with, 3 or 4 extra minutes of football, and just see how it all unfolded. How would you like to tackle draws going forward? 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. We'll get to your calls. We're not going to waste too much time. Nick Dacos, 34 disposals. Dan Houston with 32 as well. And the ebbing and flowing nature of the game tonight. Collingwood accurate, 15-3. I must say, full credit to Collingwood. Came here tonight thinking, how are they going to score against this ripping Hawthorn defence, and they did. They managed to find passages through. So Connor McDonald, 3 goals. Jamie Elliott, Watts, also with 3 goals. Watson, Lewis and Hayes. And DeGoey, all with 2 goals. But over to you, 1300 736 736. We'll take your calls right up until midnight tonight. Eddie will give me the all clear when we're good to go. I think we should be fine, as we'll get going with Andrew, who's going to kick us off. He's in Australia, which is good. Andrew, you want to open the batting? What have you got for us?
Hello?
Andrew, you're live right now. Go ahead.
Just want to talk about that last 40 seconds. So when you're going to ball at full back after a point's been scored in your 40 seconds, surely you're going to do one of 2 things. You're going to wait for a couple of blocks up the ground to release a Collingwood player into open territory just to hit them up and the game's over, or you're going to run 20 metres and just kick that ball to grass and make it a 10v10, and that'll take time off the clock anyway. You wouldn't be kicking a nice drop punt for the opposition to have a chance to take a mark. I mean, this is AFL, right?
Yeah. Hit the boundary, they say. Andrew, hit the boundary as far as you can and as close to the boundary as possible. No? Yeah.
What do the coaches think?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how the coaches think. We'll see what Craig McRae has to say in just a moment, because he's speaking at his press conference now. But I'd be interested to see what his thoughts were on those final minutes or so. But certainly Collingwood just coughed up an opportunity late to hold on to the lead that they had. Obviously, Jamie Elliott kicking a couple of goals late that sort of got them into the lead. And then they just coughed it up a little bit at the end. But I think you take more out of the Collingwood performance tonight. I think they were pretty good for about 90% of the game. 1300 736 736. Please, let's not spend the next hour talking about whether there should be extra time. That's Talkback Radio, though. That's exactly what we're here for. Hey, you got to start the debate. Why not? I don't mind draws. They're unique, but again, I would like a result, so I'm sort of having a bob each way. Liam in Sunbury on the Pies performance. Hey, Liam.
G'day, mate. How's it going?
Going well. What did you think tonight?
Oh, I thought everyone's touted Hawks as a top 4 team, and Jimmy Bartel labels them as a grand final team. I think the Pies put up a pretty good performance. What are your thoughts?
I thought they were brilliant tonight. I must say, I came in thinking that the Pies might get blown away, and the Hawks were just a powerful unit that, everyone talking them up as a premiership fancy, but they looked a bit tired, and you could tell they were coming off a 5-day break as well. You could tell 2 teams coming off 5-day breaks, and Hawthorn looked a bit sluggish at times. Now, they got going on the stroke of halftime and into that third quarter, and the game ebbed and flowed, and obviously Watson sparked them on the edge of halftime with that goal. But, I think Collingwood looked the better team throughout. It was sloppy at times, but Collingwood looked the better team throughout. And they only had 30 inside 50s, which was remarkable to think that they were in it for so long. But when you kick 15-3 from 30 entries, you're going to be in games. And Hawthorn at the other end, 13-15. So the missed opportunities probably haunted the Hawks as well, Liam.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think that the Pies stood it up to them, and you never know where they can take it. They get a few boys back, and next week, who knows? We could be on for the season.
Absolutely. Maybe we're underestimating the Pies. Coming into the year, I had them in the bottom reaches of the ladder, and not thinking that they would feature in the top 10. But maybe we just can't count out this experienced lineup that know how to win in intense situations and know how to hold on and get themselves into winning positions, well coached, and some just experienced players out there who know the moments, like Jamie Elliott. So, no, I think there was a lot to take out of the Pies' performance tonight. Thanks for the call, Liam. Appreciate it. Jack in East Melbourne, he's going to be the first to talk about the umpiring tonight. G'day, Jack.
Hello. I just want to talk about the umpiring performance and how the new stand rule is implemented. I just want to hear your thoughts on it.
Well, what did you think of it first? And I'll be able to see if I agree with that. What do you think of it?
So I reckon the AFL has brought in the stand rule, and the umpires don't fully understand it. The players don't fully understand it. It's just become a shit show on the field.
I think that's pretty well summarised. I mean, it's a mess. at the moment. It's hard to, if the umpires can't get it and the players can't get it, how are we supposed to get it as fans? How are we supposed to pick up what the go is? So of all the rules that have come in, it's probably the one that, we could probably all do without, I would imagine. I know Greg Swan says the other night that it is there to speed up the game, and it is doing that according to the stats, but it is a mess. It's got to be adjudicated in all different ways from different umpires and the way that they see it. So, it's probably the one that we could probably do without, I would imagine. Good call, Jack. Appreciate that. Joe in Rowville up next, big Hawks man. Joey, your overarching feelings on the back of that?
Yeah, man, how you going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. Just driving home from the game. You know what? Our bad kicking, we've done it a few times this year. Did it against the Swans. We kicked 20 behinds. Did it against Essendon. One day it's going to come back and bite us, but full credit to Collingwood. They had a crack, and our bad kicking kept them in the game for right until the end.
Yeah, well, I just got a text coming through here and saying I'm delusional that, if the Hawks kick straight, they would have belted them. And that's true, but they didn't. So, we can only deal in facts at the moment. 13-15 to 15-3. When you kick straight in football, it goes a long way to keeping you in the contest. So, the Hawks had more chances and should have probably run away with it. But, if they were more accurate, they probably would have done that. But anyway, ifs and buts and all that sort of stuff, Joe. But I thought they looked a bit sluggish at times tonight, Joe.
They did. We had a lot of players down. I mean, thank God that Dylan Moore kicked that goal, because prior to that, I think he did nothing all night. Cowshadir hasn't done much, pretty quiet. But, we're still in games, and, we're still, second or third on the ladder, so I can't really complain too much. But, we just need to get a bit more consistency, I think, because when we start playing the better teams, like Brisbane and all these kind of teams, they're not going to give you the second chance like maybe other teams, you know what I mean? So, we got to start hitting our straps, mate. So,
absolutely. Yeah, 2 points. Yep. 2 points is better than none as well. So, and you never know when it comes down to a top 4 position at the end of the year. Those 2 points may be invaluable. Obviously, you want the 4 points always, but it is what it is. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. I've curated a few of these text messages regarding extra time or the draw. So let's have just a peruse through a few of these. Matt and Bundoora, if Golden Goal came in, Hawks might have taken 20 to 30 minutes. The problem I have with Golden Goal is if they get a clearance straight out of the middle of the ground, one team, and burst through, kick a goal from 50, the game's over in 8 seconds. Now, look, with every penalty shootout and extra time, you want a little bit of a build-up to a crescendo, and I don't know if you want the game to be over inside 10 seconds, but maybe you do. I don't know, but I don't think I'd be in favour of Golden Goal. Joel in Woodend, draw as it is. Perfect result leaves you waiting for the next meeting. I love the draw. It's a perfect finish to a game that can't be won. Extra time, ridiculous. The result is the draw. It's equal. Pies, proud of ourselves on the playing minutes. Old mate Lipinski didn't play in the seconds just before three-quarter time. That last goal would have beaten the siren had Lipinski not backed off a fraction. I admit I love the draw. It feels empty, but you never forget a draw. And Collingwood obviously on the right side of the last drawn grand final, obviously a couple of years ago. Overtime would be the best 5 to 10 minutes of footy all season. Obviously should be doing it, says Mitch. And leave the game alone. Leave it as is, a draw for in-season and extra time for finals. Ross says, Ross from Brisbane, love the draw in home and away because it wreaks havoc on the ladder. Was it the first ever Thursday night footy draw? We'll have a look at that. And yes, there were some horrible non-decisions and very questionable free kicks. But if I hear one Hawks supporter say we were robbed, I'll spew up. Bad kicking is bad football. It's their own fault. So heaps of text coming through, and there's heaps more here as well that we'll get to throughout the next hour or so. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. And so many text messages. Open your eyes, flog. There's plenty coming through. As a Hawk supporter, I wish we lost that game off that pathetic performance. Don't deserve the 2 points. So there's a different little cross section of things there. So who knows what to come over the next hour? But 2 points for both Collingwood and Hawthorn. 1300 736 736. Steve, and Zach will get to you on the other side of the break. Your calls right up until midnight tonight on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. First draw of season 2026. 93 apiece between the Hawks and the Pies on Thursday night footy.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Bring your home to life from just $1,000 at our famous May Spend and Save. Right now, from just $1,000, you can bring your home to life with beautiful National Tiles for your entire family room and kitchen floors, or all your bathroom walls and floors. Yes, from just $1,000, with all National Tiles reduced. Absolutely no exceptions. But you'll have to be quick. So rush into National Tiles or go online now and save. Conditions apply.
Ugh, that's enough to send shudders down anyone's spine. Did you know termites cause more damage to Adelaide and Australian homes each year than fire and flood combined? That's over $1 billion. But there's a simple solution. Start with visual termite inspection from SA's leading pest control specialists. Your team from Murray's.
No worries with the team from Murray's.
Go to murraypestcontrol.com.au.
Exclusive to Paramount Plus.
This is UFC Fight Night.
UFC Fight Night is coming to primetime this Saturday night. Catch Australia's Jack Della Maddalena. You gotta be kidding me! In front of his home crowd.
Aussie!
As he takes on Carlos the Nightmare Prates. UFC Fight Night, Della Maddalena versus Prates. Saturday from 6 p.m. only on Paramount Plus.
And now, making their debut for Macca's, dishing up the new Dunk Chicken range with Korean sticky barbecue sauce, the Harlem Globetrotters. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time at participating restaurants.
Ever tried online dating, but when they show up, it's not quite what you expected? That's exactly what digital staging feels like for home buyers. In today's AI world, don't let your first impression be an oh no moment. Kixo Home Styling create real spaces that deliver an oh wow feeling, using the latest furniture and styling designed to impress. Even better, there's no upfront cost. It's all settled when your property sells. When you're selling, tell your agent you want Kixo. That's Kixo.
With an end of financial year, no deposit 4.99% mates rate from Ram Trucks Finance, now's the time to upgrade to a Ram full-size pickup truck. Get behind the wheel of a Ram 1500 Rebel, boasting an impressive 420 horsepower under the hood, with a finance mates rate of 4.99% this tax time. Ends 30 June. Visit ramtrucks.com.au. T&Cs apply. 48-month term. Approved ABN applicants only.
Choosing an aircon can be a lot, so choose the one that gives tradies and homeowners more. From easier installs to built-in Wi-Fi, Caden gives you everything you're searching for and more. All backed by a 7-year warranty from Reece. Caden, your perfect climate.
Hey, Andy Lee here with some tips so you're store fit this Australian Made Week, May 18 to 24. Practice speed pay. Push your limits. Carry all your shopping bags in a single trip. And train your eyes to lock in like a wedge-tailed eagle on the green and gold kangaroo logo. Because whatever you're buying, the Australian-made logo is the way to know it's made right here. Australian Made Week. Buy Australian, May 18 to 24.
Footy's better at the pub with the Big Footy Score Scratch and Win. Download the Pub Plus app and head to your local Pub Plus venue on game days for a chance to score over 60,000 prizes, including a grand final experience. Why watch from the couch when you could be winning? Download the Pub Plus app today. Oz residents 18 plus, 1 entry per transaction. See bigfootyscore.com.au for TCs, permits and participating venues. Drink responsibly.
Get more from your local, get Pub Plus.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Your company from the MCG, John Donohue with you on AFL Nation's post-game show. We're here for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. We're going to take your calls right through until midnight tonight. We'll have a listen and a chat to our man Eddie Corns as well, get his thoughts on the first draw of the season. We might dip into a couple of the coaches' comments as well if we're able to turn those around. But the phones are yours, the lines are yours. We'll prioritise you guys over the next hour or so. 1300 736 736 is the open line number, or you can text us on 0433 98 11 16. A lot of people in favour of keeping the draw as is. It is a unique part of our game. It is a sort of an anomaly when it comes to the ladder at the end of the year. Not many other sports in the world do a draw as a draw. Obviously, soccer does in regular seasons, and obviously in World Cups they do extra time and all that. But there's only a handful of sports that take a draw as a draw. So why not the AFL do that? But it always happens. The age-old question every single time we get a draw. We always have to ask, and look, it's a bit of tongue-in-cheek, throw it out there, just a little bait on the line, and see what bites come off it. So, do you like the draw? Do you want to keep it? What are your thoughts on it all? So, we'll take your calls on that. Pies fans, how are you feeling? I thought you were the better of the two sides throughout about 3/4 of that game tonight. Kicked accurately, and that's half the battle. I didn't expect to come here tonight and see you kick 93 points. I thought you would find it hard to score against such a strong Hawthorn defence, but credit to them. They found a way through Barras and Battle and Sicily and all the guys down there, and were able to really put a little bit of scoreboard pressure on throughout this game. And maybe we should just not forget about Collingwood in season 2026. Hawthorn, obviously a heavily fancied opponent. They'll bounce back. They'll be fine. But maybe Collingwood are the sleeping giants in all of this. A couple more injuries. Harry Perryman down tonight. He looks like he's done his hamstring. Darcy Cameron was sore and proppy late in the game with a foot or an ankle injury. So they do have a few injury issues to worry about as well. All right. Over to you on the phone lines. 1300 736 736. Got a heap of texts we'll get to as well. Steve in Melton's been waiting really patiently. He's got a couple of points he wants to make. Steve, fire away. Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, hey, Johnny. Just before I get to the main point, firstly, draw, keep it. It's fantastic. It helps you at the end of the season as well. Takes away the percentage. You just now got to bank the wins. The bad kicking is bad football. Collingwood could have beat Fremantle if we kick straight, or maybe Adelaide as well. But what I actually called about was Darcy Moore. I think he makes the Collingwood defence look messy at the moment. He's going up, third man up, and just he's spoiling his Collingwood players. He's taking Frampton, strength out of the game, and the huge difference when he's not there, when he's there and Howe's not there, is just chalk and cheese at the moment, and it's quite scary that. He's supposed to be our leader. He's supposed to be the awe-inspiring captain. But when he's there, there's so many Collingwood supporters that are biting their nails thinking, oh, no, what's going to happen? And then that last play where he's dropped an absolute sitter that my 4-year-old daughter could have caught. And then he's given away the high free kick, which happens. But I think he makes us look real messy down back at the moment. I can't wait to get Howell back next week, and hopefully we can throw more forward a little bit, or free him up as a higher defender, because he just makes us look so messy down back.
Do you think that's due to lack of consistency in his game, though? He hasn't been on the park overly, a lot over the last few years, and certainly at the start of this season. He's been in and out of the team with various injuries. Maybe he's just lacking a little bit of confidence at the moment?
I think it is the confidence thing, but I also think that he hasn't played too much with Frampton and the other defenders back there because he's had the injuries in the last couple of years. And I think he overcompensates sometimes. He goes for balls he shouldn't go for, and then the ones that he should be taking as a brilliant, he's got a brilliant set of hands when he's up and about. He just drops the simple ones, and he's a scary player to watch sometimes.
Yeah. I think he's over time. He's got the runs on the board. That he's been a pretty consistent player. He just hasn't got the continuity in his game at the moment. So certainly he'll shore up a little bit more of the defensive half with Howe coming back, and likely Pendlebury through the middle of the ground next week against the Cats. So I like the call. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. Let's go to another Steve in Keilor. I think he wants to talk about Darcy Moore as well. There's a few that want to talk about Darcy Moore. Hey, Steve, what do you want to go with?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention how we had, I think, Will Hayes, Jug Buller, Steen, Ned Long, and Will Parker. So we had a lot of inexperienced players with few games. They did pretty well.
Yep.
Considering we're playing Hawthorn, they're like an elite.
Yeah.
They got top 10 picks all over the joint, and we still sort of outmuscle them, brought a lot of pressure, tackles, and just also on Darcy Moore, I think after a few more games, if he plays a few more games, I reckon he'll mark all of those.
Yeah.
He'll clean up the defence with Howe and Frampton as well, and also I reckon this season's going to be a bit of a marathon. I don't reckon it's just about winning. It's going to be about more strategic, more strategy, how to get to the end of the season. And I reckon this season's just going to be about horsepower and muscle more than just, talent alone. I don't think it's going to do it this season.
Yeah, well, it's anyone's premiership at the moment. It looks like Brisbane sort of are the front runner, and they found a bit of form last week. But we thought the Hawks, maybe the Swans, are sort of the one seed at the moment. It's still a long way to go. This is the thing as well. Like a draw in round 8, it'll mean a lot come the end of the year, but it's not the be all and end all now. I mean, Geelong next week for Collingwood, and then Hawthorn. As I just pull up their fixture, they'll bounce back. Hawthorn, they'll be fine. But I think Collingwood, it might help them in the long run when it comes to finals at the end of the year, if they have that extra 2 points on the next team. But round 8, we're not too worried about it. Hawthorn have got Freo next Thursday night in Perth, so they've got another tough week ahead of them. Thanks for your call, Steve, and a good point you make about Darcy Moore. I think get a bit of continuity back to him, get a few more games under the belt, and just certainly he'll start playing at his level. We've seen enough of Darcy Moore over the last couple of years to know that he's a pretty reliable defender back there. Good on you, Steve. Luke is on the road. You got Harry Perryman on your mind, Luke?
Yeah, g'day, mate. How are you?
Going well. How are you?
Good. I reckon Pez did that job on Naz earlier in the year, and throughout that first half, he had that invisible cloak on the Wizard, and he was nowhere to be seen. And as soon as he had that hamstring, the Wiz got off the chain and absolutely dominated it, left, right and centre. And I reckon he's going to be a big miss for us.
Yeah, well, we don't know the extent of it at the moment, but generally hamstrings. I mean, there's no good hamstrings, are there? It's sort of 3 weeks at a minimum usually, so 21 days ish. And then it sort of scales up from there. But he didn't look like he was in massive discomfort, so hopefully it's on the lighter side, and it's 3 or 4 weeks of rehabbing. But yeah, he's a big loss. He plays a good role and plays an important role in this Collingwood side. He blankets a key player, and then he wins the footy on his own as well. And he's such an important part of the lineup. So. Yeah, I mean, that will be a big loss for you, and it's already an injury list that's mounting up as well. But hopefully they'll have cover for it. Good on you, Luke. Appreciate that. Zach in Glen Waverley on Darcy Moore. G'day, Zach.
Johnny, how are you, mate?
Good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good. Just firstly, real quickly, really proud of the boys. We were written off before the game even started, and to take a draw from that before the game, I would have been very happy. Second of all, I just feel Darcy Moore, ever since Nathan Murphy retired, he's just never been the same, because Nathan Murphy used to take all those big jobs and play against the main defenders, and Moore would always look good because he wouldn't make mistakes because he'd always be on the second fiddle forward. But now you see Frampton, he's doing well, but Moore he's just like, that's our captain. Like, when you put him one-on-one with with a forward on him, you're just very shaky. But then you look at Maynard, who oozes captaincy, and you see him one-on-one, and you just feel safe as houses. What do you think?
Yeah, you sort of feel good when the ball's in Maynard's hands at the moment. He does ooze that leadership, even though he's a little bit peculiar at times, and he's very energetic. He's a very good on-field leader, and when you hear him speak as well, he's got passion in his voice. But I think the criticism of Darcy Moore is a bit unfair. We've seen enough of Darcy Moore over the years that Collingwood fans should know, and most others would know that he's a fairly reliable operator in the back half. Everyone has bad games. Everyone has nights where they're a bit fumbly as well, and he certainly hasn't had the continuity in his game that he would have liked. So I think we'll cut Darcy Moore some slack, surely. But Pies fans, you know better, and you've got higher standards than the rest of us. So who knows? But I didn't notice a huge amount of him tonight throughout. But obviously that last moment will be one that's replayed for a little while. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. Great game by Dan Houston tonight. 32 disposals, 7 marks, 3 tackles, a clearance, 698 metres gained. He was criticised or much maligned last year for not living up to the billing of the All-Australian year that he had at Port Adelaide. I think it took him a little bit of time to gel and get into the the swing of things at Collingwood. I think he's well and truly in the swing of things now. I think he's been one of their better players throughout season 2026. He was magnificent again tonight. Nick Dacos obviously with 34 disposals, and Carl Amon with 30 for the Hawks. So it was a pretty even contest, and obviously it ended that way as well, an even contest. Joel in Rowville, calls keep coming and we love it. 1300 736 736. G'day, Joel.
How are you? Did you have a good night watching that game?
Good, mate. Yeah, I mean it had its moments, certainly, Joel, but it wasn't the most free flowing game for the entirety of it, but it opened up towards the end.
No, that's exactly right. And obviously, hearing all before about Darcy Moore and those kinds of things, and you can live in the moment and go, you should have marked that, but the whole game's on a what if. Like what if Dan Houston kicked those 2 goals that he missed from 50 out? What if Hawthorn kicked straight? There's always those what ifs that you kind of live on. But I think considering we were written off before the game, Collingwood did well to obviously hold them. Yeah, it sucks that we drew, but I think it puts a bit of a warning out to the rest of the competition to think, okay, Collingwood, bit of a shaky start to the year, but we're able to compete with the top side. So where does that leave Collingwood? I'm not too sure. But I think it's just some good signs of what they're doing down at the KGM Centre.
Yeah, as you mentioned, and a few people have mentioned, written off probably going into a big battle tonight against a heavily fancied opponent. I was one. I'll put my hand up and say I didn't tip them. I didn't give them a chance, especially with the outs that they had. No McCreary, no Membry, no Pendlebury, and no Howe. You just look at it on paper and you go, they're a bit weaker than Hawthorn. So credit to them. We've got to give Collingwood all the credit in the world because they were the underdogs tonight and they put it right up to Hawthorn. Obviously, the Hawks surged back into it and they will be fine, Hawthorn. They'll be a top 4 team at the end of this year. Don't worry about that. But credit to Collingwood. They're taking everything in front of them at the moment and they're making every post a winner. So they get the 2 points tonight and they... a little bit closer now to a potential top 10 berth at the end of the season. But as I said, long way to go. Thanks, Joel. Appreciate that. 1300 736 736. Joel from St. Helena. Darce played on Gunston most of the night. 0 goals, says Joel. That mark that last ball, but geez, we forget how good he is. So glad he's back. So there's a lot of defence of Darcy Moore coming in off the text as well. Not a lot. There's one, Nobber, living up to the name. He said, "You're joking. Darcy Moore is a shocker." So there's 1 or 2 negative ones, as there always is, but. Certainly, I think Darcy Moore's got the runs on the board over a very long period of time. Shannon on the road, you're up next. G'day, Shannon.
Yeah, g'day. I just want to have a chat about Hawthorn's inability to control the ball, the forwards, after they kick a behind. Now, we kicked a lot of behinds in the first quarter, and a lot of our set shots were ending up in behinds, but we really had absolutely no way. Our forwards put no pressure on Collingwood when they brought the ball in, and I think, if I counted correctly, 4 direct kick-ins by Collingwood went down the field without being touched by a Hawthorn player and ended up in a shot at goal. And Collingwood, to their credit, took their shots at goal very seriously tonight, unlike our players, and they put them through. They made us pay in that way, and it all came, most of those came from kick-ins from poor shots at goal by Hawthorn players. And, you know, people keep saying poor kicking's poor football. It absolutely is. But, you know, there is some absolutely awful manning up. A lot of guarding grass, as I like to call it. It's very bruise-free for our, small forwards to guard some grass and not put any body pressure on these players as the ball gets cleared down the field. And, look, you go back and watch the tape and you'll see so many Collingwood players free down the ground with Hawthorn players in between them looking just like witches' hats. And unfortunately, that's not going to win finals for Hawthorn when it gets to the pointy end of this season. We were lucky to get away with the draw tonight, and unfortunately, there's a lot of questions to be asked about certain players who don't attack the ball. Guys like Josh Whateley, really looked awful tonight. His attack on the ball was awful. There was one where he was waiting on the point of the centre square for the ball to come to him. Collingwood player, I can't remember who it was, fantastically cut the ball off, and went away and actually scored. So Collingwood scored from hesitancy from Hawthorn players, and I think Collingwood really deserved the win. Hawthorn just didn't make the most of their opportunities and blew the requirement to play man-on-man when they needed to. So a lot of questions down at Hawthorn about whether or not they're actually hard enough and tough enough and whether they've got enough two-way run. It's as clear as that.
Thanks for the call, Shannon. Appreciate it. I think Hawthorn will be fine. I think we've seen enough sample size of what Hawthorn have got to offer this season. They had a bad night, I think. And people are smashing me saying, "Oh, what do you mean they had a bad night? Statistically, they were better." But if you watch that game, you just saw that at the clinch moments, Collingwood were better. Better throughout the game than Hawthorn. And obviously Hawthorn on the stroke of half-time and in the second quarter they got back into the game. The Wizards sparked them. They got going a little bit through the middle of the ground. I'm not saying Hawthorn were the worst. Well, I did actually. And you know what, I'll stand by it. I think they were worse than Collingwood at times tonight. But they, credit to them, the fact that they were able to fight their way back into the game. They had a bad night. That's all I'm saying. They had a bad night. They'll be fine. They'll be still top 4 at the end of the season, in my very humble opinion. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. Quick break. We'll get to Ben, Lee, Steve, and Rama on the other side of this. Heaps of texts coming through, so keep those coming. A draw at the MCG.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
If you're a landlord looking to sell but worried about disrupting an awesome tenant, McGain Real Estate has buyers ready to purchase and keep your tenant, saving you thousands on marketing. There's a reason you keep seeing signs saying sold by McGain. Again. Visit McGain.com.au.
Hello, it's Jared here, Wavell Mitsubishi's #1 fan. And it's not just cars, it's the people that make buying one easy. Whether it's the plug-in hybrid Outlander or my favourite, the Triton, their expert team will help find the right Mitsubishi for you. With expert advice from a team that genuinely care and a spot right near the CBD opposite the Adelaide Showgrounds, it couldn't be simpler to get behind the wheel of your next Mitsubishi. Wavell Mitsubishi, your most trusted experienced dealer since 1980. Wavell Mitsubishi, driven by Australian Motors LVD 80.
Toolkit Depot's auto sale drives big savings across our huge range of auto gear. Grab hot deals on trusted auto brands like Kincro, Gear Wrench, Milwaukee, Sidchrome, SP Tools, Barco and more. Shop auto deals in-store or online at Toolkit Depot now.
Darren's days of digging blind are over. Ever since he blindly dug into that internet cable and took out an entire neighbourhood. Ever since his insurance declined to cover the repair costs. And ever since he saw that he was millimetres away from also striking a high-voltage electricity cable. Don't be like Darren. Always search before you dig online before every job to avoid striking buried pipes and cables. Search before you dig online every time and never dig blind.
Milwaukee, forever for the big jobs and the little ones. Forever for the sights you'll always remember and the ones you'd rather forget. For the early mornings and even later nights. For day one and all the days that follow. Milwaukee, forever for the trade.
Hey mums, if it's on your list, now's the time. Chemist Warehouse has your essentials for less this Mother's Day. There's Sukin Sensitive Scalp Care Shampoo, 500ml, only $9.99. Transform your greys with L'Oreal Paris Magic Retouch range, now $12.99. Nizoral Anti-Dandruff Treatment Shampoo, 2% 100ml is just $25.99. And for salon style at home, get the Lady Jane Cordless Smoothing Brush, now $84.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
You hear that? That's the sound of something building. Not just anything. That's someone's future. Some people build the hard way. But with Cbus, you can do it the smart way. Cbus Super. Build your something. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you.
Need expert IT support for your business? Look no further than TechNado. From network management to cloud solutions, security and everything in between, TechNado has the tools and expertise to keep your business running smoothly. Whether you're operating your systems or tackling tech challenges, we provide tailored IT solutions that work for you. Visit technado.com.au today and take your business to the next level.
A legendary country deserves a legendary bottle shop. At Liquorland, we've been filling fridges and helping Aussies raise a glass for over 50 years. Cold, but cosy nights in. And summer sundowners, hosting the watch party. Or cooking for a full house, for the last minute dash on the way, or ordering your favourites from the couch. We'll bring the epic value and the legendary drinks. Liquorland. Legendary. Choose to drink wise.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
AFL Nation post-game show here at the MCG. John Donohue with you for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. What a start to round 8 action. We've got a big week of footy to come. We'll go through that with Eddie Corns towards the end of the program. We've got a full board of calls. So we've got 8 on the line and we're going to fire through them so we can free up some more lines. And once one drops off, you can jump on and have your say. Ben's been waiting patiently. He's up next. G'day, Ben.
Yeah, g'day, mate. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good. I'm just with my wife in the car. She's Hawthorn, I'm Collingwood. Just wanted to chat Ree more. You know, a few of the callers were giving him a fair bit of shit. And I thought it was pretty good. Gunston didn't kick a goal. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that's the factor that we always have to look at, isn't it? I mean, who was he playing on? Did his opponent kick goals? No, he didn't have a great night. I just looked back at the Moore moment again on replay in the ad break. And it would have been hard in a clutch moment like that. You've got a teammate coming out and Maynard puts his arms up to essentially try and mark the ball. And clearly hears that Moore is underneath it or Moore might have called him out of it. And so he's distracted in a split second. I mean, those things are hard. Yes, he should have taken the mark. But those moments in a game are they're just inches. And if you're off by inches, you can miss it. I think we're being harsh on Darcy Moore. Like I said a little bit earlier, runs on the board for me. I think he's done enough, and he's a good leader. And I think he'll bounce back. Give him a run of 6, 7, or 8 games, and I think you'll see Collingwood fans, I'm sure, will be turning that. What's the car ride like with you and the wife after a draw? I guess everyone's sort of pretty amicable.
Yeah, a little bit flat to be honest, but look, she's pretty happy that they came back for a draw at least, but she's not too happy about the weed. We call him the weed. Whateley.
Oh, the Whateley, yes, of course. I was thinking Wiedemann, Weedery. No. I've lost it tonight. Early start. Yeah, Whateley. What did you not like about Whateley?
I'll let her go if she wants to discuss.
Right.
She doesn't want to.
Too shy?
Look, he was.
All right.
Yeah, she's too shy. But look, he's dropped everything. Missed in front of goal, a couple of easy ones. You know, he was pretty average. And
yeah.
And what's the going rate for his salary? Like, what's the asking price?
Did
there?
someone say? We had a texter in here before. I think they said he's a $6 million man or something like that. So, was it $6 million over 7 or 6 over 5 or something like that? So, yeah, we always come back to the price tag at the end of the day with these things, and we probably always will. Thanks, Ben, and to your wife. Good luck for the rest of the season to both of you. Safe travels home. Lee and Lilydale up next on the open line. G'day, Lee.
G'day, how you going?
Good, mate.
Three quick things that's pretty topical about Whateley at the moment. I'm one of his biggest fans, but his last month of footy has just been horrendous, and tonight was the icing on the cake. He was pretty poor last week down in Lonnie, and I mean, he just needs to go back to the VFL, find a bit of form. He's not plugging those marks like he was last year, and he's never been a great set shot, so I actually turned around to my son and said he'll miss this, and sure enough, hits the post. So, but I think he's just lacking confidence. He's